Chapter 45, Reminiscences. In rescuing the gentle Yila from the hands of the islanders, a design seemed accomplished, but what was now to be done? Here in our adventurous Kemwa was a damsel more lovely than the flushes of morning, and for companions, whom had she but me and my comrades? Beside her bosom still throbbed with alarms, her fancies all roving through mazes. How subdue these dangerous imaginings? How gently dispel them? But one way there was to lead her thoughts toward me as her friend and preserver, and a better and wiser than Alima the priest. Yet could this not be effected but by still maintaining my assumption of the divine origin in the blessed Isle of Aurelia, and thus fostering in her heart the mysterious interest with which, from the first, she had regarded me. But if punctilious reserve on the part of her deliverer should teach her to regard with him as a frigid stranger from the Arctic zone, what sympathy could she have for him? And hence what peace of mind, having no one else to cling to? Now re-entering the tent, she again inquired where tarried Alima. "Think not of him, sweet Yila," I cried. "Look on me, am I not white like yourself? Behold, though since quitting Aurelia the sun has dyed my cheek, am I not even as you? Am I brown like the dusky Alima? They snatched you away from your isle in the sea too early for you to remember me there. But you have not been forgotten by me, sweetest Yila. Ha! Shook we not the palm trees together, and chased we not the rolling nuts down the glen? Did we not dive into the grotto on the seashore and come up together in the cool cavern in the hill? In my home in Aurelia, dear Yila, I have a lock of your hair, ere yet it was golden, a little dark tress like a ring. How your cheeks were then hanging from olive to white. And when shall I forget the hour that I came upon you still sleeping among the flowers, with roses and lilies for cheeks? Still forgetful? Know you not my voice? Those little spirits in your eyes have seen me before. They mimic me now as they sport in their lakes, all the past a dim blank. Think of the time when we ran up and down in our arbor, where the green vines grew over the great ribs of the stranded whale. Oh, Yila, little Yila, has it all come to this? Am I forever forgotten? Yet over the wide watery world have I sought thee, from isle to isle, from sea to sea, and now we part not. Alima is gone, my prow shall keep kissing the waves, till it kisses the beach at Aurelia. Yila, look up. Sunk the ghost of Alima, sweet Yila was mine. Chapter 46, The Kemwa with a Roving Commission. Through the assiduity of my Viking, ere nightfall our Kemwa was again in good order, and with many subtle and seaman-like splices the light tent was lashed in its place, the sail taken up by a reef. My comrades now questioned me as to my purposes, whether they had been modified by the events of the day. I replied that our destination was still the islands to the westward. But from these we had steadily been drifting all morning long, so that now no loom of the land was visible, but our prow was kept pointing as before. As evening came on, my comrades fell fast asleep, leaving me at the helm. How soft and how dreamy the light of the hour, the rays of the sun setting behind golden-barred clouds, came to me like the gleaming of a shaded light behind a lattice, and the low breeze, pervaded with the peculiar balm of the mid-Pacific nearland, was fragrant as the breath of a bride. Such was the scene, so still and witching that the hand of Yila in mine seemed no hand, but a touch. Visions flitted before me and in me. Something hummed in my ear. All the air was alay. And now entered a thought into my heart. I reflected how serenely we might thus glide along, far removed from all care and anxiety. And then, what different scenes might await us upon any of the shores round about? But there seemed no danger in the balmy sea, the assured vicinity of land imparting a sense of security. We had ample supplies for several days more, and thanks to the pagan canoe, an abundance of fruit. Besides, what cared I now for the green groves and bright shore? Was not Yila my shore and my grove? My meadow, my mead, my soft shady vine and my arbor? Of all things desirable and delightful, the full-plumed sheaf, and my own right arm the band? Enough, no shore for me yet. One sweep of the helm and our light prow headed round toward the vague land of song, sun, and vine, the fabled south. As we glided along, strange Yila gazed down in the sea, and would fain have had me plunge into it with her, to rove through its depths. But I started dismayed. In fancy I saw the stark body of the priest drifting by. Again that phantom obtruded. Again guilt laid his red hand on my soul. But I laughed. Was not Yila my own? By my arm rescued from ill? To do her a good I had perilled myself. So down, down, Alima. When next morning, starting from slumber, my comrades beheld the sun on our beam instead of astern as before at that hour, they eagerly inquired, "Whither now?" But very briefly I gave them to know that after devoting the night to the due consideration of a matter so important, I had determined upon voyaging for the island Teredi, in place of the land to the westward. At this they were not displeased, but to tell the plain truth, I harbored some shadowy purpose of merely hovering about for a while, till I felt more landwardly inclined. But had I not declared to Yila that our destination was the fairy isle she spoke of, even Aurelia? Yet that shore was so exceedingly remote, and the folly of endeavoring to reach it in a craft built with hands so very apparent, that what wonder I really nourished no thought of it. So away floated the Kemwa like a vagrant cloud in the heavens, bound no one knew whither. Chapter 47. Yila, Yaro, and Samoa. But time to tell how Samoa and Yaro regarded this mystical Yila, and how Yila regarded them. As beauty from the beast, so at first shrank the damsel from my one-armed companion, but seeing my confidence in the savage, a reaction soon followed. And in accordance with that curious law by which, under certain conditions, the ugliest mortals become only amiably hideous, Yila at length came to look upon Samoa as a sort of harmless and good-natured goblin. Whence came he she cared not, or what was his history, or in what manner his fortunes were united to mine. May be she held him a being of spontaneous origin. Now, as everywhere women are the tamers of the menageries of men, so Yila in good time tamed down Samoa to the relinquishment of that horrible thing in his ear, and pervaded him to substitute a vacancy for the bauble in his nose. On his part, however, all this was conditional. He stipulated for the privilege of restoring both trinkets upon suitable occasions. But if thus gaily the damsel sported with Samoa, how different his emotions toward her! The fate to which she had been destined, and every nameless thing about her, appealed to all his native superstitions, which ascribed to beings of her complexion a more than terrestrial origin. When permitted to approach her, he looked timid and awkwardly strange, suggesting the likeness of some clumsy satyr drawing in his horns, slowly wagging his tail, crouching abashed before some radiant spirit. And this reverence of his was most pleasing to me. Bravo, thought I, be a pagan forever. No more than myself, for after a different fashion, Yila was an idol to both. But what of my Viking? Why, of good Jarl I grieve to say that the old-fashioned interest he took in my affairs led him to look upon Yila as a sort of intruder, an Ammonite siren, who might lead me astray. This would now and then provoke a philippic, but he would only turn toward my resentment his devotion, and then I was silent. Unsophisticated as a wild flower in the germ, Yila seemed incapable of perceiving the contrasted lights by which she was regarded by our companions, and like a true beauty seemed to cherish the presumption that it was quite impossible for such a person as hers to prove otherwise than irresistible to all. She betrayed much surprise to my Viking's appearance, but most of all was she struck by a characteristic device upon the arm of the wonderful mariner. Our Savior on the cross, in blue, with the crown of thorns and 3 drops of blood in vermilion falling one by one from each hand and foot. Now honest Jarl did vastly pride himself upon this ornament. It was the only piece of vanity about him, and like a lady keeping gloveless her hand to show off a fine turquoise ring, he invariably wore that sleeve of his frock rolled up, the better to display the embellishment. And round would Yila turn Jarl's arm, till Jarl was fain to stand firm for fear of revolving all over. How such untutored homage would have thrilled the heart of the ingenious artist. Eventually, through the Eupolian, she made overtures to the Skyman concerning the possession of his picture in his own proper right. In her very simplicity, little heeding that like a landscape in fresco it could not be removed. Chapter 48. Something Under the Surface. Not to omit an occurrence of considerable interest, we must needs here present some account of a curious retinue of fish which overtook our Kemwa, a day or 2 after parting with the canoe. A violent creaming and frothing in our rear announced their approach. Soon we found ourselves the nucleus of an incredible multitude of finny creatures, mostly anonymous. First, far in advance of our prows swam the helmeted silverheads, side by side in uniform ranks like an army. Then came the bonitas, with their flashing blue flanks. Then a third distinct regiment wormed and twisted through the water like Archimedean screws, the quivering wriggletails, followed in turn by the rank and file of the triggerfish, so called from their quaint dorsal fins being set in their backs like a comical curve, as if at half-cock. Far astern the rear was brought up by endless battalions of yellowbacks, right martially vested in buff. And slow sailing overhead were flights of birds, a wing in the air for every fin in the sea. But let the sea fowls fly on, turn we to the fish. Their numbers were amazing, countless as the tears shed for perfidious lovers. Far abroad, on both flanks, they swam in long lines, tier above tier, the water alive with their hosts, locusts of the sea, peradventure, going to fall with the blight upon some green, mossy province of Neptune. And tame and fearless they were as the first fish that swam in Euphrates, hardly evading the hand, insomuch that Samoa caught many without lure or line. They formed a decorous escort, paddling along by our barnacled sides as if they had been with us from the very beginning, neither scared by our craft surging in the water, nor in the least sympathetic at losing a comrade by the hand of Samoa. They closed in their ranks and swam on. How innocent yet heartless they looked. Had a plank dropped out of our boat, we had sunk to the bottom, and belike our cheerful retinue would have paid the last rites to our remains. But still we kept company, as socially as you please. Samoa helping himself when he listed, and Yila clapping her hands as the radiant creatures, by a simultaneous turning round on their silvery bellies, caused the whole sea to glow like a burnished shield. What has befallen this poor little bonita astern, that he swims so toilingly on, with gills showing purple? What has he there, towing behind? It is tangled sea kelp clinging to its fins, but the clogged thing strains to keep up with its fellows. Yet little they heed, away they go, every fish for itself, and any fish for Samoa. At last the poor bonita is seen no more, the myriad fins swim on, a lonely waste where the lost one drops behind. Strange fish, all the livelong day, they were there by our side, and at night still tarried and shone more crystal and scaly in the pale moonbeams than in the golden glare of the sun. How prettily they swim, all silver life, darting hither and thither between their long ranks, and touching their noses and scraping acquaintance. No mourning they wear for the bonita left far astern, not for those so cruelly killed by Samoa. No, all is glee, fishy glee, and frolicking fun. Light hearts and light fins, gay backs and gay spirits, swim away, my merry fins all. Let us roam the flood, let us follow this monster fish with the barnacled sides, this strange-looking fish, so high out of water, that goes without fins. What fish can it be? What rippling is that? Dost thou hear the great monster breathe? Why, 'tis sharp at both ends, a tail either way. Nor eyes has it any, nor mouth. What a curious fish! What a comical fish! But more comical far those creatures above on its hollow back, clinging thereto like snaky eels that cling and slide on the back of the swordfish, our terrible foe. But what curious eels these are! Do they deem themselves pretty as we? No, for sure they behold our limber fins, our speckled and beautiful scales. Poor, powerless things, they must wish they were we, that roam the flood and scour the seas with a wish. Swim away, merry fins, swim away. Let him drop, that fellow that halts, make a lane, close in and fill up. Let him drown. If he cannot keep pace, no laggards for us. We fish, we merrily swim. We care not for our friend nor our foe. Our fins are stout, our tails are out, as through the seas we go. Fish, we are fish with red gills, naught disturbs us, our blood is at zero. We are buoyant because of our bags, being many, each fish is a hero. We care not what is it, this life, that we follow this phantom unknown. To swim it's exceedingly pleasant, so swim away, making a foam. This strange-looking thing by our side, not for safety around it we flee. Its shadow's so shady, that's all, we only swim under its lee. And as for the eels there above, and as for the fowls in the air, we care not for them nor their ways, as we cheerily glide afare. Oh fish, we merrily swim, we care not for friend nor for foe. Our fins are stout, our tails are out, as through the seas we go. But how now, my fine fish, what alarms your long ranks and tosses them all into a hubbub of scales and of foam? Never mind that long knave with the spear there astern. Pipe away, merry fish, and give us a stave or two more, keeping time with your doggerel tales. But no, their singing was over. Grim death in the shape of a chevalier was after them. How they changed their boastful tune, how they hugged the vilified boat, how they wished they were in it, the braggarts, and how they all tingled with fear. For now here, now there, is heard a terrific rushing sound under water, betokening the onslaught of the dread fish of prey, that with spear ever in rest charges upon the outskirts of the shoal, transfixing the fish on his weapon. Retreating, shaking them off, the chevalier devours them, then returns to the charge. Hugging the boat to desperation, the poor fish fairly crowded themselves up to the surface, and floundered upon each other as men are lifted off their feet in a mob. They clung to us thus, out of the fancied security in our presence, Knowing this, we felt no little alarm for ourselves, dreading lest the Chevalier might despise our boat, full as much as his prey, and in pursuing the fish, run through the poor Kemwa with a lunge. A jacket, rolled up, was kept in readiness to be thrust into the first opening made, while, as the thousand fins audibly padded against our slender planks, we felt nervous enough, as if treading upon thin, crackling ice. At length, to our no small delight, the enemy swam away, and again by our side merely padded our escort, 10 times merrier than ever. Chapter 49, Yila. While for a few days, now this way, now that, as our craft glides along, surrounded by these locusts of the deep, let the story of Yila flow on. Of her beauty say I nothing. It was that of a crystal lake in a fathomless wood, all light and shade, full of fleeting revealings, now shadowed in depths, now sunny in dimples, but all sparkling and shifting and blending together. But her wild beauty was a veil to things still more strange, as often she gazed so earnestly into my eyes, like some pure spirit looking far down into my soul, and seeing therein some upturned faces, I started in amaze, and asked what spell was on me, that thus she gazed. Often she entreated me to repeat over and over again certain syllables of my language. These she would chant to herself, pausing now and then as if striving to discover wherein lay their charm. In her accent there was something very different from that of the people of the canoe. Wherein lay the difference, I knew not, but it enabled her to pronounce with readiness all the words which I taught her, even as if recalling sounds long forgotten. If all this filled me with wonder, how much was that wonder increased and yet baffled again by considering her complexion and the cast of her features? After endeavoring in various ways to account for these things, I was led to imagine that the damsel must be an albino, Tula, occasionally to be met with among the people of the Pacific. These persons are of an exceedingly delicate white skin, tinted with a faint rose hue like the lips of a shell. Their hair is golden, but unlike the albinos of other climes, their eyes are invariably blue, and in no way intolerant of light. As a race, the Tulas die early, and hence the belief that they pertain to some distant sphere, and only through irregularities in the providence of the gods, come to make their appearance upon earth. Whence the oversight discovered, they are hastily snatched. And it is chiefly on this account that in those islands where human sacrifices are offered, the Tulas are deemed the most suitable oblations for the altar, to which from their birth many are prospectively devoted. It was these considerations, united to others, which at times induced me to fancy that by the priest, Yila was regarded as one of these beings. So mystical, however, her revelations concerning her past history, that often I knew not what to divine, but plainly they showed that she had not the remotest conception of her real origin. But these conceits of a state of being anterior to an earthly existence may have originated in one of those celestial visions seen transparently stealing over the face of a slumbering child, and craftily drawn forth and re-echoed by another and at times repeated over to her with many additions. These imaginings must at length have assumed in her mind a hue of reality, heightened into conviction by the dreamy seclusion of her life. But now, let her subsequent and more credible history be related, as from time to time she rehearsed it. Chapter 50, Yila in Ardare. In the verdant glen of Ardare, far in the silent interior of Ama, shut in by hoar old cliffs, Yila the maiden abode. So small and so deep was this glen, so surrounded on all sides by steep acclivities, and so vividly green its verdure, and deceptive the shadows that played there, that from above it seemed more like a lake of cool, balmy air than a glen, its woodlands and grasses gleaming shadowy all like sea groves and mosses beneath the calm sea. Here none came but Alima the priest, who at times was absent for days together, but at certain seasons an unseen multitude with loud chants stood upon the verge of the neighboring precipices, and traversing those shaded wilds slowly retreated, their voices lessening and lessening as they wended their way through the more distant groves. At other times, Yila being immured in the temple of Apo, a band of men entering the vale surrounded her retreat, dancing there till evening came. Meanwhile, heaps of fruit, garlands of flowers, and baskets of fish were laid upon an altar without, where stood Alima, arrayed in white tapa, and muttering to himself as the offerings were laid at his feet. When Alima was gone, Yila went forth into the glen and wandered among the trees and reposed by the banks of the stream. And ever as she strolled, looked down upon her grim old cliffs bearded with trailing moss. Toward the lower end of the vale, its lofty walls advancing and overhanging their base almost met in midair, and a great rock hurled from an adjacent height and falling into the space intercepted, there remained fixed. Aerial trees shot up from its surface, birds nested in its clefts, and strange vines roved abroad, overrunning the tops of the trees, lying thereon in coils and undulations like anacondas basking in the light. Beneath this rock was a lofty wall of ponderous stones. Between its crevices, peeps were had of a long and leafy arcade, quivering far away to where the sea rolled in the sun. Lower down, these crevices gave an outlet to the waters of the brook, which, in a long cascade, poured over sloping green ledges near the foot of the wall into a deep shady pool, whose rocky sides, by the perpetual eddying of the water, had been worn into a grotesque resemblance to a group of giants, with heads submerged, indolently reclining about the basin. In this pool Yila would bathe, and once emerging she heard the echoes of a voice and called aloud. But the only reply was the rustling of branches, as someone invisible fled down the valley beyond. Soon after, a stone rolled inward, and Alima the priest stood before her, saying that the voice she had heard was his, but it was not. At last the weary days grew longer and longer, and the maiden pined for companionship. When the breeze blew not, but slept in the caves of the mountains, and all the leaves of the trees stood motionless as tears in the eye, Yila would sadden, and call upon the spirits in her soul to awaken. She sang low airs she thought she had heard in Aurelia, but started affrighted as from dingles and cells came back to her strains more wild than hers, and ever when sad, Alima would seek to cheer her soil by calling to mind the bright scenes of Aurelia the Blessed, to which place he averred she was shortly to return, never more to depart. Now at the head of the Vale of Ardare rose a tall, dark peak, presenting at the top the grim profile of a human face, whose shadow every afternoon crept down the verdant side of the mountain, a silent phantom stealing all over the bosom of the glen. At times, when the phantom drew near, Alima would take Yila forth, and waiting its approach, lay her down by the shadow, disposing her arms in a caress, saying, "O Apo, dost accept thy bride?" And at last, when it crept beyond the place where he stood and buried the whole valley in gloom, Alima would say, "Arise, Yila! Apo hath stretched himself to sleep in Ardare. Go slumber where thou wilt, for thou wilt slumber in his arms." And so every night slept the maiden in the arms of grim Apo. One day when Yila had come to love the wild shadow as something that every day moved before her eyes, where all was so deathfully still, she went forth alone to watch it as softly it slid down from the peak. Of a sudden, when its face was just edging a chasm that made it look as if parting its lips, she heard a loud voice and thought it was Apo calling, "Yila, Yila." But now it seemed like the voice she had heard while bathing in the pool. Glancing upward, she beheld a beautiful open-armed youth, gazing down upon her from an inaccessible crag. But presently there was a rustling in the groves behind, and swift as thought something darted through the air. The youth bounded forward. Yila opened her arms to receive him, but he fell upon the cliff and was seen no more. As alarmed and in tears she fled from the scene, someone out of sight ran before her through the wood. Upon recounting this adventure to Alima, he said that the being she had seen must have been a bad spirit come to molest her, and that Apo had slain him. The sight of this youth filled Yila with wild yearnings to escape from her lonely retreat, for a glimpse of someone beside the priest and the phantom suggested vague thoughts of worlds of fair beings in regions beyond Ardare. But Alima sought to put away these conceits, saying that ere long she would be journeying to Aurelia, there to rejoin the spirit she dimly remembered. Soon after, he came to her with a shell, one of those ever moaning of the ocean, and placing it to her ear, bade her listen to the being within. Within that little shell had voyaged from Aurelia to bear her company in Ama. Now the maiden oft held it to her ear, and closing her eyes listened and listened to its soft inner breathings, till visions were born of the sound, and her soul lay for hours in a trance of delight. And again the priest came and brought her a milk-white bird, with a bill jet black and eyes like stars. In this lurks the soul of a maiden, it hath flown from Aurelia to greet you. The soft stranger willingly nestled in her bosom, turning its bright eyes upon hers and softly warbling. Many days passed, and Yila, the bird, and the shell were inseparable. The bird grew familiar, pecked seeds from her mouth, perched upon her shoulder, and sang in her ear, and at night folded its wings in her bosom, and, like a sea-fowl, went softly to sleep, rising and falling upon the maiden's heart. And every morning it flew from its nest, and fluttered and chirped, and sailed to and fro, and blithely sang, and brushed Yila's cheek till she awoke. Then came to her hand, and Yila, looking earnestly in its eyes, saw strange faces there, and said to herself as she gazed, "These are two souls, not one." But at last going forth into the groves with the bird, it suddenly flew from her side, and perched in a bough, and throwing back its white downy throat, there gushed from its bill a clear warbling jet like a little fountain in air. Now the song ceased, when up and away toward the head of the vale flew the bird. Lil, come back, leave me not, blessed souls of the maidens. But on flew the bird, far up a defile, winging its way to the speck. It was shortly after this, and upon the evening of a day which had been tumultuous, with sounds of warfare beyond the lower wall of the glen, that Alima came to Yila in alarm, saying, Yila, the time has come to follow thy bird. Come, return to thy home in Aurelia. And he told her the way she would voyage there, by the vortex on the coast of Terari. That night, being veiled and placed in the tent, the maiden was borne to the seaside, where the canoe was in waiting, and setting sail quickly, by next morning the island of Ama was no longer in sight, and this was the voyage whose sequel has already been recounted. Chapter 51. The dream begins to fade. Stripped of the strange associations with which a mind like Yila's must have invested every incident of her life, the story of her abode in Ardare seemed not incredible. But so etherealized had she become from the wild conceits she nourished that she verily believed herself a being of the lands of dreams. Her fabulous past was present. Yet, as our intimacy grew closer and closer, these fancies seemed to be losing their hold, and often she questioned me concerning my own reminiscences of her shadowy isle. And cautiously I sought to produce the impression that whatever I had said of that clime had been revealed to me in dreams, but that in these dreams her own lineaments had smiled upon me, and hence the impulse which had sent me roving after the substance of this spiritual image. And true it was to say so, and right it was to swear it upon her white arms crossed, for O Yila, were you not the earthly resemblance of that sweet vision that haunted my earliest thoughts? At first, she had wildly believed that the nameless affinities between us were owing to our having in times gone by dwelt together in the same ethereal region. But thoughts like these were fast dying out, yet not without many strange scrutinies. More intently than ever, she gazed into my eyes, rested her eye against my heart, and listened to its beatings. And love, which in the eye of its objects ever seeks to invest itself with some rare superiority, love sometimes induced me to prop my failing divinity, though it was I myself who had undermined it. But if it was with many regrets that in the sight of Yila I perceived myself thus dwarfing down to a mortal, it was with quite contrary emotions that I contemplated the extinguishment in her heart of the notion of her own spirituality. For as such thoughts were chased away, she clung the more closely to me, as unto one without whom she would be desolate indeed. And now at intervals she was sad, and often gazed long and fixedly into the sea, nor would she say why it was that she did so, until, at length, she yielded and replied that whatever false things Alima might have instilled into her mind, of this much she was certain, that the whirlpool on the coast of Teradi prefigured her fate, that in the water she saw lustrous eyes and beckoning phantoms and strange shapes, smoothing her a couch among the mosses. Her dreams seemed mine. Many visions I had of the green corse of the priest, outstretching its arms in the water to receive pale Yila as she sunk in the sea. But these forebodings departed. No happiness in the universe like ours. We lived and we loved. Life and love were united. In gladness glided our days. Chapter 52. World Ho. 5 suns rose and set, and Yila pining for the shore, we turned our prow due west, and next morning came in sight of land. It was innumerable islands, lifting themselves bluely through the azure air, and looking up upon the distant sea, like haycocks in a hazy field, towering above all, and midmost rose a mighty peak, one fleecy cloud sloping against its summit, a column wreathed. Beyond, like purple steeps in heaven at set of sun, stretched far away what seemed lands on lands, an infinite perspective. Gliding on, the islands grew more distinct, rising up from the billows to greet us, revealing hills, vales, and peaks, grouped within a milk-white zone of reef, so vast that in the distance all was dim. The jewel vapors erewhile hovering over these violet shores now seemed to be shedding their gems, and as the almost level rays of the sun, shooting through the air like a variegated prism, touched the verdant land, it trembled all over with dewy sparkles. Still nearer we came, our sail faintly distended. Into the breeze died away from our vicinity to the isles. The billows rolled listlessly by, as if conscious that their long task was nigh done, while gleamed the white reef like the trail of a great fish in a calm, but as yet no sign of paddle or canoe, no distant smoke, no shining thatch. Bravo, good comrades, we've discovered some new constellation in the sea. Sweet Yila, no more of Aurelia, see you not this flowery land, never more shall we desire to roam. Voyaging along the zone, we came to an opening, and quitting the firmament blue of the open sea, we glided in upon the still, green waters of the wide lagoon, mapped out in the broad shadows of the isles, and tinted here and there with the reflected hues of the sun clouds. The mild waters stretched all around us like another sky. Near, by the break in the reef, was a little island, with palm trees harping in the breeze, an aviary of alluring sounds that seemed calling upon us to land. And here Yila, whom the sight of the verdure had made glad, threw out a merry suggestion, nothing less than to plant our mast, sail set, upon the highest hill, and fly away, island and all, trees rocking, birds carolling, flowers springing, away, away across the wide waters, to Aurelia. But alas, how weighed the isle's coral anchor, leagues down in the fathomless sea? We glanced around, but all the islands seemed slumbering in the flooding light. A canoe, cried Samoa, as 3 proas showed themselves rounding a neighboring shore. Instantly we sailed for them, but after shooting to and fro for a time and standing up and gazing at us, the islanders retreated behind the headland. Hardly were they out of sight when many from ashore round about, other proas pushed off. Soon the water all around us was enlivened by fleets of canoes, darting hither and thither like frighted waterfowls. Presently they all made for one island. From their actions we argued that these people could have had but little or no intercourse with whites, and most probably knew not how to account for our appearance among them. Desirous, therefore, of a friendly meeting, ere any hostile suspicions might arise, we pointed our craft for the island, whither all the canoes were now hastening. Whereupon, those which had not yet reached their destination turned and fled, while the occupants of the proas that had landed ran into the groves and were lost to view. Crossing the distinct outer line of the isle's shadow on the water, we gained the shore, and gliding along its margin, passing canoe after canoe, hauled up on the silent beach, which otherwise seemed entirely innocent of man. A dilemma, but I decided at last upon disembarking Yaro and Samoa to seek out and conciliate the natives. So landing them upon a jutting buttress of coral, whence they waded to the shore, I pushed off with Yila into the water beyond to await the event. Full an hour must have elapsed when to our great joy loud shouts were heard, and there burst into view a tumultuous crowd in the midst of my Viking was descried, mounted upon the shoulders of 2 brawny natives, while the Apollonian, striding on in advance, seemed resisting a similar attempt to elevate him in the world. Good omens both. Come ashore, cried Yaro. Auramai, cried Samoa, while storms of interjections went up from the islanders, who with extravagant gestures danced about the beach. Further caution seemed needless. I pointed our prow for the shore. No sooner was this perceived than, raising an applauding shout, the islanders ran up to their waists in the sea, and skimming like a gull over the smooth lagoon, the light shallop darted in among them. Quick as thought, 50 hands were on the gunwale, and with all its contents lifted bodily into the air, the little Kemwa, upon many a dripping shoulder, was borne deep into the groves. Yila shrieked at the rocking motion, and when the boughs of the trees brushed against the tent, with his staff, an old man now pointed to a couple of twin-like trees, some 4 paces apart, and a little way from the ground, conveniently crotched. And here, eftsoons, they deposited their burden, lowering the Kemwa gently between the forks of the trees, whose willow-like foliage fringed the tent and its inmate. Chapter 53. The Kemwa Ashore. Until now, enveloped in her robe and crouching like a fawn, Yila had been well nigh hidden from view, but presently she withdrew her hood. What saw the islanders that they so gazed and adored in silence, some retreating, some creeping nearer, and the women all in a flutter? Long they gazed, and following Samoa's example, stretched forth their arms in reverence. The adoration of the maiden was extended to myself. Indeed, from the singular gestures employed, I had all along suspected that we were being received with unwonted honors. I now sought to get speech of my comrades, but so obstreperous was the crowd that it was next to impossible. Yaro was still in the perch in the air, his enthusiastic bearers not yet suffering him to alight. Samoa, however, who had managed to keep out of the saddle, by and by contrived to draw nearer to the Kemwa. He advised me by no means to descend for the present, since in any event we were sure of remaining unmolested therein, the islanders regarding it as sacred. The Apollonian attracted a great deal of attention, chiefly from his style of tattooing, which, together with other peculiarities, so interested the natives that they were perpetually hanging about him, putting eager questions and all the time keeping up a violent clamor. But despite the large demand upon his lungs, Samoa made out to inform me that notwithstanding the multitude assembled, there was no high chief or person of consequence present, the king of the place, also those of the islands adjacent, being absent at a festival in another quarter of the archipelago. But upon the first distant glimpse of the Kemwa, fleet canoes had been dispatched to announce the surprising event that had happened. In good time, the crowd becoming less tumultuous and abandoning the siege of Samoa, I availed myself of this welcome lull and called upon him and my Viking to enter the Kemwa, desirous of condensing our forces against all emergencies. Samoa now gave me to understand that from all he could learn, the islanders regarded me as a superior being. They had inquired of him whether I was not White Taji, a sort of half-and-half deity, now and then an avatar among them, and ranking among their inferior ex officio demigods. To this Samoa had said aye, adding, moreover, all he could to encourage the idea. He now entreated me at the first opportunity to announce myself as Taji, declaring that if once received under that title, the unbounded hospitality of our final reception would be certain, and our persons fenced about from all harm. Encouraging this, it was best to be wary, for although among some barbarians the first strangers landing upon their shores are frequently hailed as divine, and in more than one wild land have been actually styled gods as a familiar designation, yet this has not exempted the celestial visitants from peril, when too much presuming upon the reception extended to them. In sudden tumults they have been slain outright, and, while full faith in their divinity had in no wise abated, the sad fate of an eminent navigator is a well-known illustration of this unaccountable waywardness. With no small anxiety, therefore, we waited the approach of some of the dignitaries of Mardi, for by this collective appellation the people informed us their islands were known. We waited not long. Of a sudden, from the seaside, a single shrill cry was heard. A moment more, and the blast of numerous conch shells startled the air. A confused clamor drew nearer and nearer, and flying our eyes in the direction of these sounds, we impatiently awaited what was to follow. Chapter 54. A Gentleman from the Sun. Never before had I seen the deep foliage of woodlands navigated by canoes, but on they came sailing through the leaves, two abreast, borne on men's shoulders, and each a chief carried along to the measured march of his bearers, paddle blades reversed under arms. As they emerged, the multitude made gestures of homage. At the distance of some 8 or 10 paces, the procession halted, when the kings alighted to the ground. They were fine-looking men, arrayed in various garbs, rare the show of stained feathers and jewels and other adornments, brave the floating of dyed mantles. The regal bearing of these personages, the deference paid them, and their entire self-possession not a little surprised me. And it seemed preposterous to assume a divine dignity in the presence of these undoubted potentates of terra firma. Taji seemed oozing from my fingers' ends, but courage, and erecting my crest, I strove to look every inch the character I had determined to assume. For a time, it was almost impossible to tell with what emotions precisely the chiefs were regarding me. They said not a word, but plucking up heart of grace, I crossed my cutlass on my chest, and reposing my hand on the hilt, addressed their high mightinesses thus: Men of Marty, I come from the sun. When this morning it rose and touched the wave, I pushed my shallop from its golden beach, and hither sailed before its level rays. I am Taji. More would have been added, but I paused for the effect of my exordium. Stepping back a pace or two, the chiefs eagerly conversed. Emboldened, I returned to the charge and labored hard to impress them with just impressions of me and mine as I deemed desirable. The gentle Yila was a seraph from the sun. Samoa I had picked off a reef in my route from that orb. And as for the Skyman, why, as his name imported, he came from above. In a word, we were all strolling divinities. Advancing toward the Kemwa, one of the kings, a calm old man, now addressed me as follow: Is this indeed Taji? He who, according to a tradition, was to return to us after 5,000 moons, but that period is yet unexpired. What brings thou hither then, Taji, before thy time? Thou wast but a quarrelsome demigod, say the legends, when thou dwelt among our sires. But wherefore comest thou, Taji? Truly thou wilt interfere with the worship of thy images, and we have plenty of gods besides thee. But comest thou to fight? We have plenty of spears, and desire not thine. Comest thou to dwell? Small are the houses of Marty. Or comest thou to fish in the sea? Tell us, Taji. Now all this was a series of posers hard to be answered, furnishing a curious example, moreover, of the reception given to strange demigods when they travel without their portmanteaus, and also of the familiar manner in which these kings address the immortals. Much I mourned that I had not previously studied better my part, and learned the precise nature of my previous existence in the land. But nothing like carrying it bravely. Attend, Taji comes, old man, because it pleases him to come. And Taji will depart when it suits him. Ask the shades of your sires whether Taji thus scurvily greeted them when they came stalking into his presence in the land of spirits. No, Taji spread the banquet. He removed their mantles. He kindled a fire to drive away the damp. He said not, "Come you to fight, you fogs and vapors? Come you to dwell, or come you to fish in the sea? Go to then, kings of Mardi." Upon this, the old king fell back, and his place was supplied by a noble chief of a free, frank bearing. Advancing quickly toward the boat, he exclaimed, "I am Media, the son of Media. Thrice welcome, Taji. On my island of Odo hast thou an altar. I claim thee for my guest." He then reminded the rest that the strangers had voyaged far and needed repose, and furthermore that he proposed escorting them forthwith to his own dominions, where next day he would be happy to welcome all visitants. And good as his word, he commanded his followers to range themselves under the Kemwa. Springing out of our prow, the Upoluan was followed by Yaro, leaving Yila and Taji to be borne therein toward the sea. Soon we were once more afloat, by our side Media sociably seated, 6 of his paddlers perched upon the gunwale, swiftly urging us over the lagoon. The transition from the grove to the sea was instantaneous. All seemed a dream. The place to which we were hastening, being some distance away as we rounded isle after isle, the extent of the archipelago grew upon us greatly. Chapter 55. Tiffin in a Temple. Upon at last drawing nigh to Odo, its appearance somewhat disappointed me, a small island of moderate elevation, but plumb not the height of the house that feasts you. The beach was lined with expectant natives, who lifting the Kemwa carried us up the beach. Alighting as they were bearing us along, King Media, designating a canoe house hard by, ordered our craft to be deposited therein. This being done, we stepped onto the soil. It was the first we had pressed in very many days, sent a sympathetic thrill through our frames. Turning his steps inland, Media signed us to follow. Soon we came to a rude sort of enclosure, fenced in by an imposing wall. Here a halt was sounded, and in a great haste, the natives proceeded to throw down a portion of the stones. This accomplished, we were assigned to enter the fortress thus carried by storm. Upon an artificial mound opposite the breach stood a small structure of bamboo opened in front. Within was a long pedestal like a settee, supporting 3 images, also of wood and about the size of men, bearing likewise a remote resemblance to that species of animated nature. Before these idols was an altar, and at its base many fine mats. Entering the temple as if he felt very much at home, Media disposed these mats so as to form a very pleasant lounge, where he deferentially entreated Yila to recline. Then deliberately removing the first idol, he motioned me to seat myself in its place. Setting aside the middle one, he quietly established himself in its stead. The displaced ciphers, meanwhile, standing upright before us, and their blank faces looking upon this occasion unusually expressive. As yet, not a syllable as to the meaning of this cavalier treatment of their wooden godships. We now tranquilly awaited what next might happen, and I earnestly prayed that if sacrilege was being committed, the vengeance of the gods might be averted from ignoramus like me. Notwithstanding, the petitioner himself hailed from the other world. Perfect silence was preserved, Jarl and Samoa standing a little without the temple, the first looking quite composed, but his comrade casting wondering glances at my sociable apotheosis with Media. Now happening to glance upon the image last removed, I was not long in detecting a certain resemblance between it and our host. Both were decorated in the same manner, the carving on the idol exactly corresponding with the tattoo of the king. Presently, the silence was relieved by a commotion without, and a butler approached, staggering under an immense wooden trencher, which, with profound genuflections, he deposited upon the altar before us. The tray was loaded like any harvest wain, heaped up with good things, sun-dry and divers, breadfruit and coconuts and plantains and guavas, all pleasant to the eye, and furnishing good earnest of something equally pleasant to the palate. Transported at the sight of these viands, after so long an estrangement from full indulgence in things green, I was forthwith proceeding to help Yila and myself when, like lightning, a most unwelcome query obtruded. Did deities dine? Then also recurred what Media had declared about my shrine in Odo. Was this it? Self-sacrilegious demigod that I was I going to gluttonize on the very offerings laid before me in my own sacred fane? Give heed to thy ways, O Taji, lest thou stumble and be lost. But hereupon, what saw we but his cool majesty of Odo tranquilly proceeding to lunch in the temple? How now, was Media too a god? A god, it must be so, else why his image here in the fane, and the original so entirely at his ease, with legs full cosily tucked away under the very altar itself? This put to flight all the appalling apprehensions of the necessity of starving to keep up the assumption of my divinity. So without more ado, I helped myself right and left, taking the best care of Yila, who overfed her flushed beauty with juicy fruits, thereby transferring her cheek to the sweet glow of the guava. Our hunger appeased, and Media, in token thereof, celestially laying his hand upon the appropriate region, we proceeded to quit the enclosure. But coming to the wall where the breach had been made, lo and behold, no breach was to be seen, but down it came tumbling again, and forth we issued. This overthrowing of walls, be it known, is an incidental compliment paid distinguished personages in this part of Marty. It would seem to signify that such gentry can go nowhere without creating an impression, even upon the most obdurate substances. But to return to our ambrosial lunch, sublimate, as you will, the idea of our ethereality as intellectual beings. No sensible man can harbor a doubt, but that there is a vast deal of satisfaction in dining. More, there is a savor of life and immortality in substantial fare. Like balloons, we are nothing till filled. And well knowing this, nature has provided this jolly round board, our globe, which in an endless sequence of courses and crops spreads a perpetual feast, though as with most public banquets there is no small crowding, and many go away famished from plenty. Chapter 56, King Media, a Host. Striking into a grove about sunset, we emerged upon a fine clear space and spied a city in the woods. In the middle of all, like a generalissimo's marquee among tents, was a structure more imposing than the rest. Here abode King Media. Disposed round a space some 50 yards square were many palm posts staked firmly in the earth. A man's height from the ground, these supported numerous horizontal trunks, upon which lay a flooring of hibiscus. High over this dais, but resting upon independent supports beyond, a gable-ended roof sloped away to within a short distance of the ground. Such was the palace. We entered it by an arched, arbored entrance at one of the palmetto-thatched ends, but not through this exclusive portal entered the islanders. Humbly stooping, they found ingress under the drooping eaves, a custom immemorial and well calculated to remind all contumacious subjects of the dignity of the habitation thus entered. 3 steps led to the summit of the dais, where piles of soft mats and light pillows of woven grass, stuffed with the golden down of a wild thistle, invited all loiterers to lounge. How pleasant the twilight that welled up from under the low eaves, above which we were seated, and how obvious now the design of the roof. No shade more grateful and complete, the garish sun lingering without some lackey in waiting. But who is this in the corner, gaping at us like a butler in a quandary? Media's household deity in the guise of a plethoric monster, his enormous head lolling back, and wide, gaping mouth stuffed full of fresh fruits and green leaves. Truly, had the idol possessed a soul under his knotty ribs, how tantalizing to hold so glorious a mouthful without the power of deglutition. Far worse than the inexorable lockjaw which will not admit of the step preliminary to a swallow. This jolly Josh image was that of an inferior deity, the god of good cheer, and often after, we met with this merry round mouth in many other abodes in Marty. Daily his jaws are replenished as a flower vase in summer. But did the demi-divine Media thus brook the perpetual presence of a subaltern divinity? Still more did he render it homage. But ere long the Martian mythology will be discussed, thereby making plain what may now seem anomalous. Politely escorting us into his palace, Media did the honors by inviting his guests to recline. He then seemed very anxious to impress us with the fact that, by bringing us to his home, and thereby charging the royal larder with our maintenance, he had taken no hasty or imprudent step. His merry butlers kept piling round us viands, till we were well nigh walled in. At every fresh deposit, Media directing our attention to the same, as yet additional evidence of his ample resources as a host. The evidence was finally closed by dragging under the eaves a felled plantain tree, the spike of red ripe fruit spouting therefrom, blushing all over at so rude an introduction to the notice of strangers. During this scene, Yaro was privately nudging Samoa in wonderment to know what upon earth it all meant, but Samoa, scarcely deigning to notice interrogatories propounded through the elbow, only let drop a vague hint or two. It was quite amusing what airs Samoa now gave himself, at least toward my Viking. Among the Martians he was at home, and who when there stretches not out his legs and says unto himself, "Who is greater than I?" To be plain concerning himself and the Skyman, the tables were turned. At sea, Jarl had been the oracle, an old sea sage, learned in hemp and helm, but our craft high and dry, the Apolloan lifted his crest as the erudite pagan, master of grog and magog, expounder of all things heathenish and obscure. An hour or two was now laughed away in very charming conversation with Media, when I hinted that a couch in solitude would be acceptable, whereupon seizing a taper our host escorted us without the palace, and ushering us into a handsome, unoccupied mansion, gave me to understand that the same was mine. Mounting to the dais, he then instituted a vigorous investigation to discern whether everything was in order. Not fancying something about the mats, he rolled them up into bundles, and one by one sent them flying at the heads of his servitors, who upon that gentle hint made off with them, soon after returning with fresh ones. These, with mathematical precision, Media in person now spread on the dais, looking carefully to the fringes or ruffles with which they were bordered, as if striving to impart to them a sentimental expression. This done, he withdrew. Chapter 57. Taji takes counsel with himself. My brief intercourse with our host had by this time enabled me to form a pretty good notion of the light in which I was held by him and his more intelligent subjects. His free and easy carriage evinced that though acknowledging my assumptions, he was no way overawed by them, treating me as familiarly indeed as if I were a mortal, one of the abject generation of mushrooms. The scene in the temple, however, had done much toward explaining this demeanor of his. A demigod in his own proper person, my claims to a similar dignity neither struck him with wonder nor lessened his good opinion of himself. As for anything foreign in my aspect and my ignorance of Mardian customs, all this, instead of begetting a doubt unfavorable to my pretensions, but strengthened the conviction of them as verities. Thus has it been in similar instances, but to a much greater extent. The celebrated navigator referred to in a preceding chapter was hailed by the Hawaiians as one of their demigods, returned to Earth after a wide tour of the universe, and they worshipped him as such, though incessantly he was interrogating them as to who under the sun his worshippers were, how their ancestors came to the island, and whether they would have the kindness to provide his followers with plenty of pork during his stay. But a word or two concerning the idols in the shrine of Odo, superadded to the homage rendered him as a temporal prince. Media was there worshipped as a spiritual being, in his corporal absence his effigy receiving all oblations intended for him. And in the days of his boyhood, listening to the old legends of the Mardian mythology, Media had convinced a strong liking for the fabulous Taji, a deity whom he had often declared was worthy a niche in any temple extant. Hence he had honored my image with a place in his own special shrine, placing it side by side with his worshipful likeness. I appreciated the compliment, but of the close companionship of the other image there I was heartily ashamed, and with reason, the nuisance in question being the image of a deified maker of plantain pudding, lately deceased, who had been famed far and wide as the most notable fellow of his profession in the whole archipelago. During his sublunary career, having been attached to the household of Media, his grateful master had afterward seen fit to crown his celebrity by this posthumous distinction, a circumstance sadly subtracting from the dignity of an apotheosis. Nor must it here be omitted that in this part of Mardi, culinary artists are accounted worthy of high consideration, for among these people of Odo, the matter of eating and drinking is held a matter of life and death. "Drag away my queen from my arms," said old Tai when overcome by a domo, "but leave me my cook." Now among the Mardians there were plenty of incarnated deities to keep me in continence, most of the kings of the archipelago, besides Media, claiming homage as demigods, and that too by virtue of hereditary descent, the divine spark of being transmissible from father to son. An illustration of this was the fact that in several instances the people of the land addressed the supreme god Oro in the very same terms employed in the political adoration of their sublunary rulers. Aye, there were deities in Mardi far greater and taller than I, right royal monarchs to boot, living in jolly round tabernacles of jolly brown clay, feasting and roistering and lording it in yellow tabernacles of bamboo. These demigods had wherewithal to sustain their lofty pretensions, if need were, could crush him out of the infidelity of a nonconformist, and by this immaculate union of church and state, god and king, in their own proper persons, reigned supreme Caesars over the souls and bodies of their subjects. Besides these mighty magnates, I and my divinity shrank into nothing, and in their woodland antechambers, plebeian deities were kept lingering. For be it known that in due time we met with several decayed, broken-down demigods, magnificos of no mark in Mardi, having no temples wherein to feast personal admirers or spiritual devotees. They wandered about forlorn and friendless, and oftentimes in their dinnerless despair hugely gluttonized, and would fain have grown fat by reflecting upon the magnificence of their genealogies. But poor fellows, like shabby Scotch lords in London in King James's time, the very multitude of them confounded distinction, and since they could show no rent roll, they were permitted to fume unheeded. Upon the whole, so numerous were living and breathing gods in Mardi that I held my divinity but cheaply. And seeing such a host of immortals and hearing of multitudes more purely spiritual in their nature, haunting woodlands and streams, my views of theology grew strangely confused. I began to bethink me of the Jew that rejected the Talmud, and all his permeating principle to which Goethe and others have subscribed. Instead, then, of being struck with the audacity of endeavoring to palm myself off as a god, the way in which the thing first impressed me, I now perceived that I might be a god as much as I pleased, and yet not whisk a lion's tail after all, at least on that special account. As for Media's reception, its graciousness was not wholly owing to the divine character imputed to me. His he believed to be the same, but to a whim of freakishness in his soul which led him to fancy me as one among many, not as one with no peer. But the apparent unconcern of King Media with respect to my godship by no means so much surprised me as his unaffected indifference to my amazing voyage from the sun. His indifference to the sun itself and all the wonderful circumstances that must have attended my departure. Whether he had ever been there himself, that he regarded a solar trip with so much unconcern almost became a question in my mind. Certain it is that as a mere traveler he must have deemed me no very great prodigy. My surprise at these things was enhanced by reflecting that to the people of the archipelago the map of Marty was the map of the world. With the exception of certain islands out of sight and at an indefinite distance, they had no certain knowledge of any isles but their own. And no long time elapsed ere I still had additional reasons to cease wondering at the easy faith according to the story which I had given of myself. For these Mardians were familiar with still greater marvels than mine, verily believing in prodigies of all sorts. Any of them put my exploits to the blush. Look to thy ways then, Taji, thought I, and carry not thy crest too high. Of a surety thou hast more peers than inferiors. Thou art overtopped all round. Bear thyself discreetly and not haughtily, Taji. It will not answer to give thyself airs. Abstain from all consequential allusions to the other world, and the genteel deities among whom thou hast circled. Sport not too jauntily thy raiment, because it is novel in Marty, nor boast of the fleetness of thy Kemwa, because it is unlike a canoe. Vaunt not of thy pedigree, Taji, for Media himself will measure it thee there by the furlong. Be not a snob, Taji. So then, weighing all things well and myself severely, I resolved to follow my mentor's wise counsel, neither arrogating aught nor abating of just dues, but circulating freely, sociably, and frankly among the gods, heroes, high priests, kings, and gentlemen that made up the principalities of Marty. Chapter 58. Marty by night and Yila by day. During the night following our arrival, many dreams were no doubt dreamt in Odo, but my thoughts were wakeful, and while others slept obeying a restless impulse, I stole without into the magical starlight. There are those who in a strange land ever love to view it by night. It has been said that the opening in the groves where was situated Media's city was elevated above the surrounding plains, hence was it commanded a broad reach of prospect. Far and wide was deep low sobbing repose of man and nature. The groves were motionless, and the meadows like goblins, the shadows advanced and retreated. Full before me lay the meridian fleet of isles, profoundly at anchor within their coral harbor. Nearby was one belted round by a frothy luminous reef, wherein it lay like Saturn in its ring. From all their summits went up a milk-white smoke, as from Indian wigwams in the hazy harvest moon, and floating away these vapors blended with the faint mist as of a cataract hovering over the circumvallating reef. Far beyond all and far into the infinite night surged the jet-black ocean, but how tranquil the wide lagoon which mirrored the burning spots in heaven. Deep down into its innermost heart penetrated the slanting rays of Hesperus like a shaft of light, sunk far into mysterious Golcondas, where myriad gnomes seemed toiling. Soon a light breeze rippled the water, and the shaft was seen no more, but the moon's bright wake was still revealed, a silver track tipping every wave crest by its course, till each seemed a pearly, scroll-prowed nautilus buoyant with some elfin crew. From earth to heaven, high above me was night's shadowy bower, traversed, vine-like, by the Milky Way, and heavy with golden clusterings. O stars, O eyes that see me wheresoe'er I roam, serene, intent, inscrutable for aye, tell me, Sibyls, what I am. Wondrous worlds on worlds, lo, round and round me shining awful spells, all glorious, vivid constellations, God's diadem ye are. To you, ye stars, man owes his subtlest raptures, thoughts unspeakable yet full of faith. But how your mild effulgence stings the boding heart. Am I a murderer, stars? Hours pass, the starry trance is departed, long waited for, the dawn now comes. First, breaking along the waking face, peeping out from the languid lids, then shining forth in longer glances, till, like the sun, up comes the soul and sheds its rays abroad. When thus my Yila did daily dawn, how she lit up my world, tinging more rosily the roseate clouds, that in her summer cheek played to and fro like clouds in Italian air. Chapter 59. Their Morning Meal. Not wholly is our world made up of bright stars and bright eyes, so now to our story. A conscientious host should ever be up betimes to look after the welfare of his guests, and see to it that their day begin auspiciously. King Media announced the advent of the sun by rustling at my bower's eaves in person. A repast was spread in an adjoining arbor, which Media's pages had smoothed for our reception, and where his subordinate chiefs were in attendance. Here we reclined upon mats, balmy and fresh blew the breath of the morning. Golden vapors were upon the mountains, silver sheen upon the grass, and the birds were at matins in the groves, their bright plumage flashing into view here and there, as if some rainbow were crouching in the foliage. Spread before us were viands, served in quaint-shaped, curiously dyed gourds, not Sevres, but almost as tasteful, and like true porcelain, fire had tempered them. Green and yielding, they are plucked from the tree and emptied of their pulp, are scratched over with minute marks, like those of a line engraving. The ground prepared, the various figures are carefully etched and the outlines filled up with delicate punctures. Certain vegetable oils are poured over them for coloring. Filled with a peculiar species of earth, the gourd is now placed in an oven in the ground, and in due time exhumed, emptied of its contents and washed in the stream. It presents a deep-dyed exterior. Every figure distinctly traced in opaque, but the ground semi-transparent. In some cases, owing to the variety of dyes employed, each figure is of a different hue. More glorious goblets than these for the drinking of wine went never from hand to mouth. Capacious as pitchers, they almost superseded decanters. Now in a tropical climate, fruit and light wines forms the only fit meal of a morning, and with orchards and vineyards forever in sight, who but the hetman of the Cossacks would desire more? We had plenty of the juice of the grape, but of this hereafter there are some fine old cellars and plenty of good cheer in store. During the repast, Media for a time was much taken up with our raiment. He begged me to examine a moment the texture of his light royal robe, and observe how much superior it was to my own. I put my mantle to the blush, being tastefully stained with red devices in red and black, and bordered with dyed fringes of feathers and tassels of red birds' claws. Next came under observation the skyman's Guayaquil hat, at whose preposterous shape our host laughed in derision, clapping a great conical calabash upon the head of an attendant, and saying that now he was Yaro. At this and all similar sallies, Samoa was sure to roar louder than any, though mirth was no constitutional thing with him. But he seemed rejoiced at the opportunity of turning upon us the ridicule, which as a barbarian among whites he himself had so often experienced. These pleasantries over, King Media very slightly drew himself up, as if to make amends for his previous unbending. He discoursed imperially with his chiefs, nodded all his sovereign's will to his pages, called for another gourd of wine, in all respects carrying his royalty bravely. The repast concluded, we journeyed to the canoe house, where we found the little Kemwa stabled like a steed. One solitary depredation had been committed. Its sides and bottoms had been completely denuded of the minute green barnacles and short seagrass which, like so many leeches, had fastened to our planks during our long, lazy voyage. By the people, they had been devoured as dainties. Chapter 60. Belshazzar on the Bench. Now, Media was king of Odo, and from the simplicity of his manners hitherto, and his easy, frank demeanor toward ourselves, had we foolishly doubted that fact, no skepticism could have survived an illustration of it, which this very day we witnessed at noon. For at noon Media was wont to don his dignity, that is symbols of his state, and sit on his judgment divan or throne, to hear and try all cases brought before him, and fulminate his royal decrees. This divan was elevated at one end of a spacious arbor, formed by an avenue of regal palms, which in brave state held aloft their majestical canopy. The crown of the island prince was of the primitive Old Eastern style, in shape similar perhaps to that jauntily sported as a foraging cap by his sacred majesty King Nimrod, who so lustily followed the hounds. It was a plaited turban of red tapa, radiated by the pointed and polished white bones of the rayfish. These diverged from a bandeau or fillet as of the most precious pearls. brought up from the sea by the deepest diving mermen of Marty. From the middle of the crown rose a trifoiled spearhead, and a spear-headed scepter graced the right hand of the king. Now, for all the rant of your Democrats, a fine king on a throne is a very fine sight to behold. He looks very much like a god. No wonder that his more dutiful subjects so swore that their good lord and master King Media was demi-divine. A king and his throne, believe me, ye Gracchi, ye Asafeli, ye levelers, it is something worth seeing to be sure, whether beheld at Babylon the Tremendous, when Nebuchadnezzar was crowned, at Old Scone in the days of Macbeth, at Rheims among Oriflammes, at the coronation of Louis le Grand, at Westminster Abbey, when the gentlemanly George doffed his beaver for a diadem, or under the soft shade of palm trees on an isle in the sea. Man lording it over man kneeling to man, is a spectacle that Gabriel might well travel hitherward to behold, for never did he behold it in heaven. But Darius giving laws to the Medes and the Persians, or the conqueror of Bactria, with king cattle yoked to his car, was not a whit more sublime than Beau Brummel magnificently ringing for his valet. A king on his throne, is it Jupiter nodding in the councils of Olympus, Satan seen among the coronets in hell? A king on his throne, it is in the sun over a mountain, the sun over law-giving Sinai, the sun in our system, planets duke-like, dancing attendants and baronial satellites in waiting. A king on his throne, after all, but a gentleman seated, and thus sat the good lord King Media. Time passed, and after trying and dismissing several minor affairs, Media called for a certain witness to testify concerning one Jeromo, a foolhardy wight, who had been silly enough to plot against the majesty now sitting judge and jury upon him. His guilt was clear, and the witnesses being heard from a bunch of palm plumes, Media, taking a leaf, placed it in the hand of a runner of Pursuivant, saying, "This to Jeromo, where he is prisoned, with his king's compliments. Say we here wait for his head." It was doffed like a turban before a day and brought back on the instant. Now came certain lean-visaged, poverty-stricken, and hence suspicious-looking varlets, grumbling and growling and amiable as Bruin. They came muttering some wild jargon about bulwarks, bulkheads, cofferdams, safeguards, noble charters, shields, and palladiums, great and glorious birthrights, and other unintelligible gibberish. Of the Pursuivants, these worthies asked audience of Media. "Go, kneel at the throne," was the answer. "Our knee-pans are stiff with sciatics," was the rheumatic reply. "An artifice to keep on your legs," said the Pursuivants. And advancing they salaamed, and told Media the excuse of those sour-looking varlets, whereupon my lord commanded them to down on their marrow bones instanter, either before him or the headsman, whichsoever they pleased. They preferred the former, and as they kneeled, in vain did men with sharp ears who bound in all courts prick their auriculars, to list to that strange crackling and firing off bone balls and sockets, ever incident to the genuflections of the rheumatic courtiers. In a row then these self-same knee-pans did kneel before the king, who eyed them as eagles in air do goslings on dunghills, or hunter-hounds crouching round their calves. "Your prayer?" said Media. It was a petition, that thereafter all differences between man and Oda, together with an alleged offences against the state, might be tried by 12 good men and true, these 12 to be obnoxious to the party or parties concerned, their peers and previously unbiased touching the matter at issue. Furthermore, that unanimity in these 12 should be indispensable to a verdict, and no dinner be vouchsafed till unanimity came. Loud and long laughed King Media in scorn. "This be your judge," he cried, swaying his scepter. "What? Are 12 wise men more wise than one? Or will 12 fools put together make one sage? Are 12 honest men more honest than one? Or 12 knaves less knavish than one? And if of 12 men 3 be fools and 3 wise, 3 knaves and 3 upright, how obtain real unanimity from such? But if 12 judges be better than one, then are 1200 better than 12. But take the whole populace for a judge, and you will long wait for a unanimous verdict. If upon a thing dubious there be little unanimity in conflicting opinions of one man's minds, how expect it in the uproar of 12 puzzled brains, though much unanimity be found in 12 hungry stomachs? Judges obnoxious to the accused, apply it to the criminal case. Ha! Ha! If peradventure a cacti be rejected because he had seen the accused commit the crime for which he is arraigned, then his mind would be biased, no impartiality from him. Or your testy accused might object to another because of his tomahawk nose or a cruel squint of the eye. Of all follies, the most foolish, know ye from me that true peers render not true verdicts. Jeromo was a rebel. Had I tried him by his peers, I had tried him by rebels, and the rebel had rebelled to some purpose. Away, as unerring justice dwells in a unity, and as one judge will at last judge the world beyond all appeal, so, though often here below justice be hard to attain, does man come nearest the mark when he imitates that model divine. Hence, one judge is better than 12. And as justice in ideal is ever painted high lifted above the crowd, so from the exaltation of his rank an honest king is the best of these unical judges, which individually are better than 12, and therefore am I, King Media, the best judge in this land. Subjects, so long as I live, I will rule you and judge you alone. And though you were kneeled before me till you grew into the ground, and there took root, no yeah to your petition will you get from this throne. I am king, ye are slaves, mine to command, yours to obey. And this hour I decree that henceforth no gibberish of bulwarks and bulkheads be heard in this land. For a dead bulwark and a bulkhead, to dam off sedition, will I make of that man, who again but breathes those bulky words. Ho, spears! See that these knee pans here kneel till set of sun. High noon was now past, and removing his crown and placing it on the dais for the kneelers to look at during their devotions, King Media departed from that place and once more played the agreeable host. Chapter 61, An Incognito. For the rest of that day and several that followed, we were continually receiving visits from the neighboring islands, whose inhabitants in fleets and flotillas flocked around Odo to behold the guests of its lord. Among them came many messengers from neighboring kings with soft speeches and gifts, but it were needless to detail our various interviews or relate in what manifold ways the royal strangers gave token of their interest concerning us. Upon the third day, however, there was noticed a mysterious figure, like the inscrutable incognitos sometimes encountered, crossing the tower-shaped plaza of Acid Nations in Lima. It was enveloped in a dark robe of tapa, so drawn and plaited about the limbs, and with one hand so wimpled about the face as only to expose a solitary eye, but that eye was a world. Now it was fixed upon Yila with a sinister glance, and now upon me, but with a different expression. However great the crowd, however tumultuous, that fathomless eye gazed on, till at last it seemed no eye, but a spirit forever prying into my soul. Often I strove to approach it, but it would evade me, soon reappearing. Pointing out the apparition to Media, I entreated him to take means to fix it, that my suspicions might be dispelled as to its being incorporeal. He replied that by courtesy incognitos were sacred, insomuch that the close-plaited robe and the wimple were secure as the castle. At last, to my relief, the phantom disappeared and was seen no more. Numerous and fervent the invitations received to return the calls wherewith we were honored, but for the present we declined them, preferring to establish ourselves firmly in the heart of Media, ere encountering the vicissitudes of roaming. In a multitude of acquaintances is less security than in one faithful friend. Now while these civilities were being received, and on the fourth morning after our arrival, there landed on the beach 3 black-eyed damsels, deep brunettes, habited in long variegated robes, and with gay blossoms on their heads. With many salams, the strangers were ushered into my presence by an old white-haired servitor of Media's, who, with a parting conge, murmured, "From Queen Hasha," then departed. Surprised, I stood mute and welcomed them. The first, with many smiles and blandishments, waved before me a many-tinted iris, the flag flower streaming with pennons. Advancing, the second then presented 3 rose-hued, purple-veined cercia flowers, the dew still clinging to them. The third placed in my hand a moss rosebud, then a Venus car. "Thanks for your favors, now your message." Staring at this reception, graciously attended, they conferred a moment, when the iris bearer said in winning phrase, "We come from Hasha, whose moss rose you hold." "All thanks to Hasha then, the bud is very fragrant." Then she pointed to the Venus car. "This too is sweet, thanks to Hasha for her flowers. Pray, bring me more." He mocks our mistress, and gliding from me they waved witch hazels, leaving me alone and wondering. Informing Media of this scene, he smiled, threw out queer hints of Hasha, but knew not what her message meant. At first this affair occasioned me no little uneasiness, with much matter for marveling, but in the novel pleasure of our sojourn in Odo, it soon slipped from my mind, nor for some time did I again hear aught from Queen Hasha. Chapter 62, Taji retires from the world. After a while, when the strangers came not in shoals as before, I proposed to our host a stroll over his dominions, desirous of beholding the same and secretly induced by the hope of selecting an abode more agreeable to my fastidious taste than the one already assigned me. The ramble over, a pleasant one it was, it resulted in a determination on my part to quit Odo. Yet not to go very far, only 10 or 12 yards, to a little green tuft of an islet, one of many, which here and there, all round the island, nestled like birds' nests in the branching boughs of the coral grove, whose roots laid hold of the foundations of the deep. Between these islets and the shore extended shelving ledges, with shallows above just sufficient to float a canoe. One of these islets was wooded and wined, an arbor in the sea, and here, media permitting, I decided to dwell. Not long was media in complying, nor long ere my retreat was in readiness. Laced together, the twisting boughs were closely thatched, and thatched were the sides also, with deep crimson pandanus leaves, whose long, forked spears, lifted by the breeze, caused the whole place to blaze, as with flames. Canes, laid on palm trunks, formed the floor. How elastic! In vogue all over Odo, among the chiefs it imparted such a buoyancy to the person, that to this special cause may be imputed in good part the famous fine spirits of the mobiles. Hypochondriac, essay the elastic flooring, it shall so pleasantly and gently jolt thee, as to shake up and pack off the stagnant humours entering thy pool-like soul. Such was my dwelling, but I make no mention of sundry little appurtenances of tropical housekeeping, calabashes, coconut shells, and rolls of fine tapa, till, with Yila seated at last in my arbor, I looked round and wanted for naught. But what of Jarl and Samoa? Why, Jarl must needs be fanciful, as well as myself. Like a bachelor in chambers, he settled downright opposite of me, on the mainland in a little wigwam in the grove. But Samoa, following not his comrades' examples, still tarried in the camp of Hittites and Jebusites of Odo, beguiling men of their leisure by his marvelous stories and maidens of their hearts by his marvelous wiles. When I chose, I was completely undisturbed in my arbor, and ukasa of media's forbidding indiscriminate intrusion, but thrice in the day came a garrulous old man with my viands. Thus sequestered, however, I could not entirely elude the pryings of the people of the neighboring islands, who often passed by, slowly paddling and earnestly regarding my retreat. But gliding along at a distance and never essaying a landing, their occasional vicinity troubled me but little. But now and then of an evening when thick and fleet the shadows were falling, dim glimpses of a canoe would be spied, hovering about the place like a ghost. And once, in the stillness of the night, hearing the near ripple of a prow, I sallied forth, but the phantom quickly departed. That night Yila shuddered as she slept. The whirlpool, she murmured, sweet mosses. Next day she was lost in reveries, plucking pensive hyacinths, or gazing intently into the lagoon. Chapter 63. Odo and Its Lord. Time now to enter upon some further description of the island and its lord. And first for media, a gallant gentleman and king, from a goodly stock he came in his endless pedigree, reckoning deities by decimals, innumerable kings and scores of great heroes, chiefs, and priests. Nor in person did he belie his origin. No far descended dwarf was he, the least of a receding race. He stood like a palm tree, about whose acanthus capital droops not more gracefully the silken fringes than media's locks upon his noble brow. Strong was his arm to wield the club or hurl the javelin, and potent, I ween, round a maiden's waist. Thus much here for media, now comes his isle. Our pleasant ramble found it a little round world by itself, full of beauties as a garden, checkered by charming groves, watered by roving brooks, and fringed all round by a border of palm trees, whose roots drew nourishment from the water. But though abounding in other quarters of the archipelago, not a solitary breadfruit grew in Odo. A noteworthy circumstance observable in these regions, where islands close adjoining so differ in their soil, that certain fruits growing genially in one are foreign to another. But Odo was famed for its guavas, whose flavor was likened to the flavor of new-blown lips, and for its grapes, whose juices prompted many a laugh and many a groan. Beside the city where media dwelt, there are few other clusters of habitations in Odo, the higher classes living here and there in separate households, but not as eremites. Some buried themselves in the cool, quivering bosoms of the groves. Others, fancying a marine vicinity, dwelt hard by the beach in little cages of bamboo, whence of mornings they sallied out with jocund cries and went plunging into the refreshing bath, whose frothy margin was the threshold of their dwellings. Others still, like birds, built their nests among the sylvan nooks of the elevated interior, whence all below in hazy green lay steeped in languor the island's throbbing heart. Thus dwelt the chiefs and merry men of mark, the common sort, including serfs and helots. War captives held in bondage lived in secret places hard to find. Whence it came that to a stranger the whole isle looked carefree and beautiful. Deep among the ravines and the rocks, these beings lived in noisome caves, lairs for beasts, not human homes. Or built them coops of rotten boughs, living trees were banned them, whose moldy hearts hatched vermin. Fearing infection of some plague born of this filth, the chiefs of Odo seldom passed that way, and looking round with their green retreats, and pouring out their wine, and plucking their orchards from the best, marveled how these swine could grovel in the mire, and wear such sallow cheeks. But they offered no sweet homes. From that mire they never sought to drag them out, and they opened through no orchard, and intermitted not the mandates that condemned their drudges to the life of deaths. Sad sight, to see those round-shouldered helots stooping in their trenches, artificial, 3 in number, and concentric, the isle well nigh surrounding. And herein, fed by oozy loam and kindly dew from heaven, and bitter sweat from men, grew as in hot beds the nutritious taro. Toil is man's allotment, toil of brain or toil of hands, or a grief that's more than either, the grief and sin of idleness. But when man toils and slays himself for masters who withhold the life he gives to them, then the soul screams out and every sinew cracks, though with these poor serfs, and few of them could choose but the brutes they seemed. Now needs it to be said that Odo was no land of pleasure unalloyed, and plenty without a pause. Odo, in whose lurking places infants turned from breasts, whence flowed no nourishment. Odo, in whose inmost haunts dark groves were brooding, passing which you heard most dismal cries and voices cursing media. There men were scourged, their crime a heresy, the heresy, that media was no demigod. For this they shrieked, their fathers shrieked before, their fathers, who tormented said, happy we to groan, that our children's children may be glad. But their children's children howled, yet these too echoed previous generations and loudly swore, the pit that's dug for us may prove another's grave. But let all pass to look at and to roam about of holidays. Odo seemed a happy land. The palm trees waved, though here and there you marked one sear and palsy smitten, the flowers bloomed. Though dead ones mouldered in decay, the waves ran up to the strand in glee, though, receding, they sometimes left behind bones mixed with shells. But else than these, no sign of death was seen throughout the isle. Did men in Odo live for aye? Was Ponce de Leon's fountain here? For near and far you saw no ranks and files of graves, no generations harvested in windrows. In Odo, no hard-hearted nabob slept beneath a gentle epitaph. No requiescat in pace mocked a sinner damned. No memento mori admonished men to live while yet they might. Here death hid his skull and hid it in the sea, the common sepulchre of Odo. Not dust to dust, but dust to brine. Not hearses, but canoes. For all who died upon that isle were carried out beyond the outer reef, and there were buried with their sires' sires. Hence came the thought that of gusty nights when round the isles and high toward heaven flew the white reef's wrack and foam, that then and there kept chattering watch and ward the myriads that were ocean-tombed. But why these watery obsequies? Odo was but a little isle, and must the living make way for the dead, and life's small colony be dislodged by death's grim hosts? As the gaunt tribe of Tamerlanes o'erspread the tented pastures of the Khan? And now, what follows, said these islanders, why sow corruption in the soil which yields us life? We would not pluck our grapes from over graves, this earth's an urn for flowers, not for ashes. They said that Oro the Supreme had made a cemetery of the sea, and what more glorious grave? Was Mausolus more sublimely earned, or did the minister lamps that burned before the tomb of Charlemagne show more of pomp than of all the stars that blaze above the shipwrecked mariner? But no more of the dead, men shrug their shoulders and love not their company, though full soon we shall all have them for fellows. Chapter 64. Yila a Phantom. For a time we were happy in Odo, Yila and I in our inlet, nor did the pearl on our bosom glow more rosily than the roses in our cheeks, though at intervals they waned and departed, and deadly pale was her glance when she murmured of the whirlpool and mosses, as pale my soul bethinking me of Alima the priest. But day by day did her spell weave round me its magic, and all the hidden things of her being grew more lovely and strange. Did I commune with a spirit? Often I thought the paradise had taken me on earth, and that Yila was verily an angel, and hence the mysteries that hallowed her. But how fleeting are joys! Storms follow bright dawnings, long memories of short-lived scenes, sad thoughts of joyous hours. How common are ye to all mankind! When happy do we pause and say, Lo, thy felicity, my soul? No, happiness seldom seems happiness, except when looked back upon from woes. a flowery landscape you must come out of to behold. Sped the hours, the days, the one brief moment of our joys, fairy bower in the fair lagoon, scene of sylvan ease and heart's repose. O Yila, Yila, all the woods repeat the sound, the wild, wild woods of my wild soul. Yila, Yila, cry the small strange voices in me, and evermore and far and deep they echo on. Days passed when one morning I found the arbor vacant, gone, a dream. I closed my eyes and would have dreamed her back. In vain, starting, I called upon her name, but none replied. Fleeing from the islet, I gained the neighboring shore and searched among the woods, and my comrades meeting, besought their aid. But idle all, no glimpse of aught, save trees and flowers. Then Media was sought out, the event made known, and quickly bands were summoned to range the isle. Noon came, but no Yila. When Media averred she was no longer in Odo, whither she was gone or how he knew not, nor could any imagine. At this juncture there chanced to arrive certain messengers from abroad who, presuming that all was well with Taji, came with renewed invitations to visit various pleasant places round about. Among these came Queen Hasha's heralds with their iris flag, once more bringing flowers, but they came and went unheeded. Setting out to return, these envoys were accompanied by numerous followers of Media, dispatched to the neighboring islands to seek out the missing Yila. But 3 days passed, and one by one they all returned and stood before me silently. For a time I raved, then falling into outer repose, lived for a space in moods and reveries, with eyes that knew no closing, one glance forever fixed. They strove to rouse me, girls danced and sang, and tales of fairy times were told, of monstrous imps and youths enchanted, of groves and gardens and the sea. Yet still I moved not, hearing all yet noting naught. Media cried, "For shame, O Taji, thou a god?" and placed a spear in my nerveless hand, and Yaro loud called upon me to awake. Samoa marveled. Still sped the days, and at length my memory was restored. The thoughts of things broke over me like returning billows on a beach long bared, a rush, a foam of recollections. Sweet Yila gone, and I bereaved. Another interval, and that mood was past. Misery became a memory, the keen pang a deep vibration. The remembrance seemed the thing remembered, though bowed with sadness. There are thoughts that lie and glitter deep, tearful pearls beneath life's sea that surges still and rolls sunlit whatever it may hide. Common woes like fluids mix all round. Not so with that other grief. Some mourners load the air with lamentations, but the loudest notes are struck from hollows. Their tears flow fast, but the deep spring only wells. At last I turned to Media, saying I must hie from Odo, and rove throughout all Mardi, for Yila might yet be found. But hereafter in words little more of the maiden, till perchance her fate be learned. Chapter 65. Taji makes 3 acquaintances. Down to this period I had restrained Samoa from wandering to the neighboring islands, though he had much desired it, in compliance with the invitations continually received. But now I informed both him and his comrade of the tour I purposed, desiring their company. Upon the announcement of my intention to depart, to my no small surprise, Media also proposed to accompany me, a proposition gladly embraced. It seems that for some reason he had not as yet extended his travels to the more distant islands, hence the voyage in prospect was particularly agreeable to him. Nor did he forbear any pains to ensure its prosperity, assuring me furthermore that its object must eventually be crowned with success. "I myself am interested in this pursuit," said he, "and trust me, Yila will be found." For the tour of the lagoon, the docile Kemwa was proposed, but Media dissented, saying that it befitted not the Lord of Odo to voyage in the equipage of his guests. Therefore 3 canoes were selected from his own royal fleet, one for ourselves and a trio of companions whom he purposed introducing to my notice. The rest were reserved for attendants. Thanks to Media's tastes and heedfulness, the strangers above mentioned truly proved acceptable. The first was Mohi, or Braidbeard, so called from the manner in which he wore that appendage, exceedingly long and grey. He was a venerable teller of stories and legends, one of the keepers of the chronicles of the kings of Marty. The second was Babalanja, a man of a mystical aspect, habited in a voluminous robe. He was learned in Mardian lore, much given to quotations from ancient and obsolete authorities, the ponderings of old Bardiana, the Pandects of Ala Malala. Third and last was Yumi, or the Warbler, a youthful, long-haired, blue-eyed minstrel, all fits and starts, at times absent of mind and wan of cheek, but always very neat and pretty in his apparel, wearing the most becoming of turbans, a bird of paradise feather in its plume, and sporting the gayest of sashes. Most given was Yumi to amorous melodies and rondos and roundelays, very witching to hear. but at times disdaining the oaten reed, like a clarion he burst forth with lusty lays of arms and battle, or in mournful strains sounded elegies for departed bards and heroes. Thus much for Yumi as a minstrel. In other respects it would be hard to depict him. He was so capricious a mortal, so swayed by contrary moods, so lofty, so humble, so sad, so merry, so made up of 1,000 contradictions that we must e'en let him depict himself as our story progresses. And herein it is hoped he will succeed, since no one in Marty comprehended him. Now the trio, thus destined for companions on our voyage, had for some time been anxious to take the tour of the archipelago. In particular, Babbalanja had often expressed the most ardent desire to visit every one of the isles, in quest of some object mysteriously hinted. He murmured deep concern for my loss, the sincerest sympathy, and pressing my hand more than once said lowly, "Your pursuit is mine, noble Taji. Where'er you search, I follow." So too Yumi addressed me, but with still more feeling, and something like this also Braidbeard repeated. But to my sorrow I marked that both Mohi and Babbalanja, especially the last, seemed not so buoyant of hope concerning lost Yila, as the youthful Yumi and his high-spirited lord King Media. As our voyage would embrace no small period of time, it behooved King Media to appoint some trustworthy regent to rule during his absence. This regent was found in Almani, a stem-eyed, resolute warrior, a kinsman of the king. All things at last in readiness, and the ensuing morning appointed for a start, Media on the beach at eventide, when both light and water waned, drew a rude map of the lagoon to compensate for the obstructions in the way of a comprehensive glance at it from Odo. And thus sketched was the plan of our voyage, which islands first to visit, which to touch at, when we should be homeward bound. Chapter 66. With a fair wind at sunrise they sail. True each to his word, up came the sun, and round to my isle came Media. How glorious a morning! The newborn clouds all dappled with gold and streaked with violet, the sun in high spirits, and the pleasant air cooled overnight by the blending circumambient fountains, forever playing all round the reef. The lagoon within, the coral-rimmed basin into which they poured, subsiding hereabouts into green tranquility. But what monsters of canoes! Would they devour an innocent voyager? Their great black prows curling aloft and thrown back like trunks of elephants, a dark, snaky length behind, like the sea serpent's train. The prow of the foremost terminated in a large open shark's mouth, garnished with 10 rows of pearly human teeth, curiously inserted into the sculptured wood. The gunwale was ornamented with rows of rich spotted leopard and tiger shells here and there, varied by others, flat and round and spirally traced. Gay serpents petrified in coils. These were embedded in a grooved margin by means of a resinous compound, exhaling such spices that the canoes were odoriferous as the Indian chests of the Maldives. The likeness of the foremost canoe to an elephant was helped by a sort of canopied howdah in its stern, of heavy, russet-dyed tapa, tasseled at the corners with long bunches of coconut fibers stained red. These swayed to and fro like the foxtails on a Tuscarora robe. But what is this in the head of the canoe, just under the shark's mouth? A grinning little imp of an image, a ring in its nose, cowrie shells jingling at its ears, with an abominable leer like that of Silenus reeling on his ass. It was taking its ease, cozily smoking a pipe, its bowl a dewy decimo edition of the face of the smoker. This image looked sternward, everlastingly mocking us. Of these canoes it may be well to state that although during our stay in Odo so many barges and shallops had touched there, nothing similar to Media's had been seen. But inquiring whence this sea equipage came, we were thereupon taught to reverence the same as antiquities and heirlooms, claw-keeled, dragon-prowed crafts of a bygone generation, at present superseded in general use by the more swan-like canoes, significant of the advanced stage of marine architecture in Marty. No sooner was this known than what had seemed almost hideous in my eyes became merely grotesque, nor could I help but being greatly delighted with the good old family pride of our host. The upper corners of our sails displayed the family crest of Media, 3 upright boar's tusks in a heraldic field argent, a fierce device. Whom rends he? All things in readiness, we glided away, the multitude waving adieu, and our flotilla disposed in the following order. First went the royal elephant, carrying Media, myself, Yaro, and Samoa, Mohi, the teller of legends, Babbalanja, and Yumi, and 6 vivacious paddlers. Their broad paddle blades carved with the royal boar's tusks, the same tattooed on their chests for a livery. And thus, as Media had promised, we voyaged in state. To crown all, seated sideways in the high, open shark's mouth of our prow was a little dwarf of a boy, one of Media's pages, a red conch shell bugle-wise suspended at his side. Among various other offices, it was the duty of little Vivi to announce the advent of his master upon drawing near to the islands in our route. 2 short bars projecting from one side of the prow furnished him the means of ascent to his perch. As we gained the open lagoon with bellied sails and paddles playing, a sheaf of foam borne upright at our prow, Yumi, standing where the spicy spray flew over him, stretched forth his hand and cried, "The day of dawn is past, and Marty lies all before us, all her isles and all her lakes, all her stores of good and evil. Storms may come, our barks may drown, but blow before us, all ye winds. Give us a lively blast, good clarion, rally round us all our wits, and be this voyage full gaily sailed, for Yila will yet be found." Chapter 67. Little King Peepee. Valapi, or the Isle of Yams, being within plain sight of Media's dominions, we were not very long in drawing nigh to its shores. 2 long parallel elevations, rising some 3 arrow flights into the air, double-ridged the island's entire length, lapping between a widening vale, so level withal that at either extremity the green of its groves blends with the green of the lagoon, and the isle seems divided by a strait. Within several paces of the beach, our canoes keeled the bottom, and camel-like mutely hinted that we voyagers must dismount. Hereupon the assembled islanders ran into the water, and with bent shoulders obsequiously desired the honor of transporting us to land. The beach gained, all present wearing robes instantly stripped them to the waist, a naked chest being their salute to kings, very convenient for the common people this, their half-clad forms presenting a perpetual and profound salutation. Presently, Peepee, the ruler of Valapi, drew near, a boy hardly 10 years old, striding the neck of a burly mute, bearing a long spear erect before him, to which was attached a canopy of 5 broad banana leaves, new plucked. Thus shaded, little Peepee advanced, steadying himself by the forelock of his bearer. Besides his bright red robe, the young prince wore nothing but the symbol of Valapian royalty, a string of small, close-fitting concave shells coiled and ambushed in his profuse, curly hair, one end falling over his ear, revealing a serpent's head, curiously carved from a nutmeg. Quite proverbial, the unembarrassed air of young slips of royalty, but there was something so surprisingly precocious in this young Peepee that at first one hardly knew what to conclude. The first compliments over, the company were invited inland to a shady retreat. As we pursued the path, walking between old Mohi, the keeper of chronicles, and Samoa the Apolloan, Babylanja besought the former to enlighten a stranger concerning the history of the curious Peepee. Whereupon the chronicler gave us the following account for all which he alone is responsible. Peepee, it seems, has been proclaimed king before he was born, his sire dying some few weeks previous to the event, and vacating his divan, declared that he left the monarch behind. Marvels were told of Peepee, along with the royal dignity and superadded to the soul possessed in his own proper person. The infant monarch was supposed to have inherited the valiant spirits of some 20 heroes, sages, simpletons, and demigods, previously lodged in his sire. Most opulent in spiritual gifts was this lord of Valapi, the legatee, moreover, of numerous anonymous souls, bequeathed to him by their late royal proprietors. By a slavish act of his convocation of chiefs, he also possessed the reversion of all and singular the immortal spirits, whose first grantees might die intestate in Valapi. Servile yet audacious senators thus prospectively to administrate away the inalienable rights of posterity, but while yet unborn the people of Valapi had been deprived of more than they know, now sought to wrest from their descendants. And former Peepees, infant and adult, had received homage more profound than Peepee the present. Witness the demeanor of the chieftains of old upon every new investiture of the royal serpent. In a fever of royalty, they were wont to present themselves before the heir to their isle, to go through without the court ceremony of the pipera, a curious proceeding so called, inverted endeavors to assume an erect posture, the nasal organ the base. It was to the frequent practice of this ceremony that most intelligent observers imputed the flattened noses of the elderly chiefs of the island, who nevertheless much gloried therein. It was these chiefs, also, who still observed the old-fashioned custom of retiring from the presence of royalty with their heads between their thighs, so that while advancing in the contrary direction, their faces might still be deferentially turned toward their lord and master. A fine view of him did they obtain, all objects look well through an arc. But to return to Peepee, the inheritor of souls and subjects, it was an article of faith with the people of Valapi, that Peepee not only actually possessed the souls bequeathed to him, but that his own was enriched by their peculiar qualities. The headlong valor of the late Tongatona, the pusillanimous discretion of Blandu, the cunning of Voyo, the simplicity of Raimonda, the prodigality of Zonari, the thrift of Titonti. But had all these and similar opposite qualities simultaneously acted as motives upon Pipi, certes, he would have been a most pitiable mortal, in a ceaseless eddy of resolves, incapable of a solitary act. But blessed be the gods, it was otherwise, though it fared little better for his subjects as it was. His assorted souls were uppermost and active in him, one by one. Today, valiant Tongatona ruled the isle, meditating wars and invasions. Tomorrow, thrice discreet Blandu, who, disbanding the levies, turned his attention to the terraces of yams, and so on in rotation to the end. Whence, though capable of action, Pipi, by reason of these revolving souls in him, was one of the most unreliable of beings. That the open-handed Zonari promised freely today, the parsimonious Titonti withheld tomorrow, and forever Raimonda was annulling to the doings of Voyo, and Voyo the doings of Raimonda. What marvel then that in Valapi all was legislative uproar and confusion, advance and retreat, abrogations and revivals, foundations without superstructures, nothing permanent but the island itself. Nor were there those in the neighboring countries who failed to reap profit from this everlasting transition state of the affairs of the kingdom. All boons from Pipi were entreated when the prodigal Zonari was the lord of the ascendant, and the audacious claims were urged upon the state when the pusillanimous Blandu shrank from the thought of resisting them. Thus subject to contrary impulses over which he had not the faintest control, Pipi was plainly denuded of all moral obligation to virtue. He was no more a free agent than the heart which beat in his bosom. Wherefore, his complacent parliament had passed a law recognizing that curious but alarming fact, solemnly proclaiming that King Pipi was minus a conscience, agreeable to truth, but when they went further and vowed by statute that Pipi could do no wrong, they assuredly did violence to the truth. Besides, making a sad blunder in their logic, so far from possessing an absolute aversion to evil, by his very nature it was the hardest thing in the world for Pipi to do right. Taking all these things into consideration, then, no wonder that this wholly irresponsible young prince should be a lad of considerable assurance and the easiest manners imaginable. Chapter 68. How Teeth Were Regarded in Valapi. Coiling through the thickets like the track of a serpent wound along the path we pursued, and ere long we came to a spacious grove embowering an oval arbor. Here we reclined at our ease, and refreshments were served. Little worthy of mention occurred save this, happening to catch a glimpse of the white even teeth of Aurora, one of her attendants. King Pipi coolly begged of Media the favor to have those same dentals drawn on the spot and presented to him. Now human teeth extracted are reckoned among the most valuable ornaments in Mardi. So open wide thy strong box, Hohora, and show thy treasures. What a gallant array, standing shoulder to shoulder without a hiatus between. A complete set of jewelry, indeed, thought Pipi, but it seems not destined for him, Media leaving it to the present proprietor whether his dentals should change owners or not. And here, to prepare the way for certain things hereafter to be narrated, something farther needs to be said concerning the light in which men's molars are regarded in Mardi. Strung together, they are sported for necklaces or hung in drops from the ear. They are wrought into dice, in lieu of silken locks are exchanged for love tokens. As in all lands, men smite their breasts and tear their hair when transported with grief, so in some countries teeth are stricken out under the sway of similar emotions. To a very great extent, this was once practiced in the Hawaiian Islands, ere idol and altar went down. Still living in Oahu are many old chiefs who were present at the famous obsequies of their royal old generalissimo Tamahamaha, when there is no telling how many pounds of ivory were cast upon his grave. Ah, had the regal white elephants of Siam been there, doubtless they have offered up their long, hooked tusks, whereupon they impaled the leopards, their foes, and the unicorn had surrendered that fixed bayonet on his forehead, and the imperial cachalot whale, the long chain of white towers in his jaw. Yeah, over that grim warrior's grave, the mooses, the elks, the stags, and fallow deer had stacked their antlers, as soldiers their arms on the field. Terrific shade of tattooed Tamahamaha, from a vile dragon's molars rose mailed men. What hero shall spring from the cannibal canines once pertaining to warriors themselves? Am I the witch of Endor that I conjure up this ghost, or King Saul that I so quake at the sight? For lo, round about me, Tamahamaha's tattooing expands, till all the sky seems a tiger's skin. But now the spotted phantom sweeps by, as a man-of-war's mainsail, cloud-like, blown far to leeward in a gale. Banco down we return. In Valapi prevails not the barbarous Hindu custom of offering up the widows to the shades of their lords, for bereaved the widows there marry again, nor yet prevails the savage Hawaii custom of offering up teeth to the manes of the dead, for at the decease of a friend the people rob not their own mouths to testify their woe. On the contrary, they extract the teeth from the departed, distributing them among the mourners for memorial legacies, as elsewhere silver spoons are bestowed. From the high value ascribed to dentals throughout the archipelago of Marty, and also from their convenient size, they are circulated as money, strings of teeth being regarded by these people very much as belts of wampum among the Winnebagos of the north, or cowries among the Bengalese, so that in Valapi the very beggars are born with a snug investment in their mouths, too soon, however, to be appropriated by their lords, leaving them toothless for the rest of their days, and forcing them to diet on poe pudding and banana blanc mange. As a currency, teeth are far less clumsy than coconuts, which among certain remote barbarians circulate for coin, one nut being equivalent perhaps to a penny. The voyager who records the fact chuckles over it hugely, as evincing the simplicity of those heathens, not knowing that he himself was the simpleton, since that currency of theirs was purposely devised by the men to check the extravagance of their women, coconuts, for spending money, being such a burden to carry. It only remains to be added that the most solemn oath of a native of Valapi that is sworn is by his tooth. "By this tooth," said Bondo to Nujumo, "by this tooth I swear to be avenged upon thee, O Nujumo." Chapter 69. The Company Discourse and Braidbeard Rehearses a Legend. Finding in Valapi no trace of her whom we sought, and but little pleased with the cringing demeanor of the people and the wayward follies of Peepee their lord, we early withdrew from the isle. As we glided away, King Media issued a sociable decree. He declared in his royal pleasure that throughout the voyage, all stiffness and state etiquette should be suspended. Nothing must occur to mar the freedom of the party. To further this charming plan, he doffed his symbols of royalty, put off his crown, laid aside his scepter, and assured us that he would not wear them again except when we landed, and not invariably then. "Are we not all friends now and companions?" said he. "So companions and friends let us be. I unbend my bow, do ye likewise." "But are we not to be dignified?" asked Babbalanja. "If dignity be free and natural, be as dignified as you please, but away with rigidities." "Away they go," said Babbalanja, "and my lord, now that you mind me of it, I have often thought that it is all folly and vanity for any man to attempt a dignified carriage. Why, my lord," frankly crossing his legs where he lay, "the king, who receives his ambassadors with a majestic toss of the head, must have just recovered from the toothache. That thought should cant over the spine he bears so bravely. Have a care, sir, there is a king within hearing." "Pardon, my lord, I was merely availing myself of the immunity bestowed upon the company. Hereafter permit a subject to rebel against your sociable decrees. I will not be so frank any more." "Well put, Babbalanja, come nearer. Here, cross your legs by mine. You have risen a cubit in my regard. Vivi, bring us that gourd of wine, so pass it round with the cups. Now, Yumi, a song." And a song was sung, and thus did we sail, pleasantly reclining on the mats stretched out beneath the canopied howdah. At length, we drew nigh to a rock, called Pella or the Theft, a high green crag toppling over its base and flinging a cavernous shadow upon the lagoon beneath, bubbling with the moisture that dropped. Passing under this cliff was like finding yourself, as some sea hunters unexpectedly have, beneath the open upper jaw of a whale, which descending infallibly entombs you. But, familiar with the rock, our paddlers only threw back their heads to catch the cool, pleasant tricklings from the mosses above. Wiping away several glittering beads from his beard, old Mohi turned round where he sat, just outside the canopy, solemnly affirmed that the drinking of that water had cured many a man of ambition. "How so, old man?" demanded Media. "Because of its passing through the ashes of 10 kings, of yore buried in a sepulchre hewn in the heart of a rock." "Mighty kings and famous, doubtless," said Babbalanja, "whose bones were thought worthy of so noble and enduring as urn. Pray, Mohi, their names and terrible deeds." "Alas, their sepulchre only remains." "And no doubt, like many others, they made that sepulchre for themselves. They sleep sound, my word for it, old man. But I very much question if, were the rock rent, any ashes would be found. Mohi, I deny that those kings ever had any bones to bury." "Why, Babbalanja?" said Media. "Since you intimate they never had ghosts to give up, you ignore them in toto, denying the very fact of their being even defunct." 10,000 pardons, my lord. No such discourtesy would I do the anonymous memory of the illustrious dead. But whether they ever lived or not, it is all the same with them now. Yet grant that they lived, then, if death be a deaf and dumb death, a triumphal procession over their graves would concern them not. If a birth into brightness, then Marty must seem the most trivial of reminiscences, or perhaps theirs may be an utter lapse of memory concerning sublunary things, and they themselves be not themselves as the butterfly is not the larva. Said Yumi, then, Babbalanja, you account that a fit illustration of the miraculous change to be wrought in man after death? No, for the analogy has an unsatisfactory end. From its chrysalis state, the silkworm becomes but a moth that very quickly expires. Its longest existence is as a worm. All vanity, vanity, Yumi, to seek in nature for positive warranty to these aspirations of ours. Through all her provinces, nature seems to promise immortality to life, but destruction to beings. Or as old Bardiana has it, if not against us, nature is not for us. Said Media rising, Babbalanja, you have indeed put aside the quarter, talking of worms and caterpillars to me, a king and a demigod, to renown for your theme a more agreeable topic. Pardon once again, my lord, and since you will, let us discourse of that subject. First, I lay it down for an indubitable maxim, that in itself all posthumous renown, which is the only renown, is valueless. Be not offended, my lord, to the nobly ambitious, renown hereafter may be something to anticipate, but analyze that feverish typhoid feeling of theirs be nothing more than a flickering fancy that now, while living, they are recognized as those who will be as famous as their shrouds, as in their girdles. Said Yumi, but those great and good deeds, Babbalanja, of which the philosophers so often discourse, must it not be sweet to believe that their memory will long survive us, and we ourselves in them? I speak now, said Babbalanja, of the ravening for fame which even appeased like thirst slaked in the desert, yields no felicity, but only relief, and which discriminates not in aught that will satisfy its cravings. But let me resume. Not an hour ago, Braidbeard was telling us that story of Prince Otimo, whose inodorous while living expressed much delight at the prospect of being perfumed and embalmed when dead. But was not Otimo the most eccentric of mortals? For few men issue orders from their shrouds to inspect their quality beforehand. Far more anxious are they about the texture of the sheets in which their living limbs lie. And, my lord, with some rare exceptions, does not all Marty, by its actions, declare that it is far better to be notorious now than famous hereafter? A base sentiment, my lord, said Yumi. Did not poor Banja, the unappreciated poet, console himself for the neglect of the contemporaries by inspiriting thoughts of the future? In plain words, by bethinking him of the glorious harvest of bravos his ghost would reap for him, said Babbalanja. But Binjo, I never heard of him. Nor I, said Mohi. Nor I, said Media. Poor fellow, cried Babbalanja. I fear me his harvest is not yet ripe. Alas, cried Yumi, he died more than a century ago. But now that you speak of unappreciated poets, Yumi, said Babbalanja, shall I give you a piece of my mind? Do, said Mohi, stroking his beard. He who on all hands passes for a cipher today, if at all remembered hereafter, will be sure to pass for the same. For there is more likelihood to being overrated while living than of being underrated when dead, and to ensure your fame you must die. A rather discouraging thought for your race, but answer, I assume that King Media is but a mortal like you. Now, how may I best perpetuate my name? Long pondered, Babbalanja then said, Carve it, my lord, deep into a ponderous stone, and sink it, face downward, into the sea. For the unseen foundations of the deep are more enduring than the palpable tops of the mountains. Sailing past Pella, we gained a view of its farther side, and seated in a lofty cleft beheld a lonely fisherman, solitary as a seal on an iceberg, his motionless line in the water. What recks he of the 10 kings? Said Babbalanja. Mohi, said Media, methinks there is another tradition concerning that rock, let us have it. In old times of Guinea and giants, there dwelt in barren lands not very remote from our outer reef, but since submerged, a band of evil-minded, envious goblins, furlongs in stature, and with immeasurable arms, who from time to time cast covetous glances upon our blooming isles. Long they lusted, till at last they waded through the sea, strode over the reef, and seizing the nearest islet, rolled it over and over toward an adjoining outlet. But the task was heard, and daybreak surprised them in the midst of their audacious thieving. While in the very act of giving the devoted land another doughty surge in Somerset, leaving it bottom upward and midway poised, gardens under water, its foundations in air, they precipitately fled. In their great haste, deserting a comrade, vainly struggling to liberate his foot caught beneath the overturned land. This poor fellow now raised such an outcry as to awaken the god Yupi, or the archer, stretched out in a long cloud in the east, who forthwith resolved to make an example of the unwilling lingerer. Snatching his bow, he let fly an arrow, but overshooting its mark, it pierced through and through the lofty promontory of a neighboring island, making an arch in it, which remaineth even unto this day. A second arrow, however, accomplished its errand, the slain giant sinking prone to the bottom. And now, added Moe, glance over the gunwale, and you will see the remains petrified into white ribs of coral. Aye, there they are, said Yumi, looking down in the water where they gleamed. A fanciful legend, Braidbeard. Very entertaining, said Media. Even so, said Babbalanja, but perhaps we lost time in listening to it, for though we know it, we are none the wiser. Be not a cynic, said Media. No past time is lost time. Musing a moment, Babbalanja replied, My lord, that maxim may be good as it stands, but had you made 6 words of it instead of 6 syllables, you had uttered a better and a deeper. Chapter 70. The minstrel leads off with a paddle song, and a message is received from abroad. From seaward now came a breeze so blithesome and fresh that it made us impatient of Babbalanja's philosophy and Mohi's incredible legends. One and all we called upon the minstrel Yumi to give us something in unison that the spirited waves wide foaming around us. If my lord will permit, we will give Taji the paddle chant of the warriors of King Bello. By all means, said Media. So the 3 canoes were brought side to side, their sails rolled up, and paddles in hand, our paddlers seated themselves sideways on the gunwales. Yumi, as leader, occupying the place of the foremast or bow peddler of the royal barge, whereupon the 6 rows of paddle blades being uplifted and every eye on the minstrel, this song was sung with actions corresponding, the canoes at last shooting through the water with a violent roll. All, thrice waved on high, our paddles fly, thrice round the head, thrice drop to feet, and then well timed, of one stout mind, all fall and back the waters heap. The bow peddler, who lifts this chant, who sounds this vaunt? All. The wild sea song to the billows throng, rising, falling, hoarsely calling, now high, now low, as fast as we go, fast on our flying foe. Bow paddler, who lifts this chant, who sounds this vaunt? All. Dip, dip, in the brine our paddles dip, dip, dip the fins of our swimming ship, how the waters part, as on we dart, our sharp prows fly and curl on high, as the upright fin of the rushing shark, rushing past and far on his flying mark. Like him we pray, like him we slay, slim on a fog, our prow a blow. Bow paddler, who lifts this chant, who sounds this vaunt? All, heap back, the water's back, pile them high astern in billows black, till we leave our wake in the slope we make, and rush and ride on the torrent's tide. Here we were overtaken by a swift gliding canoe, which, bearing down upon us before the wind, lowered sail when close by, its occupants signing our paddlers to desist. I started. The strangers were 3 hooded damsels, the enigmatical Queen Hasha's heralds. Their pursuit surprised and perplexed me, nor was there wanting a vague feeling of alarm to heighten these emotions, but perhaps I was mistaken, and this time they meant not me. Seated in the prow, the foremost waved her iris flag, cried, Yumi, some message, Taji, that iris points to you. It was then I first divined that some meaning must have lurked in those flowers they had twice brought me. The second damsel now flung over to me Circe flowers, then a faded jonquil, buried in a tuft of wormwood leaves. The third sat in the shallop's stern, and as it guided from us, thrice waved oleanders. What dumb show is this, cried Media, but it looks like poetry, minstrel you should know. Interpret then, said I. Shall I then be your Flora's flute and Hasha's dragoman? Held aloft, the iris signified a message. These purple woven Circe flowers mean that some spell is weaving. That golden pining jonquil which you hold, buried in those wormwood leaves, says plainly to you, bitter love and absence. Said Media, well done, Taji, you have killed a queen, yet no Queen Hasha have these eyes beheld. Said Babbalanja, the thrice waved oleanders, Yumi, what meant they? Beware, beware, beware. Then that at least seems kindly meant, said Babbalanja. Taji, beware of Hasha. Chapter 71. They land upon the island of Guam. Crossing the lagoon, our course now lay along the Rio to Guam, a name bestowed upon one of the largest islands hereabout, and also collectively upon several wooded isles engulfing it, which together were known as the dominions of one monarch. That monarch was Donjalolo. Just turned of 25, he was accounted not only the handsomest man in his dominions, but throughout the lagoon. His comeliness, however, was so feminine that he was sometimes called Fanu, or the girl. Our first view of Guam was imposing, a dark green pile of cliffs towering some 100 toises. At top, presenting a range of steep, gable-pointed projections, as if some titanic hammer and chisel had shaped the mass. Sailing nearer, we perceived an extraordinary rolling of the sea, which, bursting into the lagoon through an adjoining breach in the reef, surged towards Guam in enormous billows. At least dashing against the wall of the cliff, they played there in unceasing fountains. But under the brow of a beetling crag, the spray came and went unequally. There the blue billows seemed swallowed up and lost. Right regally was Yuam guarded, for at this point the rock was pierced by a cave into which the great waves chased each other like lions, after a hollow, subterraneous roaring issuing forth with manes disheveled. Cautiously evading the dangerous currents here ruffling the lagoon, we rounded the wall of cliff and shot up a smooth expanse, on one side hemmed in by the long, verdant northern shore of Yuam, and across the water sentineled by its tributary islets. With sonorous Vivi in the shark's mouth, we swept toward the beach, tumultuous with a throng. Our canoes were secured and surrounded by eager glances. We passed the lower ends of several populous valleys, and crossing a wide, open meadow, gradually ascending, came to a range of light green bluffs. Here we wended our way down a narrow defile, almost cleaving this quarter of the island to its base. Black crags frowned overhead. Among them the shouts of the islanders reverberated. Yet steeper grew the defile, and more overhanging the crags, till at last the keystone of the arch seemed dropped into its place. We found ourselves in a subterranean tunnel, dimly lighted by a span of white day at the end. Emerging, what a scene was revealed! All round, embracing a circuit of some 3 leagues, stood heights inaccessible, here and there forming buttresses, sheltering deep recesses between. The bosom of the place was livid with verdure. Shining aslant in this wild hollow, the afternoon sun lighted up its eastern side with tints of gold, but opposite brooded a somber shadow, double shading the secret places between the salient spurs of the mountains. Thus cut in twain by masses of day and night, it seemed as if some last judgment had been enacted in the glen. No sooner did we emerge from the defile than we became sensible of a dull, jarring sound, and Yumi was almost tempted to turn and flee when informed that the sea cavern, whose mouth we had passed, was believed to penetrate deep into the opposite hills, and that the surface of the amphitheater was depressed beneath that of the lagoon. But all over the lowermost hillsides and sloping into the glen stood grand old groves, still and stately, as if no insolent waves were throbbing in the mountain's heart. Such was Willamilla, the hereditary abode of the young monarch of Yuam. Was Yila immured in this strange retreat? But from those around us naught could we learn. Our attention was now directed to the habitations of the glen, comprised of 2 handsome villages, one to the west, the other to the east, both stretching along the base of the cliffs. Said media, had we arrived at Willamilla in the morning, we had found Don Jalolo and his court in the eastern village, but being afternoon we must travel further and seek him in his western retreat, for that is now in the shade. Wending our way, media said that aside from his elevated station as a monarch, Don Jalolo was famed for many uncommon traits, but more especially for a certain peculiar deprivations under which he labored. Whereupon Braidbeard unrolled his old chronicles and regaled us with his history, which will be found in the following chapter. Chapter 72. A Book from the Chronicles of Moe. Many ages ago there reigned in Yuam a king called Tei. This Tei's succession to the sovereignty was long disputed by his brother Majora, who at last, rallying round him an army after many vicissitudes, defeated the unfortunate monarch in a stout fight of clubs on the beach. In those days, Willamilla, during a certain period of the year, was a place set apart for royal games and diversions, and was furnished with suitable accommodations for king and court. From its peculiar position, moreover, it was regarded as the last stronghold of the Yuan monarchy, in remote times having twice withstood the most desperate assaults from without. And when Runanu, a famous upstart, sought to subdue all the isles in this part of the archipelago, it was to Willamilla that the banded kings had repaired to take counsel together, and while there conferring were surprised at the sudden onslaught of Runanu in person. But in the end the rebel was captured, he and all his army, and impaled on the tops of the hills. Now defeated and fleeing for his life, Ti, with his surviving followers, was driven across the plain toward the mountains. But, to cut him off from all escape to inland Willamilla, Marjora dispatched a fleet band of warriors to occupy the entrance of the defile. Nevertheless, Ti, the pursued, ran faster than his pursuers. First gained the spot, and with his chiefs fled swiftly down the gorge, closely hunted by Marjora's men. But arriving at the further end, they in vain sought to defend it, and after much desperate fighting, the main body of the foe, corning up with great slaughter, the fugitives were driven into the glen. They ran to the opposite wall of cliff, where turning, they fought at bay, blood for blood and life for life, till at last, overwhelmed by numbers, they were all to the point of the spear. With fratricidal hate, singled out by the ferocious Marjora, Ti fell by that brother's hand. When stripping from the body the regal girdle, the victor wound it round his own loins, thus proclaiming himself king over Yuam. Long torn by this intestine war, the island acquiesced in the new sovereignty. But at length a sacred oracle declared that since the conqueror had slain his brother in deep Willamilla, so that T never more issued from that refuge of death, therefore the same fate should be Mardra's. For never thenceforth from that glen should he go forth, neither Mardra, nor any son of his girdled loins, nor his sons' sons, nor the uttermost scion of his race. But except this denunciation, naught was denounced against the usurper, who, mindful of the tenure by which he reigned, ruled over the island for many moons, at his death bequeathing the girdle to his son. In those days, the wildest superstitions concerning the interference of the gods in things temporal prevailed to a much greater extent than at present. Hence, Mardra himself, called sometimes in the traditions of the island the heart of black coral, even unscrupulous Mardra, had quailed before the oracle. He bowed his head, say the legends, nor was it then questioned by his most devoted adherents that had he dared to act counter to that edict, he had dropped dead the very instant he went under the shadow of the defile. This persuasion also guided the conduct of the son of Mardra and that of the grandson. But there at last came to pass a change in the popular fancies concerning this ancient anathema. The penalty denounced against the posterity of the usurper they should issue from the glen came to be regarded as only applicable to the invested monarch, not to his relatives or heirs. A most favorable construction of the ban, for all those related to the king freely passed in and out of Willamilla. From the time of the usurpation there had always been observed a certain ceremony upon investing the heir to the sovereignty with the girdle of Tea. Upon these occasions the chief priests of the island were present, acting an important part. For the space of as many days as there had reigned kings of Mardra's dynasty, the inner mouth of the defile remained sealed, the new monarch placing the last stone in the gap. This symbolized his relinquishment forever of all purpose of passing out of the glen, and without his observance was no king girdled in Yuam. It was likewise an invariable custom for the heir to receive the regal investiture immediately upon the decease of his sire. No delay was permitted, and instantly, upon being girdled, he proceeded to take part in the ceremony of closing the cave, his predecessor yet remaining uninterred from the purple mat where he died. In the history of the island, 3 instances were recorded, wherein, upon the vacation of the sovereignty, the immediate heir had voluntarily renounced all claim to the succession, rather than surrender the privilege of roving to which he had been entitled as a prince of the blood. Said Rani, one of those young princes, in reply to the remonstrances of his friends, "What, shall I be a king only to be a slave? E's girdle would clasp my waist less tightly than my soul would be banded by the mountains of Willamilla. A subject I am free, no slave in Yuam, but its king, for all the tassels round his loins." To guard against a similar resolution in the mind of his only son, the wise sire of Donjalolo, ardently desirous of perpetuating his dignities in a child so well beloved, had from his earliest infancy restrained the boy from passing out of the glen, to contract in the free air of the archipelago, tastes and predilections fatal to the inheritance of the girdle. But as he grew in years, so impatient became young Donjalolo of the king his father's watchfulness over him, though hitherto a most dutiful son, that at last he was prevailed upon by his youthful companions to appoint a day on which to go abroad and visit Marty. Hearing this determination, the old king sought to vanquish it, but in vain. And early on the morning of the day that Donjalolo was to set out, he swallowed poison and died, in order to force his son into the instant assumption of the honors thus suddenly inherited. The event, but not its dreadful circumstances, was communicated to the prince, as with a gay party of young chiefs, it was about to enter the mouth of the defile. "My sire dead!" cried Donjalolo. "So sudden, it seems a bolt from heaven." And bursting into exclamations of grief, he wept upon the bosom of Talara his friend. "But starting from his side, my fate converges to a point. If I but cross that shadow, my kingdom is lost. One lifting of my foot, and the girdle goes to my proud uncle Darfi, who would so joy to be my master. Haughty dwarf, O Oro, would that I ere this past thee, fatal cavern, and seen for myself what outer Marty is. Say ye true, comrades, that Willamilla is less lovely than the valleys without? That there is bright light in the eyes of the maidens of Mina, and wisdom in the hearts of the old priests of Marama? That it is pleasant to tread the green earth where you will, and breathe the free ocean air? Would, oh would, that I were but the least of yonder sun clouds that look down, alike on Willamilla and all places besides, that I might determine aright. Yet why do I pause? Did not Rani and Atama and Mardana, my ancestors, each see for himself free Marty? And did they not fly the proffered girdle, choosing rather to be free to come and go than bury themselves forever in this fatal glen? Oh, Marty, Marty, art thou then so fair to see? Is liberty a thing so glorious? Yet can I be no king and behold thee? Too late, to view thy charms and then return, my sire, thou hast wrung my heart with this agony of doubt. Tell me, comrades, for ye have seen it, is Marty sweeter to behold than it is royal to reign over Yuam? Silent are ye, knowing what ye do, were ye me, would ye be kings? Tell me, Talara, no king, that were to obey and not command, and none hath Donjalolo e'er obeyed but the king his father. A king, and my voice may be heard in farthest Marty, though I abide in narrow Willamilla. My sire, ye flying clouds, what look ye down upon? Tell me, what ye see abroad? Methinks sweet spices breathe from out the cave. Hail, Donjalolo, king of Yuam, now sounded with acclamations from the groves. Starting, the young prince beheld the multitude approaching, warriors with spears and maidens with flowers, and Kubla, a priest, lifting on high the tasseled girdle of Tei, and waving it toward him. The young chiefs fell back. Kubla, advancing, came close to the prince, and unclasping the badge of royalty, exclaimed, Donjalolo, this instant it is king or subject with thee. Wilt thou be girdled, monarch? Gazing one moment up the dark defile, then staring vacantly, Donjalolo turned and met the eager gaze of Darfi, stripping off his mantle, and the next instant he was a king. Loud shouted the multitude and exulted, but after mutely assisting at the closing of the cavern, the new girdled monarch retired sadly to his dwelling, and was not seen again for many days. Chapter 73. Something more of the prince. Previous to recording our stay in his dominions, it only remains to be related to Donjalolo that after assuming the girdle, a change came over him. During the lifetime of his father, he had been famed for his temperance and discretion, but when Marty was forever shut out and he remembered the law of his isle, interdicting abdication to his kings, he gradually fell into desperate courses to drown the emotion at times distracting him. His generous spirit, thirsting after some energetic career, found itself narrowed down with the little glen of Willamilla, where ardent impulses seemed idle, but these are hard to die and repulsed all round, recoil upon themselves. So with Donjalolo, who, in many a riotous scene, wasted the powers which might have compassed the noblest designs, not many years had elapsed since the death of the king his father, but the still youthful prince was no longer the bright-eyed and elastic boy, who at the dawn of the day had sallied out to behold the landscapes of the neighboring isles. Not more effeminate Sardanapalus than he, and at intervals he was the victim of unaccountable vagaries, haunted by specters and beckoned by the ghosts of his sires. At times, loathing his vicious pursuits, which brought him no solid satisfaction, but ever filled him with final disgust, he would resolve to amend his ways, solacing himself for his bitter captivity by the society of the wise and discreet. But brief the interval of repentance, anew he burst into excesses, 100-fold more insane than ever, thus facilitating between virtue and vice. Neither constant and upbraided by both, his mind, like his person in the glen, was continually passing and repassing between opposite extremes. Chapter 74. Advancing deeper into the vale, they encounter Donjalolo. From the mouth of the cavern, a broad shaded way overarched by fraternal trees embracing in midair conducted us to a cross path, on either hand leading to the opposite cliffs, shading the twin villages before mentioned. Level as a meadow was the bosom of the glen, here nodding with the green orchards of the breadfruit and the palm, there flashing with golden plantations of the banana. Emerging from these, we came out upon a grassy mead, skirting a projection of the mountain, and soon we crossed a bridge of boughs, spanning a trench thickly planted with roots of the Terra, like alligators or Hollanders, reveling in the soft alluvial. Strolling on, the wild beauty of the mountains excited our attention. The topmost crags poured over with vines, which, undulating in the air, seemed leafy cascades, their sources the upland groves. Midway up the precipice, along a shelf of rocks, sprouted the multitudinous roots of an apparently trunkless tree. Shooting from under the shallow soil, they spread all over the rocks below, covering them with an intricate network. While far aloft, great boughs, each a copse, clambered to the very summit of the mountain, then bending over, struck anew into the soil, forming along the verge an interminable colonnade, all manner of antique architecture standing against the sky. According to Mohi, this tree was truly wonderful, its seed having been dropped from the moon, where there were plenty more similar forests causing the dark spots on its surface. Here and there the cool fluid in the veins of the mountains gushed forth in living springs, their waters received in green mossy tanks half buried in grasses. In one place, a considerable stream bounding far out from a wooded height, ere reaching the ground, was dispersed in a wide misty shower, falling so far from the base of the cliff that walking close underneath, you felt little moisture. Passing this fall of vapors, we spied many islanders taking a bath. But what is yonder swaying of the foliage, and what now issues forth like a habitation astir? Donjalolo drawing nigh to his guests. He came in a fair sedan, a bower, resting upon 3 long, parallel poles borne by 30 men, gaily attired, 5 at each pole end, decked with dyed tapas and looped with garlands of newly plucked flowers, from which at every step the fragrant petals were blown. With a sumptuous elastic motion the gay sedan came on, leaving behind it a long, rosy wake of fluttering leaves and odors. Drawing near, it revealed a slender, enervate youth, of pallid beauty, reclining upon a crimson mat near the festooned arch of the bower. His anointed head was resting against the bosom of a girl. Another stirred the air with a fan of pintada plumes. The pupils of his eyes were as floating isles in the sea. In a soft low tone he murmured, "Media." The bearers paused, and media advancing, the island kings bowed their foreheads together. Through tubes ignited at the end, Jalolan's reclining attendants now blew an aromatic incense around him. These were composed of the stimulating leaves of the Aina, mixed with the long yellow blades of a sweet yellow-scented upland grass, forming a hollow stem. In general, the agreeable fumes of the Aina were created by one's own inhalations, but Donjalolo, seeming the solace too dearly purchased by any exertion of the royal lungs, regaled himself through those of his attendants, whose lips were as moss rosebuds after a shower. In silence, the young prince now eyed us attentively, meanwhile gently waving his hand to obtain a better view through the wreaths of vapor. He was about to address us when, chancing to catch a glimpse of Samoa, he suddenly started, averted his glance, and wildly commanded the warriors out of sight. Upon this, his attendants would have soothed him, and media desired the Apollyon to withdraw. While we were yet lost in the wonder at this scene, Donjalolo, with eyes closed, fell back into the arms of his damsels. Recovering, he fetched a deep sigh and gazed vacantly around. It seems that he had fancied Samoa the noonday spectre of his ancestor Marjora, the usurper having been deprived of an arm in the battle which gained him the girdle. Poor prince, this was one of those crazy conceits, so puzzling to his subjects. Media now hastened to assure Donjalolo that Samoa, though no cherub to behold, was good flesh and blood nevertheless. And soon the king was unconcernedly gazed, his monomania having departed as a dream. But still suffering from the effects of an overnight feast, he presently murmured forth a desire to be left to his women, adding that his people would not fail to provide for the entertainment of his guests. The curtains of the sedan were now drawn, and soon it disappeared in the groves. Journeying on, ere long we arrived at the western side of the glen, where one of the many little arbors scattered among the trees was assigned for our abode. Here we reclined to an agreeable repast, after which we strolled forth to view the valley at large, more especially the far-famed palaces of the prince. Chapter 75, Time and Temples. In the oriental pilgrimage of the pious old Purchase, and in the fine old folio voyages of Haklut, Thevenot, Ramusio, and Debris, we read of many glorious old Asiatic temples, very long and erecting, and veracious Gaudentia de Luca hath a wondrous narration of the time consumed in rearing that mighty 375-pillared temple of the year, somewhere beyond Libya, whereof the columns did signify days, and all round fronted upon concentric zones of palaces, cross-cut by 12 grand avenues symbolizing the signs of the zodiac, all radiating from the sun-dome in their midst. And in that wild eastern tale of his, Marco Polo tells us how the great Mogul began him a pleasure palace on a so imperial a scale that his grandson had much ado to complete it. But no matter for marveling all this, great towers take time to construct, and so of all else. And that which long endures full-fledged must have long lain in the germ, and duration is not of the future, but of the past, and eternity is eternal, because it has been, and though a strong new monument be builded today, it only is lasting because its blocks are old as the sun. It is not the pyramids that are ancient, but the external granite whereof they are made, which has been equally ancient, though yet in the quarry. For to make an eternity we must build with eternities, whence the vanity of the cry for anything like adorable and anew, and the folly of the reproach, your granite hath come from the old-fashioned hills, for we are not gods and creators, and the controversialists have debated whether indeed the all-plastic power itself can do more than mold. And all the universe is but one original, and the very suns must to their source for their fire, and we Prometheuses must to them for ours, which, when had, only perpetual vestal tending will keep alive. Let us keep back, from fire to store, no fine firm fabric ever yet grew like a gourd. Nero's house of gold was not raised in a day, nor the Mexican house of the sun, nor the Alhambra, nor the Escurial, nor Titus's amphitheater, nor the Illinois mounds, nor Diana's great columns at Ephesus, nor Pompey's proud pillar, nor the Parthenon, nor the altar of Belus, nor Stonehenge, nor Solomon's temple, nor Tadmor's towers, nor Susa's bastions, nor Persepolis's pediments. Round and round the Moorish turret at Seville was not wound heavenward in the revolution of a day, and from its first founding 500 years did circle ere Strasbourg's great spire lifted its 500 feet into the air. No, nor were the great grottos of Elephanta hewn out in an hour. Nor did the troglodytes dig Kentucky's mammoth cave in a sun, nor that of Trophonius, nor Antiparos, nor the Giant's Causeway. Nor were the subterranean arched sewers of Etruria channeled in a thrice, nor the airy arched aqueducts of Nerva thrown over their values in the ides of a month, nor was Virginia's natural bridge worn under in a year, nor in geology were the eternal Grampians upheaved in an old age, and who shall count the cycles that revolved ere Earth's interior sedimentary strata were crystallized into stone? Nor Peak of Pico nor Tenerife were chiseled into obelisks in a decade, nor had Mount Athos been turned into Alexander's statue so soon, and the bower of Artaxerxes took a whole Persian summer to grow, and the Tsar's ice palace a long Muscovite winter to congeal. No, nor was the pyramid of Cheops masoned in a month, though once built the sands left by the deluge might not have submerged such a pile. Nor were the broad boughs of Charles Oak grown in a spring, though they outlived the royal dynasties of Tudor and Stuart. Nor were the parts of the great Iliad put together in haste, though old Homer's temple shall lift up its dome, when St. Peter's is a legend. Even man himself lives months ere his maker seems him fit to be born, and ere his proud shaft gains its full stature, 21 long Julian years must elapse, and his whole mortal life brings not his immortal soul to maturity, nor will all eternity perfect him. Yea, with uttermost reverence, so as to human understanding, increase of dominion seems increase of power, and day by day new planets are being added to elder-born Saturn, even as 6,000 years ago our own Earth made one more in this system. So, in incident, not in essence, may the Infinite himself be not less than more infinite now, that when old Aldebaran rolled forth from his hand. And if time was when this round Earth, which to innumerable mortals has seemed an empire never to be wholly explored, which in its seas concealed all the Indies over 4,500 years, if time was when this great quarry of Assyrius and Rome's was not extant, then time may have been when the whole material universe lived in dark ages. Yeah, when the ineffable silence proceeding from its unimaginable remoteness espied it as an isle in the sea. And herein is no derogation, for the immeasurable's altitude is not heightened by the arches of Mahomet's heavens, and were all space a vacuum, yet would it be a fullness, for to himself his own universe is he. Thus deeper and deeper into time's endless tunnel does the winged soul, like a nighthawk, wend her wild way, and finds eternities before and behind, and her last limit is her everlasting beginning. But sent over the broad flooded sphere, even Noah's dove came back and perched on his hand. So comes back my spirit to me and folds up her wings. Thus then, though time be the mightiest of Alarics, yet is he the mightiest mason of all, and a tutor, and a counselor, and a physician, and a scribe, and a poet, and a sage, and a king. Yeah, and a gardener, as ere long will be shown. But first, we must return to the glen. Chapter 76, A Pleasant Place for a Lounge. Whether the hard condition of their kingly state, very naturally demanding some luxurious requital, prevailed upon the monarchs of Yuam to house themselves so delightfully as they did, whether buried alive in their glen they sought to center therein a secret world of enjoyment. However it may have been, throughout the archipelago this saying was a proverb, "You are lodged like the king in Willamilla." Hereby was expressed the utmost sumptuousness of a palace. A well-warranted saying, for all the bright places where my soul loves to linger, the haunts of Don Jalolo are most delicious. In the eastern quarter of the glen was the House of the Morning. This fanciful palace was raised upon a natural mound many rods square, almost filling up a deep recess between deep green and projecting cliffs, overlooking many abodes distributed in the shadows of the groves beyond. Now if it indeed be that from time to time employed in its construction, any just notion may be formed of the stateliness of an edifice, it must needs be determined that this retreat of Don Jalolo could not be otherwise than imposing. Full 500 moons was the palace in completing, for by some architectural arborist its quadrangular foundations had been laid in seed coconuts, requiring that period to sprout up into pillars. In front, these were horizontally connected by elaborately carved beams of a scarlet hue, inserted into the vital wood, which, swelling out and overlapping, firmly secured them. The beams supported the rafters, inclining from the rear, while over the aromatic grasses covering the roof waved the tufted tops of the palms, green capitals to their dusky shafts. Through and through this vibrating verdure, bright birds flitted and sang. The scented and variegated thatch seemed a hanging garden, and between it and the palm tops was leaf-hung an arbor in the air. Without these columns stood a second and third colonnade, forming the most beautiful bowers, advancing through which you fancied that the palace must be chambered in a fountain or frozen in a crystal. 3 sparkling rivulets flowing from the heights were led across its summits, though great trunks half buried in the thatch. And emptying into a sculptured channel running along the eaves poured over in one wide sheet, plated and transparent, received into a basin beneath, they were thence conducted down the vale. The sides of the palace were hedged by deomi bushes bearing a flower from its perfume called Lenora, or sweet breath, and within these odorous hedges were heavy piles of mats richly dyed and embroidered, here lounging of a glowing noon, the plated cascade playing, the verdure waving, and the birds melodious. It was hard to say whether you were an inmate of the garden of the glen or a grotto in the sea. But enough for the nonce of the house of the morning. Cross we the hollow to the house of the afternoon. Chapter 77, The House of the Afternoon. For the most part, the House of the Afternoon was but a wing built against a mansion wrought by the hand of nature herself, a grotto running into the side of the mountain. From high over the mouth of this grotto sloped a long arbor supported by great blocks of stone, rudely chiseled into the likeness of idols, each bearing a carved lizard on its chest. A sergeant's guard of the gods condescendingly doing duty as posts. From the grotto thus vestibuled issued hilariously forth the most considerable stream of the glen, which, seemingly overjoyed to find daylight in Willamilla, sprang into the arbor with a cheery white bound. But its youthful enthusiasm was soon repressed, its waters being caught in a large stone basin scooped out of the natural rock, whence, staid and decorous, they traversed sundry moats, at last meandering away, to join floods with the streams trained to do service at the other end of the vale. Truant streams, the livelong day, wending their loitering path to the subterraneous outlets, flowing into which they disappeared. But no wonder they loitered, passing through such ravishing landscapes. Thus with life, man bounds out of night, runs and babbles in the sun, then returns to his darkness again, though, peradventure, once more to emerge. But the grotto was not a mere outlet of the stream. Flowing through a dark flume in the rock on both sides, it left a dry, elevated shelf, to which you ascend from the arbor by 3 artificially wrought steps, sideways disposed to avoid the spray of the rejoicing cataract. Mounting these and pursuing the edge of the flume, the grotto gradually expands and heightens, your way lighted by rays in the inner distance. At last you come to a lofty subterraneous dome, lit from above by a cleft in the mountain, while before you, in the opposite wall from a low black arch, midway up and inaccessible, the stream, with a hollow ring and a dash, falls in a long snowy column into a bottomless pool, whence after many an eddy and whirl it entered the flume, and away with a rush. Half hidden from view by an overhanging brow of the rock, the white fall looked like the sheeted ghost of the grotto. Yet gallantly bedecked was the cave, as any old armorial hall hung round with banners and arras. Streaming from the cleft, vines swung in the air or crawled along the rocks, wherever a tendril could be fixed. High up their leaves were green, but lower down they were shriveled, and dyed of many colors, and tattered and torn with much rustling, as old banners again, sore ravelled with much triumphing. In the middle of this hall in the hill was incarcerated the stone image of one Demi, the tutelar deity of Wilhelmina. All green and oozy like a stone under water, poor Demi looked as if sore harassed with sciatics and lumbagos. But he was cheered from aloft by the promise of receiving a garland of all blooming on his crown, the dryads sporting in the woodlands above, forever peeping down the cleft and essaying to drop him a coronal. Now the still panting glen of Willamilla, nested so close by the mountains and a goodly green mark for the archer in the sun, would have been most untenable, if not for the grotto. Hereby it breathed the blessed breezes of Omi, a mountain promontory buttressing the island to the east, receiving the cool stream of the upland Tratus, much pleasanter than the currents beneath. At all times, even in the brooding non-day, a gush of cool air came hand in hand with the cool waters that burst with a shout into the palace of Donjalolo. And as after first refreshing the king, as in loyalty bound, the stream flowed at large through the glen and bathed its verdure, so the blessed breezes of Omi not only made pleasant the house of the afternoon, but finding ample outlet in its wide open front, blew forth open the bosom of all Willamilla. "Come, let us take the air of Omi," was a very common saying in the glen, and thus the speaker would hie with his comrade toward the grotto, and flinging himself on the turf, pass his hand through the locks, and recline, making a joy and a business of breathing, for truly the breezes of Omi were as air wine to the lungs. Yet was not this breeze over cool, though at times the zephyrs grew boisterous, especially at the season of high sea, when the strong trades drawn down the cleft in the mountain rushed forth from the grotto with wonderful force. Crossing it then you had much ado to keep your robe on your back. Thus much for the house of the afternoon, whither, after spending the shady morning under the eastern cliffs of the glen, daily at a certain hour Donjalolo in his palanquin was borne, there finding new shades, and there tarrying till evening, when again he was transported whence he came, thereby anticipating the revolution of the sun. Thus dodging day's luminary through life, the prince hied to and fro of his dominions, on his smooth, spotless brow soul's rays never shining. Chapter 78, Babbalanja Solace. Of the House of the Afternoon something yet remains to be said. It was chiefly distinguished by its pavement, where, according to the strange customs of the isle, were inlaid the reputed skeletons of Donjalolo's sires, each surrounded by a mosaic of corals, red, white, and black, intermixed with vitreous stones fallen from the skies in a meteoric shower. These delineated the tattooing of the departed. Nearby were embedded their arms, mace, bow, and spear, in similar marquetry, and over each skull was the likeness of a scepter. First and conspicuous lay the half-decayed remains of Marjora, the father of these coral kings. By his side the storied, sickle-shaped weapon wherewith he slew his brother Tei. "Line of kings and rows of scepters," said Babbalanja as he gazed. "Donjalolo, come forth and ponder on thy sires. Here they lie, from dread Majora down to him who fathered thee. Here are their bones, their spears and their javelins, their scepters and the very fashion of their tattooing. All that can be got together of what they were. Tell me, O king, what are thy thoughts? Dotest thou on these thy sires? Art thou more truly royal than they were kings, or more a man than they were men? It is a fable, or a verity, about Majora and the murdered Tei. But here is the mighty conjure, ask him, speak to him, son to sire, king to king, prick him, beg, buffet, entreat, spurn, split the globe, he will not bulge. Walk over and over thy whole ancestral line, and they will not start. They are not here, aye, the dead are not to be found even in their graves, nor have they simply departed, for they have willed not to go. They died not by choice, whithersoever they have gone, whither have they been dragged, and if so be they are extinct, their nihilities went not more against their grain than their forced quitting of Marty. Either way, something has become of them that they sought not. Truly had stout-hearted Marjora sworn to live here in Willamilla for aye, and kept the vow, that would have been royalty indeed, but here he lies. Marjora, rise, Yuam revolteth. Lo, I stamp upon thy scepter, base menials tread upon thee where thou hast. Up, king, up. What? No reply? Are not these bones thine? Oh, how the living triumph over the dead. Marjora, answer, art thou, or art thou not? I see thee not, I hear thee not, I feel thee not. Eyes, ears, hands are worthless to test thy being. And if thou art something beyond all human thought to compass. We must have other faculties to know thee by. Why, thou art not even a sightless sound, not the echo of an echo. Here are thy bones. Donjalolo, methinks I see thee fallen upon by assassins. Which of thy fathers riseth to the rescue? See thee dying. Which of them telleth thee what cheer beyond the grave? But they have gone to the land unknown. Meet phrase, where is it? Not one of Oro's priests telleth a straight story concerning it. 'Twill be hard finding their paradises. Touching the life of Alma in Mohi's chronicles, 'tis related that a man was once raised from the tomb. But rubbed he not his eyes, and stared he not most vacantly? Not one revelation did he make, ye gods, to have been a bystander there. At best 'tis but a hope, but will a longing bring the thing desired? Doth dread avert its object? An instinct is no preservative. The fire I shrink from may consume me, but dead, and yet alive. Alive yet dead, thus say the sages of Marama. But die we then, living? Yet if our dead fathers somewhere and somehow live, why not our unborn sons? For backward and forward eternity is the same. Already have we been the nothing we dread to be. Icy thoughts, but bring it home, it will not stay. What ho! Hot heart of mine, to beat thus lustily a while, to feel in the red rushing blood, and then be ashes, can this be so? But peace, peace, thou liar in me, telling me I am immortal. Shall I not be as these bones? To come to this, but the bosom dropping palms, whose bowls run milk, whose plumes wave boastful in the air, they perish in their prime, and bow in their blasted trunks. Nothing abideth, the river of yesterday floweth not today, the sun's rising is a setting, living is dying, the very mountains melt and all revolve, systems and asteroids, the sun wheels through the zodiac, and the zodiac is a revolution. Ah, gods, in all this universal stir, am I to prove one stable thing? Grim chiefs and skeletons, avaunt, ye are but dust, belike the dust of beggars, for on this bed paupers may lie down with kings, and filch their skulls. This great Major's arm? No, some old paralytics. Ye kings, ye men? Where are your vouchers? I do reject your brotherhood, ye libelous remains. But no, no, despise them not, O Babylanja. Thy own skeleton, thou thyself dost carry with thee through this mortal life, and I would view it. But for kind nature's screen, thou art death alive, and e'en to what's before thee wilt thou come. I, thy children's children, will walk over thee, thou voiceless as a calm. And over the coral kings, Babylanja paced in profound meditation. Chapter 79. The Center of Many Circumferences. Like Donjalolo himself, we hie to and fro, for back now we must pace to the house of the morning. In its rear there diverge 3 separate arbors, leading to less public apartments. Traversing the central arbor and fancying it will soon lead you to open ground, suddenly come upon the most private retreat of the prince, a square structure plain as a pyramid, and without as inscrutable. Down to the very ground its walls are thatched, but on the farther side a passageway opens, which you enter. But not yet are you within. Scarce a yard distance stands an inner thatched wall, blank as the first, passing along with intervening corridor, lighted by narrow apertures. You reach the opposite side, and a second opening is revealed. This entering another corridor, lighted as the first but more dim, and a third blank wall, and thus 3 times 3 you worm round and round, the twilight lessening as you proceed, until at last you enter the citadel itself, the innermost arbor of a nest, whereof each has its roof, distinct from the rest. The heart of the place is but small, illuminated by a range of open skylights downward contracting. Innumerable as the leaves of an endless folio, multitudinous mats cover the floor, whereon reclining by night, like Pharaoh on top of his patrimonial pile, the inmate looks heavenward, and heavenward only, gazing at the torchlight processions in the skies when, in state, the suns march to be crowned. And here, in this impenetrable retreat, centrally slumbered the universe-rounded, zodiac-belted, horizon-zoned, sea-girt, reef-sashed, mountain-locked, arbor-nested, royalty-girdled, arm-clasped, self-hugged, indivisible Donjalolo, absolute monarch of Yawam. The husk inhusked meat in a nut, the innermost spark in a ruby, juice-nested seed in a golden-rinded orange, the red royal stone in an effeminate peach, the insphered sphere of spheres. Chapter 80. Donjalolo in the bosom of his family. To pretend to relate the manner in which Yuam's ruler passed his captive days without making suitable mention of his harem would be to paint one's full-length likeness and omit the face. For it was his harem that did much to stamp the character of Donjalolo. Had he possessed but a single spouse, most discourteous surely to have overlooked the princess, much more than, as it is, and by how much more, the plurality exceeds a unit. Exclusive of the female attendants by day waiting upon the person of the king, he had wives 30 in number, corresponding in name to the nights of the moon. For in Yawam, time is not reckoned by days but by nights, each night of the lunar month having its own designation, which relatively only is extended to the day. In uniform succession, the 30 wives ruled queen of the king's heart, an arrangement most wise and judicious, precluding much of the jealousy and confusion prevalent in ill-regulated Seraglios. For as 30 spouses must be either more desirable or less desirable than one, so is a harem 30 times more difficult to manage than an establishment with one solitary mistress. But Donjalolo's wives were so nicely drilled that for the most part things went on very smoothly. Not were his brows much furrowed with wrinkles referable to domestic cares and tribulations, although as in due time will be seen, from these he was not altogether exempt. Now, according to Braidbeard, who, among other abstruse political researches, had accurately informed himself concerning the internal administration of Don Jalolo's harem, the following was the method pursued therein. On the Aquila, or the first night of the month, the queen of that name assumes her diadem and reigns. So too with Azzolino II and Veluvi the third night of the moon, and so on, even unto the utter eclipse thereof through Calends, Nones, and Idas. For convenience, the king is furnished with a card, whereon are copied the various ciphers under the arms of his queens, and parallel thereto, the hieroglyphics significant of the corresponding nights of the month. Glancing over this, Don Jalolo predicts the true time of the rising and setting of all the stars. This moon of wives was lodged in two spacious seraglios, which few mortals beheld, for so deeply were they buried in a grove, so overpowered with verdure, so overrun with vines, and so hazy with the incense of flowers that they were almost invisible, unless closely approached. Certain it was that it demanded no small enterprise, diligence, and sagacity to explore the mysterious wood in search of them. Though a strange, sweet humming sound, as of the clustering and swarming of warm bees among roses, at last hinted the royal honey at hand, high in air, toward the summit of the cliff, overlooking this side of the glen, a narrow ledge of rocks might have been seen, from which, rumor whispered, was to be caught an angular peep at the tip of the apex of the roof of the nearest seraglio. But this wild report had ever been established, nor indeed was it susceptible for a test. For was not that rock inaccessible as the eyrie of young eagles? But to guard against the possibility of any visual profanation, Don Jalolo had authorized an edict forever tabooing that rock to foot of man or pinion of fowl. Birds and bipeds both trembled and obeyed, taking a wide circuit to avoid the spot. Access to the seraglios was had by corresponding arbors leading from the palace. The seraglio to the right was denominated Ravi, before that to the left, Zono, after. The meaning of which was that upon the termination of her reign, the queen wended her way to the Zono, there tarrying with her predecessors till the Ravi was emptied, when the entire moon of wives, swallow-like, migrated back whence they came, and the procession was gone over again. In due order the queens reposed upon mats inwoven with their respective ciphers. In the Ravi, the mat of the queen apparent, or next in succession, was spread by the portal. In the Zono, the newly widowed queen reposed furthest from it. But alas for all method where 30 wives are concerned, notwithstanding these excellent arrangements, the mature result of ages of progressive improvement in the economy of the royal seraglios and Willamilla, it must needs be related that at times the order of precedence became confused and was very hard to restore. At intervals, some one of the wives was weeded out, and to the no small delight of the remainder, but to their equal vexation her place would soon be supplied by some beautiful stranger, who, assuming the denomination of the vacated Night of the Moon, thenceforth commenced her monthly revolutions in the king's infallible calendar. And constant attendant was a band of old men, woe-begone, thin of leg, and puny of frame, whose grateful task it was to tarry in the garden of Don Jalolo's delights, without ever touching the roses. Along with innumerable other duties, they were perpetually kept going and going upon 10,000 errands, for they had it in strict charge to obey the slightest behests of the damsels, and with all imaginable expedition to run, fly, swim, or dissolve into impalpable air at the shortest possible notice. So laborious their avocations that none could discharge them for more than a 12-month, at the end of that period giving up the ghost out of pure exhaustion of the locomotive apparatus. It was this constant drain upon the stock of masculine old age in the glen that so bethinned its small population of greybeards and hoary heads, and any old man hitherto exempted would happen to have received a summons to repair at the palace, and there wait the pleasure of the king. This unfortunate, at once suspecting his doom, put his arbor in order, oiled and suppled his joints, took a long farewell to his friends, selected his burial place, and going resigned to his fate, in due time expired like the rest. Had any one of them cast out for some alleviating circumstance, he might possibly have derived some little consolation from the thought that though a slave to the whims of 30 princesses, he was nevertheless one of their guardians, and as such, he might ingeniously have concluded their superior. But small consolation this, for the damsels were as blithe as larks, more playful than kittens, never looking sad and sentimental, projecting clandestine escapes, but supplied with the 30th part of all that Aspasia could desire, glorying in being the spouses of a king, nor in the remotest degree anxious about eventual dowers. They were carefree, content, and rejoicing as the rays of the morning. Poor old men, then, it would be hard to distill out of your fate one drop of the balm of consolation, for commission to watch over those who forever kept you on the trot, affording you no time to hunt up peccadillos. Was not this circumstance an aggravation of hard times, a sharpening and edge giving to the steeling your souls? But yet much remains unsaid. To dwell no more upon the eternal wear and tear incident to these attenuated old warders, they were intensely hated by the damsels, inasmuch as it was archly opined for what ulterior purposes they were retained. Nightly couching on guard round the seraglio, like fangless old bronze dragons round a fountain enchanted, the old men ever and anon cried out mightily by reason of sore pinches and scratches received in the dark, and triply, girt about as he was, Donjalolo himself started from his slumbers, raced round and round through his 10,000 corridors, at last bursting all dizzy among his 29 queens, to see what under the 7th heavens was the matter, when lo and behold there lay the innocents all sound asleep, the dragons moaning over their mysterious bruises. Ah me, his harem, like all large families, was the delight and the torment of the days and nights of Donjalolo. And in one special matter he was either eminently miserable or otherwise. For all his multiplicity of wives, he never had an heir. Not his the proud paternal glance of the Grand Turk Solomon, looking round upon 100 sons, all bone of his bone, and squinting with his squint. Chapter 81, wherein Babbalanja relates the adventure of one Karkeke in the Land of Shades. At our morning repast on the 2nd day of our stay in the hollow, our party indulged in much lively discourse. Samoa, said I, those isles of yours, of whose beauty you so often make vauntal mention, can those isles, good Samoa, furnish a valley in all respects equal to Willamilla? Disdainful answer was made that Willamilla might be endurable enough for a sojourn, but as a permanent abode, any glen of his own natal island was unspeakably superior. In the great valley of Savai, cried Samoa, for every leaf grown here in Willamilla grows a stately tree, and for every tree here waving in Savai flourishes a goodly warrior. Immeasurable was the disgust of the Apolloan for the enervated subjects of Donjalolo, and for Donjalolo himself, though it was shrewdly divined that his annoying reception at the hands of the royalty of Yuam had something to do with his disdain. To Jarl no similar question was put, for he was sadly deficient in a taste for the picturesque, but he cursorily observed that in his blue water opinion Willamilla was next to uninhabitable, all view of the sea being intercepted. And here it may well be related, a comical blunder on the part of honest Jarl, concerning which Samoa, the savage, often afterward twitted him, as indicating a rusticity and a want of polish in his breeding, and rather originated, however, in his not heeding the conventionalities of the strange people among whom he was thrown. The anecdote is not an epic, but here it is. Reclining in our arbor, we breakfasted upon a marble slab, so frost-white and flowingly traced with blue veins that it seemed a little lake sheeted over with ice. Diana's virgin bosom congealed. Before each guest was a richly carved bowl and gourd, fruit and wine freighted, also the empty hemisphere of a small nut, the purpose of which was a problem. Now King Jarl scorned to admit the slightest degree of underbreeding in the matter of polite feeding, so nothing was a problem to him. At once reminded of the morsel of arva root in his mouth, a substitute for another sort of sedative then unattainable, he was instantly illuminated concerning the purposes of the nut, and very complacently introduced to each to the other. In the innocence of his ignorance, making no doubt that he had acquitted himself with discretion, the little hemisphere plainly being intended as a place of temporary deposit for the arva of the guests. The company were astounded, Samoa more than all, King Yaro, meanwhile, looking at all present with the utmost serenity. At length, one of the horrified attendants, using 2 sticks for forceps, disappeared with the obnoxious nut, upon which the meal proceeded. This attendant was not seen again for many days, which gave rise to the supposition that, journeying to the seaside, he had embarked for some distant strand, there to bury out of sight the abomination with which he was freighted. Upon this, the egregious misadventure, calculated to do discredit to our party, and bring Media himself into contempt, Babbalanja had no scruples in taking Jarl Roundy to task. He assured him that it argued but little brains to evince a desire to be thought familiar with all things, that, however desirable as incidental attainments, conventionalities in themselves were the very least of arbitrary trifles, the knowledge of them innate with no man. Moreover, Jarl, he added, in essence, conventionalities are but mimickings, at which monkeys succeed best. Hence, when you find yourself at a loss in these matters, wait patiently, and mark what the other monkeys do, and then follow suit. And by so doing, you will gain a vast reputation as an accomplished ape. Above all things, follow not the silly example of the young Spart Karkeki, of whom Mohi was telling me, dying and entering the other world with a mincing gait, and there finding certain customs quite strange and new, such as friendly shades passing through each other by a way of salutation. Karkeka nevertheless resolved to show no sign of embarrassment, accosted by a phantom with wings folded pensively, plumes interlocked across its chest, he off head, and stood obsequiously before it. Staring at him for an instant, the spirit cut him dead, murmuring to itself, "Ah, some terrestrial bumpkin, I fancy," and passed on with its celestial nose in the highly rarefied air. But silly Karkeka, undertaking to replace his head, found that it would no more stay on, but forever tumbled off, even in the act of nodding a salute, which calamity kept putting him out of countenance, and thus through all eternity is he punished for his folly, and having pretended to be wise, wherein he was ignorant. Head under arm he wanders about, the scorn and ridicule of the other world. Our repast concluded, messengers arrived from the prince, courteously inviting our presence at the house of the morning. Thither we went, journeying in sedans, sent across the hollow for that purpose by Donjalolo. Chapter 82. How Donjalolo sent agents to the surrounding isles, with the result. Ere recounting what was beheld on entering the house of the morning, some previous information is needful. Though so many of Donjalolo's days were consumed by sloth and luxury, there came to him certain intervals of thoughtfulness, when all his curiosity concerning the things of outer Mardi revived with augmented intensity. In these moods he would send abroad deputations, inviting to Willamilla the kings of the neighboring islands, together with the most celebrated priests, bards, storytellers, magicians, and wise men, that he might hear them converse of those things which he could not behold for himself. But at last he bethought him that the various narrations he had heard could not have been otherwise than unavoidably faulty, by reason they had been principally obtained from the inhabitants of the countries described, who very naturally must have been inclined to partiality or uncandidness in their statements. Wherefore he had very lately dispatched to the isles special agents of his own, honest of heart, keen of eye, and shrewd of understanding, to seek out everything that promised to illuminate him concerning the places they visited, and also to collect various specimens of interesting objects, so that at last he might avail himself of the researches of others and see with their eyes. But, though 2 observers were sent to every one of the neighboring islands, yet each was able to act independently, make his own inquiries, form his own conclusions, and return with his own specimens, wholly regardless of the proceedings of the order. It so came to pass that on the very day of our arrival in the glen, these pilgrims returned from their travels, and Donjalolo had set apart the following morning to giving them a grand public reception. And it was to this that our party had been invited, as related in the chapter preceding. In the great palm hall of the house of the morning, we were assigned distinguished mats to the rights of the prince, his chiefs, attendants, and subjects assembled in the open colonnades without. When all was in readiness, in marched the company of savants and travelers, and humbly standing in a semicircle before the king, their numerous hampers were deposited at their feet. Donjalolo was now in high spirits, thinking of the rich store of reliable information about to be furnished. "Zuma," said he, addressing the foremost of the company, "you and Varnapi were directed to explore the island of Rafona. Proceed now and relate all you know of that place. Your narration heard, we will listen to Varnapi." With a profound inclination, the traveler obeyed, but soon Donjalolo interrupted him. "What say you, Zuma, about the secret cavern and the treasures therein? A very different account this from all I have heard hitherto, but perhaps yours is the true version. Go on." But very soon poor Zuma was again interrupted by exclamations of surprise, nay, even to the very end of his mountings. But when he had done, Donjalolo observed that if from any cause Zuma was in error or obscure, Varnapi would not fail to set him right. So Varnapi was called upon. But not long had Varnapi proceeded when Donjalolo changed color. "What?" he exclaimed. "Will ye contradict each other before our very face? Oh, Oro, how hard is truth to come at by proxy! 50 accounts have I had of Rafona, none of which wholly agreed, and here, these 2 varlets, sent expressly to behold and report, these 2 lying knaves speak crookedly both. How is it? Are the lenses of their eyes diverse hued, that objects seem different to both? For undeniable is it that the things they thus clashingly speak of are to be known for the same, though represented with unlike colors and qualities. But dumb things cannot lie nor err. Unpack thy hamper, Zuma. Here, bring them close. Now, what is this?" "That," tremblingly replied Zuma, "is a specimen of the famous reef bar on the west side of the island of Rafona. Your highness perceives its deep red dyes." Said Donjalolo, "Varnapi, hast thou a piece of this coral also?" "I have, your highness," said Varnapi. "Here it is." Taking it from his hand, Donjalolo gazed at its bleached white hue, then dashing to the pavement. "Oh, mighty Oro, truth dwells in her fountains, where everyone must drink for himself. For me, vain all hope of ever knowing Marty. Away, better know nothing than be deceived. Break up." And Donjalolo rose and retired. All present now broke out in a storm of vociferation, some siding with Zuma, others with Varnapi, each of whom in turn was declared the man to be relied upon. Marking all this, Babbalanja, who had been silently looking on, leaning against one of the palm pillars, quietly observed to Media, "My lord, I have seen this same reef at Rafona in various places. It is of various hues. As for Zuma and Varnapi, both are wrong and both are right." Chapter 83. They visit the tributary islets. In Willamilla, no Yila being found, on the third day we took leave of Donjalolo, who lavished upon us many caresses, and somewhat reluctantly on Media's part, we quitted the vale. One by one we now visited the outer villages of Yuam, and crossing the waters wandered several days among its tributary isles. There we saw the viceroys of him who reigned in the hollow, chieftains of whom Donjalolo was proud, so honest, humble, and faithful, so bent upon ameliorating the condition of those under their rule. For be it said, Donjalolo was a charitable prince, and in his serious intervals ever seeking the welfare of his subjects, though after an imperial view of his own. But alas, in that sunny dungeon among the mountains where he dwelt, how could Donjalolo be sure that the things he decreed were executed in regions forever remote from his view? Ah, very bland, very innocent, very pious the faces his viceroys presented during their monthly visits to Willamilla. But as cruel their visage when, returned to their islets, they abandoned themselves to all the license of tyrants, like Varus reveling down the rights of the Sicilians. Like Carmelites, they came to Donjalolo barefooted, but in their homes their proud latchets were tied by their slaves. Before their king-belted prince they stood rope-girdled like self-abased monks of St. Francis. But with those ropes, before their palaces, they hung innocence and truth. As still seeking Yila and still disappointed, we roved through the lands which these chieftains ruled. Babbalanja exclaimed, "Let us depart, idle our search, in isles that have viceroys for kings." At early dawn, about embarking for a distant land, there came to us certain messengers of Donjalolo, saying that their lord the king reported of so soon parting company with Media and Taji, besought them to return with all haste, for that very morning in Willamilla a regal banquet was preparing, to which many neighboring kings had been invited, most of whom had already arrived. Declaring that there was no alternative but compliance, Media acceded, and with the king's messengers we returned to the glen. Chapter 84. Taji sits down to dinner with 25 kings, and a royal time they have. It was afternoon when we emerged from the defile, and informed that our host was receiving his guests in the house of the afternoon. Thither we directed our steps. Soft in our face blew the blessed breezes of Omi, stirring the leaves overhead, while here and there through the trees showed the idle bearers of the royal retreat, hand in hand linked with festoons of flowers. Still beyond, on a level, sparkled the nodding crowns of the kings, like the constellation Corona Borealis the horizon just gained. Close by his noontide friend, the cascade at the mouth of the grotto reposed on his crimson mat, Donjalolo, arrayed in a vestment of the finest white tapa of Marty, figured all over with bright yellow lizards, so curiously stained in the gauze that he seemed overrun as with golden mice. Marjora's girdle girdled his loins, tasseled with the congregated teeth of his sires. A jeweled turban tiara, milk-white, surmounted his brow, over which waved a copse of pintado plumes. But what sways in his hand? A scepter, similar to those likenesses of scepters, embedded among the corals at his feet, a polished thigh bone, by Braid Beard declared once Tia's the murdered. For to emphasize his intention utterly to rule, Marjora himself had selected this emblem of dominion over mankind. But even this last despite done to dead Tia had once been transcended. In the usurper's time prevailed the belief that the saliva of kings must never touch the ground, and Mohi's chronicles made mention that during the lifetime of Marjora, Tia's skull had been devoted to the basest of purposes, Marjora's the hate no turf could bury. Yet traditions like these ever seem dubious. There be many who deny the hump, moral and physical, of Gloucester Richard. Still advancing unperceived in social hilarity, we descried their highnesses, chatting together like the most plebeian of mortals, full as merry as the monks of old, but marking our approach all changed. A pair of potentates, who had been playfully trifling, hurriedly adjusted their diadems, threw themselves into attitudes, looking stately as statues. Phidias turned not out his Jupiter so soon. In various dyed robes, the 25 kings were arrayed, and various their features as the rows of lips, eyes, and ears in John Caspar Lavater's physiognomical charts. Nevertheless, to a king, all their noses were aquiline. There were long foxtail beards of silver gray and enameled chins like those of girls, bald pates and Merovingian locks, smooth brows and wrinkles, forms erect and stooping, an eye that squinted. One king was deaf. By his side, another that was halt, and not far off, a dotard. They were all old and young, tall and short, handsome and ugly, fat and lean, cunning and simple. With animated courtesy, our host received us, assigning a neighboring bower for Babbalanja and the rest. And among so many right royal demi-divine guests, how could the demigods Media and Taji be otherwise than at home? The unwonted sprightliness of Don Jalolo surprised us, but he was in one of those relapses of desperate gaiety, invariably following his failures in efforts to amend his life. And the bootless issue of his late mission to outer Marty had thrown him into a mood for revelry, nor had he lately shunned a wild wine called Morando. A slave now appearing with a bowl of his beverage, it circulated freely. Not to gainsay the truth, we fancied the Morando much, a nutty, pungent flavor it had, like some kinds of arrack distilled in the Philippine Isles, and a marvelous effect did it have in dissolving the crystallization of the brain, leaving nothing but precious little drops of good humor beating round the bowl of the cranium. Meanwhile, garlanded boys, climbing the limbs of the idol pillars and stirruping their feet in their most holy mouths, suspended hangings of crimson tapa all around the hall, so that sweeping the pavement they rustled in the breeze from the grot. Presently stalwart slaves advanced, bearing a mighty basin of a porphyry hue, deep hollowed out of a tree. Outside were innumerable grotesque conceits, conspicuous among which, for a border, was an endless string of the royal lizards circumnavigating the basin of the inverted chase of their tails. Peculiar to the groves of Willamilla, the yellow lizard formed part of the arms of Juan, and when Don Jalolo's messengers went abroad, they carried its effigy as the emblem of their royal master, themselves being known as the gentlemen of the golden lizard. The porphyry-hued basin planted full in our midst, the attendants forthwith filled the same with the living waters from the cascade, a proceeding which some of the company were at a loss to account, unless his highness, our host, with all the coolness of royalty, purposed cooling himself still further by taking a bath in presence of his guests, a conjecture most premature, for directly the basin being filled to within a few inches of the lizards, the attendants fell to launching therein divers goodly-sized trenchers, all laden with choice viands. Wild boar meat, humps of grampuses, embrowned breadfruit, roasted in odoriferous fires of sandalwood, but suffered to cool. Gold fish, dressed with the fragrant juices of berries, citron sauce, rolls of the baked paste of yams, juicy bananas, steeped in the saccharine oil, marmalade of plantains, jellies of guava, confections of the treacle of palm sap, and many other dainties, besides numerous stained calabashes of Morando and other beverages, fixed in carved floats to make them buoyant. The guests assigned seats by the woven handles attached to his purple mat. The prince, our host, was now gently moved by his servitors to the head of the porphyry-hued basin, where, flanked by lofty crowned heads, white tiara'd, and radiant with royalty, he sat, like snow-turbaned Mont Blanc, at sunrise presiding over the headwaters of the Rhone, to right and left, looming the gilded summits of the Simplon, the Gothard, the Jungfrau, the Great St. Bernard, and the Grand Glockner. Yet turbid from the launching of its freight, Lake Como tossed to and fro its navies of good cheer, the shadows of the king's peaks widely flitting thereupon. But no frigid wine and fruit cooler, like Lake Como as at first it did seem, but a tropical dining table, its surface a slab of light blue St. Pons marble in a state of fluidity. Now many a crown was doffed, scepters laid aside, girdles slackened, and among those verdant viands the bearded kings like goats did browse, or tusking their wild boar's meat like mastiffs ate. And like unto some well-fought fight beginning calmly but pressing forward to a fiery rush, this well-fought feast did now wax warm. A few royal epicures, however, they were, epicures intent upon concoctions, admixtures, and masterly compoundings, who comported themselves with all due deliberation and dignity, hurrying themselves into no reckless deglutition of the dainties. Ah, admirable conceit, Lake Como, superseding attendance! For from hand to hand the trencher sailed, no sooner gaining one port than dispatched over sea to another. Well suited they were for the occasion, sailing high out of the water to resist the convivial swell at times ruffling the sociable sea, and sharp at both ends, still better adapting them to easy navigation. But soon the Mirando, in triumphant decanters went round, reeling like barks before a breeze. But their voyages were brief, and ere long in certain havens, the accumulation of empty vessels threatened to bridge the lake with pontoons. In those directions trade winds were setting, but full soon, cut out were all the unladen and unprofitable gourds, and replaced by jolly-bellied calabashes for a time sailing deep, yawing heavily to the push. At last the whole flotilla of trenchers, wrecks and all, were sent swimming to the further end of Lake Como, and thence removed gave place to ruddy hillocks of fruit and floating islands of flowers. Chief among the former, a quince-like golden sphere that filled the air with such fragrance you thought you were tasting its flavor. Nor did the wine cease flowing. That day the Juam grape did bleed. That day the tendril ringlets of the vine did all uncurl, and grape by grape in sheer dismay the sun-ripe clusters dropped. Grape glad were 25 kings, 25 kings were merry. Mirando's vintage had no end, nor other liquids in the royal cellar stored, somewhere secret in the grot. Oh, where's the endless Niger's source? Search ye here, or search ye there, on, through ravine, vega, vale, no headwaters will ye find. But why need gain the hidden spring when its lavish stream flows by? At threefold mouths the delta grot discharged, rivers golden, white, and red. But who may sing for I? Down I come and light upon the old and prosy plain. Among other decanters set afloat was a pompous, lordly-looking demijohn, but old and reverend withal, that sailed about, consequential as an autocrat going to be crowned, or a treasure-freighted argosy, bound home before the wind. It looked solemn, however, though it reeled, peradventure far gone with its own potent contents. O russet shores of Rhine and Rhone, O mellow memories of ripe old vintages, O cobwebs in the pyramids, O dust on Pharaoh's tomb! All recur as I bethink me of that glorious gourd, its contents cogent as Tokay. Itself as old as Mohi's legends, more venerable to look at than his beard. Whence came it? Buried in vases, so saith the label, with the heart of old Majora. Now dead 100,000 moons, exhumed at last, it looked no wine, but was shrunk into a subtle syrup. This special calabash was distinguished by numerous trappings, caparisoned by the sacred bay steed led before the great Khan of Tartary. A most curious and betasseled network encased it, and the royal lizard was jealously twisted about its neck, like a hand on a throat containing some invaluable secret. All hail Martilla, king's own royal particular, of vinous Percy dating back to the conquest, distilled of yore from purple berries growing in the purple valley of Ardare. Thrice hail! But the imperial Martilla was not for all, gods only could partake. The kings and demigods of the isle excluding left-handed descendants of sad rakes of immortals, in old times breaking heads and hearts in Mardi, bequeathing bars sinister to many mortals, who now in vain might urge a claim to a cupful of right regal Martilla. The royal particular was pressed upon me by the now jovial Don Jalolo, with his own sceptered hand charging my flagon to the brim. He declared his despotic pleasure that I should quaff it off to the last lingering globule. No hard calamity, truly, for the drinking of this wine was as the singing of a mighty ode or frenzied lyric to the soul. "Drink, Taji," cried Don Jalolo, "drink deep. In this wine a king's heart is dissolved. Drink long, in this wine lurk the seeds of the life everlasting. Drink deep, drink long. Thou drinkest wisdom and valor at every drop. Drink forever, O Taji, for thou drinkest that which will enable thee to stand up and speak out before mighty Oro himself. Borobola," he added, turning round upon a domed old king at his left, "was it not the god Zipho who begged of my great-great-grandsire a draught of this same wine, saying he was about to beget a hero? Even so, in thy glorious Martzilla produced thrice valiant Onona, who slew the giants of the reef. Ha, hearest that, O Taji?" And Don Jalolo drained another cup. Amazing, the flexibility of the royal elbow and the rigidity of the royal spine, more especially as we've been impressed with a notion of their debility. But sometimes these seemingly innervated young blades approve themselves steadier of limb than veteran revelers of very long standing. "Discharge the basin and refill it with wine," cried Don Jalolo. "Break all empty gourds, drink, kings, and dash your cups at every draught." So saying, he started from his purple mat and with one foot planted unknowingly upon the skull of Marjora, while all the skeletons grinned at him from the pavement, Don Jalolo, holding on high his blood-red goblet, burst forth with the following invocation. "Ha, gods and kings, fill high, one and all. Drink, drink, shout and drink, mad responds the call. Fill fast and fill frill, against the goblet ne'er sin. Quaff there at high tide to the uttermost rim, flood tide and soul tide to the brim." Who with wine in him fears? Who thinks of his cares? Who sighs to be wise when wine in him flares? Water sinks down below in currents full slow, but wine mounts on high with its genial glow, welling up till the brain overflow. As the spheres with a roll, some fiery of soul, others golden with music, revolve round the pole. So let our cups, radiant with many-hued wines, round and round in groups circle our zodiac signs, round reeling and ringing their chimes. Then drink, gods and kings, wine merriment brings, it bounds through the veins, their jubilant sings. Let it ebb, then in flow, wine never grows dim, drain down that bright tide, the foam beaded rim. Fill up every cup to the brim. Caught by all present, the chorus resounded again and again. The beaded wine danced on many a beard. The cataract lifted higher its voice. The grotto sent back a shout. The ghosts of the choral monarchs seemed starting from their insulted bones. But ha ha ha! Roared forth the 25 kings, alive not dead, holding both hands to their girdles and baying out their laughter from abysses like Nimrod's hounds over some fallen elk. Mad and crazy revelers, how ye drank and roared, but kings no more. Vestures loose and scepters rolling on the ground. Glorious agrarian, thou wine, bringing all hearts on a level, and at last all legs to the earth, even those of kings, who, to do them justice, have been much maligned for imputed qualities not theirs. For whoso has touched flagons with monarchs, bear they their backbones never so stiffly on the throne. Well know the rascals to be at bottom royal good fellows, capable of a Venice frankness exceeding that of base-born men. Was not Alexander a boon companion? And daft Cambyses? And what of old Raleigh, as good a judge of wine as other matters, as ever skipped claret or kisses? If ever Taji joins a club, be it of a beefsteak club of kings. Donjalolo emptied yet another cup. The mirth now blew a gale, like a ship's shrouds in a typhoon. Every tendon vibrated. The breezes of Omi came forth with a rush. The hangings shook, the goblets danced fandangos, and Donjalolo, clapping his hands, called before him his dancing women. Forth came from the grotto a reed-like burst of song, making all start and look that way to behold such enchanting strains. Sounds heralding sights, swimming in the air emerged the nymphs, lustrous arms interlocked like Indian jugglers, glittering snakes. Round the cascade they thronged, then paused in its spray of a sudden, seemed to spring from its midst. A young form of foam that danced into the soul like a thought. At last, sideways floating off, it subsided into the grotto a wave. Evening drawing on apace, the crimson draperies were lifted and festooned to the arms of the idol pillars, admitting the rosy light of the even. Yielding to the reaction of the banquet, the kings now reclined, and 2 mute damsels entered, one with a gourd of scented waters, the other with napkins. Bending over Donjalolo's steaming head, the first let a fall of shower of aromatic drops, slowly absorbed by her companion. Thus in turn all were served, nothing heard but deep breathing. In a marble vase they now kindled some incense, a handful of spices. Shortly after came 3 of the king's beautiful smokers, who, lighting their tubes at this odorous fire, blew over the company the sedative fumes of the Aina. Steeped in languor, I strove against it long, essayed to struggle out of the enchanted mist, but a siren hand seemed ever upon me, pressing me back. Half revealed, as in a dream, and the last sight that I saw was Donjalolo, eyes closed, face pale, locks moist, borne slowly to his sedan, to cross the hollow and wake in the seclusion of his harem. Chapter 85. After Dinner. As in dreams I behold thee again, Willamilla, as in dreams once again I stroll through thy cool shady groves, O fairest of the valleys of Mardi. The thought of that mad merry feasting steals over my soul till I faint. Prostrate here and there over the bones of Donjalolo's sires, the royal bacchanals lay slumbering till noon. Which are the deadest, said Babbalanja, peeping in, the live kings or the dead ones? But the former were drooping flowers, sought to be revived by watering. At intervals, the sedulous attendants went to and fro, besprinkling their heads with the scented contents of their vases. At length, one by one, the 25 kings lifted their ambrosial curls, and shaking the dew therefrom, like eagles, opened their right royal eyes, and dilated their aquiline nostrils, full upon the golden rays of the sun. But why absented himself Donjalolo? Had he cavalierly left them to survive the banquet by themselves? But this apparent incivility was soon explained by heralds, announcing to their prone majesties that, through the over-solicitude of his slaves, their lord the king had been borne to his harem, without being a party to the act. But to make amends in his sedan, Donjalolo was even now drawing nigh, not however again to make merry, but socially to sleep in company with his guests, For together they had all got high, and together they must all lie low. So at it they went, each king to his bones, and slumbered like heroes till evening. When, availing themselves of the cool moonlight approaching, the royal guests bade adieu to their host, and summoning their followers, quitted the glen. Early next day, having determined to depart for our canoes, we proceeded to the House of the Morning to take leave of Don Gelolo. An amazing change one night of solitude had wrought. Pale and languid, we found him reclining, one hand on his throbbing temples. Near an overturned vessel of wine, the royal girdle lay tossed at his feet. He had waved off his frightened attendants, who crouched out of sight. We advanced. Do ye too leave me? Ready enough are ye to partake of my banquetings, which, to such as ye, are but mad incidents and one round or more tranquil diversions? But heed me not, Media, I am mad. Ho, ye gods, am I forever a captive? I, free king of Odo, when you list, condescend to visit the poor slave in Willamilla. I account them but charity. Your visits would fain allure ye by sumptuous fare. Go, leave me, go, and be rovers again throughout blooming Mardi. For me, I am here for aye. Bring me wine, slaves, quick, that I may pledge my guests fitly. Alas, Media, at the bottom of this cup are no sparkles at the top. O treacherous, treacherous friend, full of smiles and daggers, yet for such as me, O wine, thou art e'en a prop, though it pierce the side, for man must lean. Though wine art the friend of the friendless, though a foe to all, King Media, let us drink, more cups, and now farewell. Falling back, he averted his face, and silently we quitted the palace. Chapter 86. Of those scamps the Plugi. The beach gained we embarked. In good time our party recovered from the seriousness into which we had been thrown. And a rather long passage being now before us, we whiled away the hours as best we might. Among many entertaining narrations, old Braidbeard, crossing his calves and peaking his beard, regaled us with some accounts of certain invisible spirits, yclept the Plugi, errant little knaves as ever gulped moonshine. They were spoken of as inhabiting the island of Quelquel, in a remote corner of the lagoon. The innocent people of which island were sadly fretted and put out by their diabolical proceedings. Not to be wondered at, since dwelling as they did in the air and completely inaccessible, these spirits were peculiarly provocative of ire. Detestable Plugi, with malice aforethought, they brought about high winds that destroyed the banana plantations and tumbled over the head of its occupants many a bamboo dwelling. They cracked the calabashes, soured the poi, induced the colic, begat the spleen, and almost rent people in twain with stitches in the side. In short, from whatever evil, the cause of which the islanders could not directly impute to their gods, or, in their own opinion, was not referable to themselves, of that very thing must the invisible Plugi be guilty. With horrible dreams and bloodthirsty gnats they invaded the most innocent slumbers. All things they bedeviled. A man with a wry neck ascribed to it the Plugi. He with a bad memory railed against the Plugi, and the boy, bruising his finger, also cursed those abominable spirits. Nor to some minds at least was there wanting strong presumptive evidence that at times with invisible fingers the above-mentioned Plugi did leave direct and tangible traces of their presence, pinching and pounding the unfortunate islanders, pulling their hair, plucking their ears, and tweaking their beards and their noses, and thus perpetually vexing, incensing, tormenting, exasperating their helpless victims. The atrocious Plugi reveled in their malicious dominion over the souls and bodies of the people of Quelquel. What it was that induced them to enact such a part, Oro only knew, and never but once, it seems, did old Mohi endeavor to find out. Once upon a time, visiting Quelquel, he chanced to encounter an old woman, almost doubled together, both hands upon her abdomen, in that manner running about distracted. "My good woman," said he, "what under the firmament is the matter?" The Plugi, affectionately caressing the field of their operations. "But why do they torment you?" he soothingly inquired. "How should I know, and what good would it do if I did?" And on she ran. At this part of the narration, Moe was interrupted by Media, who, much to the surprise of all present, observed that unbeknown to him, Braidbeard, he happened to have been on that very island at that very time and saw that identical old lady in the very midst of those abominable tribulations. That she was really in great distress, he went on to say, was plainly to be seen, but that in that particular instance your Plugi had any hand in tormenting her, I had some boisterous doubts. For hearing that an hour or two previous she had been partaking of 20 unripe bananas, I rather fancied that that circumstance might have had something to do with her sufferings. But however it was, all the herb leeches on the island would not have altered her own opinion on the subject. "No," said Braidbeard, "a post-mortem examination would not have satisfied her ghost." Curious to relate, he continued, the people of that island never abuse the Plugi, notwithstanding all they suffer at their hands, unless under direct provocation, and a settled matter of faith is it, that at such bitter times, all bitter words and hasty objurgations are entirely overlooked, nay, pardoned on the spot by the unseen Geni against whom they are directed. Magnanimous Plugi, cried Media, but Babbalanja, do you, who run a tilt at all things, suffer this silly conceit to be uttered with impunity in your presence? Why so silent? I have been thinking, my lord, said Babbalanja, that though the people of that island may at times err in imputing their calamities to the Plugi, that nevertheless upon the whole they indulge in a reasonable belief. For Plugi or no Plugi, it is undeniable that in 10,000 ways, as if by a malicious agency, we mortals are woefully put out and tormented. And that too by things in themselves so exceedingly trivial that it would seem almost impiety to ascribe them to the august gods. No, there must exist some greatly inferior spirits so insignificant comparatively as to be overlooked by the supernatural powers. And through them it must be that we are thus grievously annoyed. At any rate, such a theory would simply supply a hiatus in my system of metaphysics. Well, peace to the Plugi, said Media, they trouble not me. Chapter 87, Norabama. Still onward gliding the Laguna calm, hours passed and full before us, round and green, a Moslem turban by us floats, Norabama, Isle of Nods. Noontide rolls its flood, vibrates the air and trembles, and by illusion optical, thin draped in azure haze, drift here and there the brilliant lands, swans, peacock plumaged, sailing through the sky. Down to earth hath heaven come, hard-telling sun clouds from the isles. And high in air nods Norabama, nods its tufted summit like 3 ostrich plumes, its beetling crags, bent puppies, shadows, willowy shores, all nod. Its streams are murmuring down the hills, its wavelets hush the shore. Who dwells in Norabama? Dreamers, hypochondriacs, somnambulists, who from the cark and care of outer Marty fleeing and the poppy's jaded odors seek oblivion for the past and ecstasies to come. Open-eyed they sleep and dream, on their roof trees, grapes unheeded drop, and Norabama whispers are as shouts, and at a zephyr's breath from the woodlands shakes the leaves, as of hummingbirds aflight. All this spake Braidbeard of the isle, how that none e'er touched its strand without rendering instant tribute of a nap, how that those who thither voyaged in golden quest of golden gourds fast dropped to sleep ere one was plucked, waking not till night, how that you must needs rub hard your eyes would you wander through the isle, and how that silent spectres would be met, haunting twilight groves and dreamy meads, hither gliding, thither fading, end or purpose none. True or false, so much for Moe's Norabami, but as we floated on, it looked the place described. We yawned, and yawned, as crews of vessels may, as in warm Indian seas, their winnowing sails all swoon, when by them glides some opium argosy. Chapter 88. In a calm, Hosh's heralds approach. How still, cried Babbalanja, this calm is like unto Oro's everlasting serenity, and like unto man's last despair. But now the silence was broken by a strange, distant, intermitted melody in the water. Gazing over the side, we saw naught but a far-darting ray in its depths. Then Yumi, before buried in a reverie, burst forth with a verse, sudden as a jet from a geyser. Like the fish of the bright and twittering fin, bright fish, diving deep as hoars soars the lark, so far, far, far doth the maiden swim, wild song, wild light, and still ocean's dark. What maiden, minstrel? Cried Media. None of these, answered Yumi, pointing out a shallop gliding near. The damsels 3, Taji, they pursue ye yet. That still canoe drew nigh, the iris in its prow. Gliding slowly by, one damsel flung a Venus card, the leaves yet fresh, said Yumi, fly to love. A second maiden flung a pallid blossom, buried in hemlock leaves, said Yumi starting, I have wrought a death. Then came showering Venus cards and glorious moss roses numberless and odorous handfuls of verbena. Said Yumi, yet fly, oh fly to me, all rosy joys and sweets are mine. Then the damsels floated on. Was ever queen more enigmatical? Cried Media, love, death, joy, fly to me, but what says Taji? That I turn not back for Hasha, whoe'er she be, that wild witch I contemn. Then spread our pinions wide, a breeze, up sails, ply paddles all, come, Flora's flute, float forth a song. To pieces, picking the thorny roses culled from Hasha's gifts, and holding up their blighted cores, thus plumed and turbaned Yumi sang, leaning against the mast, O royal is the rose, but barbed with many a dart, beware, beware the rose, 'tis cankered at the heart. Sweet, sweet the sunny down, O lily, lily, lily down, sweet, sweet verbena's bloom, O pleasant, gentle, musky bloom. Dread, dread the sunny down, low hilly hooded asp. Blooms, blooms no more verbena, white withered in your clasp. Chapter 89. Braidbeard rehearses the origin of the Isle of Rogues. Judge not things by their names, this the maxim illustrated respecting the isle toward which we were sailing. Ohonu was its designation, in other words, the land of rogues. So was but a nest of villains and pirates could one fancy it to be, a downright Tortuga swarming with brethren of the coast, such as Montbars, La Olanes, Bartholomew, Peter of Deepa, and desperadoes of that kidney. But not so. The men of Ohanu were as honest as any and Marty. They had a suspicious appellative for their island, true, but not thus seemed it to them. For upon nothing did they so much plume themselves as upon this very name. Why, its origin went back to old times, and being venerable, they gloried therein, though they disclaimed its present applicability to any of their race, showing that words are but algebraic signs, conveying no meaning except what you please, and to be called one thing is oftentimes to be another. But how came the Ohanus by their name? Listen, and Braidbeard, our Herodotus will tell. Long and long ago, there were banished to Ohanu all the buccaneers, filibusters, thieves, and malefactors of the neighboring islands, who, becoming at last quite a numerous community, resolved to make a stand for their dignity, and number one among the nations of Marty. And even as before they had been weeded out of the surrounding countries, so now they went to weeding out themselves, banishing all objectionable persons to still another island. These events happened at a period so remote that at present it was uncertain whether those twice banished were thrust into their second exile by reason of their superlative knavery, or because of their comparative honesty. If the latter, then must the residue have been a precious enough set of scoundrels. However it was, the commonwealth of knaves now mustered together their grey beards and wise pates and knowing ones, of which last there was a plenty, chose a king to rule over them, and went to political housekeeping for themselves. And in the fullness of time, this people became numerous and mighty, and the more numerous and mighty they waxed, by so much more they did take pride and glory in their origin, frequently reverting to it with manifold boastings. The proud device of their monarch was a hand with the forefinger crooked, emblematic of the peculatory propensities of his ancestors. And of all this, at greater length said Moe. It would seem then, O Lord, said Babbalanja reclining, as if these men of Ohanu had canonized the derelictions of their progenitors, though the same traits are deemed scandalous among themselves. But it is time that makes the difference. The knave of 1,000 years ago seems a fine old fellow, full of spirit and fun, little malice in his soul, whereas the knave of today seems a sour-visaged wight with nothing to redeem him. Many great scoundrels of our chronicler's chronicles are heroes to us. Witness Marjora the usurper. Aye, time truly works wonders. It subliminates wine. It subliminates fame. Nay, it is the creator thereof. It enriches and darkens our spears of the palm, enriches and enlightens the mind. It ripens cherries and young lips, festoons old ruins and ivies old heads, imparts a relish to old yams, and a pungency to the ponderings of old Bardiana. Of fables, distills truths, and finally smooths, levels, glosses, softens, melts, and meliorates all things. Why, my lord, round Marty itself is all the better for its antiquity, and the more to be revered. To the cozy-minded, more comfortable to dwell in. Ah, if ever it lay an embryo like a green seed in the pod, what a damp, shapeless thing it must have been, and how unpleasant from the traces of its recent creation. The first man, quoth old Bardiana, must have felt like one going into a new habitation, where the bamboos are green. Is there not a legend in Marama that his family were long troubled with influenzas and catarrhs? Oh, time, 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 cried Yumi. It is time, old midsummer time, that has made the old world what it is. Time hoard the old mountains and balded their old summits, and spread the old prairies, and built the old forests, and molded the old vales. It is time that has worn glorious old channels for the glorious old rivers, and rounded the old lakes, and deepened the old sea. It is time. Aye, full time to cease, cried Media. What have you to do with cogitations not in verse, minstrel? Leave prose to Babbalanja, who is prosy enough. Even so, said Babbalanja, Yumi, you have overstepped your province. My lord Media well knows that your business is to make the metal in you jingle in tags, not ring in the ingot. Chapter 90. Rare Sport at Ohanu. Approached from the northward, Ohanu, midway cloven down to the sea, one half a level plain, the other 3 mountain terraces. Ohanu looks like the first steps of a gigantic way to the sun, and such, if Braidbeard spoke truth, it had formerly been. Ere Marty was made, said the true old chronicler, Vivo, one of the Genii, built a ladder of mountains whereby to go up and go down. And of this ladder, the island of Ohanu was the base. But wandering here and there, incognito in a vapor, so much wickedness did Vivo spy out, that in high dudgeon he hurried up his ladder, knocking the mountains from under him as he went. These here and there fell into the lagoon, forming many isles, now green and luxuriant, which, with those sprouting from seeds dropped by a bird from the moon, comprise all the groups in the reef. Surely, oh surely, if I live till Marty be forgotten by Marty, I shall not forget the sight that greeted us as we drew nigh the shores of this same island of Ohanu. For was not all Ohanu bathing in the surf of the sea? But let the picture be painted. Where eastward the ocean rolls, surging against the outer reef of Marty, there, facing a floodgate in the barrier, stands cloven Ohanu, her plains sloping outward to the sea, her mountains a bulwark behind. As at Yuam, where the wild billows from seaward roll in upon its cliffs, much more at Ohanu, in billowy battalions charge they hotly into the lagoon, and fall on the isle like an army from the deep. But charge they never so boldly, and charge they forever. Old Ohanu gallantly throws them back, till all before her is one scud and wrack. So charged the bright billows of cuirassiers at Waterloo, so hurled them off the long line of living walls, whose base was at the sea beach, wreck-strown in a gale. Without the break in the reef, wide banks of coral shelve off, creating the bar, where the waves muster for the onset, thundering in water bolts that shake the whole reef till its very spray trembles. And then is it that the swimmers of Ohanu most delight to gamble in the surf. For this sport a surfboard is indispensable, some 5 feet in length, the width of a man's body, convex on both sides, highly polished, and round at the ends. It is held in high estimation, invariably oiled after use, and hung up conspicuously in the dwelling of the owner. Ranged on the beach, the bathers by hundreds dash in, and diving under the swells make straight for the outer sea, pausing not till the comparatively smooth expanse beyond has been gained. Here, throwing themselves upon their boards, tranquilly they wait for a billow that suits, snatching them up and hurries them landward, volume and speed both increasing, till it races along a watery wall like the smooth, awful verge of Niagara. Hanging over this scroll, looking down from it as from a precipice, the bathers halloo, every limb in motion to preserve their place on the very crest of the wave. Should they fall behind, the squadrons that would follow them whelm them, dismounted and thrown forward, as certainly they would be run over by the steed they ride. 'Tis like charging at the head of cavalry, you must go on. An expert swimmer shifts his position on his plank, now half striding it, and anon, like a rider in the ring, poising himself upright in the scud, coming on like a man in the air. At last all is lost in scud and vapor, as the overgrown billow bursts like a bomb, adroitly emerging, the swimmers thread their way out, and like seals at the Orkneys stand dripping upon the shore. Landing in smooth water some distance from the scene, we strolled forward, and meeting a group resting, inquired for Uhia, their king. He was pointed out in the foam, but presently drawing nigh, he embraced Media, bidding all welcome. The bathing over and evening at hand, Uhia and his subjects repaired to their canoes, and we to ours. Landing in another quarter of the island, we journeyed up a valley called Monlova, and were soon housed in a very pleasant retreat of our host. Soon supper was spread, but though the viands were rare and the red wine went round and round like a foaming bay horse in the ring, yet we marked that despite the stimulus of his day's good sport and the stimulus of his brave good cheer, Uhia, our host, was moody and still. Said Babalanja, "My lord, he fills wine cups for others to quaff." But whispered King Media, "Though Uhia be sad, be we merry, merry men." And merry some were, and merrily went to their mats. Chapter 91 of King Uhia and his subjects. As beseemed him, Uhia was royally lodged, ample his roof, beneath it 100 attendants nightly laying their heads, but long since he has disbanded his damsels. Springing from siren embrace, "They shall sap and mind me no more," he cried. "My destiny commands me, I will don my manhood. By Kiwi, no more will I clasp a waist." From that time forth, said Braidbeard, young Uhia spread like the tufted top of the palm. His thigh grew brawny as the limb of a banyan, his arm waxed strong as the backbone of the shark, his voice grew sonorous as a conch. And now he bent his whole soul to the accomplishment of the destiny believed to be his, nothing less than bodily to remove Ohanu to the center of the lagoon, in fulfillment of an old prophecy running thus: when a certain island shall stir from its foundations and stand in the middle of the still water, then shall the ruler of that island be ruler of all Mardi. The task was hard, but how glorious the reward. So at it he went, and all Ohanu helped him, not by hands, but by calling in the magicians. Thus far, nevertheless in vain, but Yuia had hopes. Now informed of all this, said Babbalanja to Media, My lord, if the continual looking forward to something greater be better than an acquiescence in things present, then, wild as it is, this belief of Yuhia's he should hug to his heart, as erewhile his wives. But my lord, this faith it is that robs his days of peace, his nights of sweet unconsciousness. For holding himself foreordained to the dominion of the entire archipelago, he upbraids the gods for laggards and curses himself as deprived of his rights, nay, as having had wrested from him what he never possessed. Discontent dwarfs his horizon till he spans it with his hand. Most miserable of demigods, he cries, here I am cooped up in this insignificant islet, only 100 leagues by 50, when scores of broad empire own me not for their lord. Yet Yuhia himself is envied. Ah, cries Coralono, one of his chieftains, master of a snug little glen. Here I am, cabined in this paltry cell among the mountains, when that great king Yuhia is lord of the whole island, and every cubic mile of matter therein. But this same Coralono is envied. Hard, O beggarly lot is mine, cries Dono, one of his retainers. Here I am, fixed and screwed down to this paltry plantation, when my lord Coralono owns the whole glen, 10 long parasangs from cliff to sea. But Dono too is envied. Alas, cursed fate, cries his servitor Flavona. Here I am made to trudge, sweat, and labor all day, but when Dono, my master, does nothing but command. But others envy Flavona, and those who envy him are envied in turn, even down to poor bedridden Manta, who died of want, groans forth, abandoned wretch that I am, here I miserably perish, while so many beggars gad about and live. But surely none envy Manta, yes, great Yuhia himself. Ah, cries the king, here I am, vexed and tormented by ambition, no peace, night nor day, my temples chafed sore by this cursed crown that I wear, while that ignoble white Manta gives up the ghost with none to molest him. In vain we wandered up and down in this isle and peered into its innermost recesses. No Yila was there. Chapter 92. The God Kivi and the Precipice Atmondo. One object of interest in Ohanu was the original image of Kivi, the god of thieves, hence, from time immemorial, the tutelar deity of the isle. His shrine was a natural niche in a cliff, walling in the valley of Monlova, and here stood Kivi, with his 5 eyes, 10 hands, and 3 pairs of legs, equipped at all points for the vocation over which he presided. Of mighty girth, his arms terminated in hands, every finger a limb, spreading in multiplied digits, palms twice 5, and 50 fingers. According to the legend, Kivi fell from a golden cloud, burying himself to the thighs of the earth, tearing up the soil all round. 3 meditative mortals, strolling by at the time, had a narrow escape. A wonderful recital, but none of us voyagers durst flout it. Did they not show us the identical spot where the idol fell? We descended into the hollow, now verdant. Questionless, Kivi himself would have vouched for the truth of the miracle, had he not been unfortunately dumb. But by far the most cogent and pointed argument advanced in support of this story is a spear which the priests of Kivi brought forth for Babbalanja to view. Let me look at it closer, said Babbalanja, and turning it over and curiously inspecting it. Wonderful spear, he cried. Doubtless, my reverends, this selfsame spear must have persuaded many recusants. Nay, the most stubborn, they answered, and all afterward quoted as additional authority for the truth of the legend? Assuredly. From the sea to the shrine of this god, the fine valley of Monlova ascends with a gentle gradation, hardly perceptible. But upon turning round toward the water, one is surprised to find himself high elevated above its surface. Pass on, and the same silent ascent deceives you, and the valley contracts, and on both sides the cliffs advance, till at last you come to a narrow space, shouldered by buttresses of rock. Beyond through this cleft, all is blue sky. If the trades blow high and you came unawares upon the spot, you would think Kivi himself pushing you forward with all his hands. So powerful is the current of air rushing through this elevated defile. But expostulate not with the tornado that blows you along, sail on. But soft, look down, the land breaks off in one sheer descent of 1,000 feet, right down to the wide plain below. So sudden and profound this precipice that you seem to look off from one world to another. In a dreamy sunny day, the spangled plain beneath assumes an uncertain fleeting aspect. Had you a deep sea lead, you would almost be tempted to sound the ocean haze at your feet. This mortal is the precipice of Mondo. From this brink, spear in hand, sprang 50 rebel warriors, driven back into the vale by a superior force. Finding no spot to stand at bay, with a fierce shout, they took the fatal leap. Said Mohi, their souls ascended ere their bodies touched. This tragical event took place many generations gone by, and now a dizzy, devious way conducts one, firm of foot, from the verge to the plain. But none ever ascended. So perilous indeed is the descent itself, that the islanders venture not the feat, without invoking supernatural aid. Flanking the precipice beneath beetling rocks stand the guardian deities of Mondo, and on altars before them are placed the propitiatory offerings of the traveler. To the right of the brink of the precipice and far over it projects a narrow ledge. The test of legitimacy in the Ahonu monarchs is to stand hereon, arms folded and javelins darting by. And here in his youth Yuhia stood. How felt you, cousin? Asked Media. Like the king of Ohanu, he replied, as I shall again feel when king of all Mardi. Chapter 93. Babylanja steps in between Mohi and Yumi relates a legend. Embarking from Ohanu, we at length found ourselves gliding by the pleasant shores of Tupia, an islet which, occurring to Braidbeard, had for ages remained uninhabited by man. Much curiosity being expressed to know more of the isle, Mohi was about to turn over his chronicles, when, with modesty, the minstrel Yumi interposed, saying that if my lord Media permitted, he himself would relate the legend, from its nature deeming the same pertaining to his province as poet, though as yet it had not been versified. But he added that true pearl shells rang musically, though not strung upon a chord. Upon this presumptuous interference, Mohi looked highly offended, and nervously twitching his beard, uttered something invidious about frippery young poetasters, being too full of silly imaginings to tell a plain tale. Said Yumi, in reply, adjusting his turban, Old Mohi, let us not clash. I honor your calling, but with submission your chronicles are more wild than my cantos. I deal in pure conceits of my own, which have a shapeliness and a unity, however unsubstantial. But you, Braidbeard, deal in mangled realities. In all your chapters, you yourself grope in the dark. Much truth is not in thee, historian. Besides, Mohi, my songs perpetuate many things which you sage scribes entirely overlook. Have you not oftentimes come to me at my ever-dewy ballads for information, in which you and your musty old chronicles were deficient? In much that is precious, Mohi, we poets are the true historians. We embalm, you corrode. To this Mohi, with some ire, was about to make an answer, when, flinging over his shoulders a new fold of his mantle, Babylanja spoke thus, Peace, rivals. As Bardiana has it, like all who dispute upon pretensions of their own, you are each nearest the right when you speak of the other, and furthest therefrom when you speak of yourselves. Said Mohi and Yumi in a breath, Who sought your opinion, philosopher? You filcher from old Bardiana and monger of maxims? You, who have long marked the vices of Marty, that you flatter yourself you have none of your own, added Braidbeard. You who only seem wise because of the contrasting follies of others, and not of any great wisdom in yourself, continued the minstrel with unwonted asperity. Now here, said Babylanja, am I charged upon by a bearded old ram and a lamb, one butting with his carious and brittle old frontlet, the other pushing with its silly head before its horns are sprouted. But this comes of being impartial. Had I espoused the cause of Yumi versus Mohi, or that of Mohi versus Yumi, I had been sure to have had at least one voice in my favor. The impartialist insulteth all sides, saith old Bardiana. But smite with but one hand, and the other shall be kissed. Oh, incomparable Bardiana. Will no one lay that troubled old ghost? Exclaimed Media devoutly. Proceed with thy legend, Yumi, and see to it that it be brief, for I mistrust me, these legends do but test the patience of the hearers. But draw a long breath and begin. A long bow, muttered Mohi, and Yumi began. It is now about 10,000,000 moons. Great Oro, how long since, say you? Cried Mohi, making Gothic arches of his brows. Looking at him disdainfully, but vouchsafing no reply, Yumi began over again. It is now above 10,000,000 moons since there died the last of a marvelous race, once inhabiting the very shores by which we are sailing. They were a very diminutive people, only a few inches high. Stop, minstrel, cried Mohi, but how many pennyweights do they weigh? Continued Yumi, unheedingly. They were covered all over with soft silky down, like on that rind of the Avi, and there grew upon their heads a green, land-sleeved vine, of a most delicate texture. For convenience, the mannikins reduced their tendrils, sporting nothing but coronals, whereas, priding themselves upon the redundancy of their tresses, the little maidens assiduously watered them with the early dew of the morning, so that all wreathed and festooned with verdure, they moved about in arbors, trailing after them trains. I can hear no more, exclaimed Moe, stopping his ears. Continued Yumi, the damsels lured to their bowers certain red-plumaged insect birds, and taught them to nestle therein and warble, which with the pleasant vibrating of the leaves when the little maidens moved produced a strange blending of sweet singing sounds. The little maidens embraced not with their arms, but with their viny locks, whose tendrils instinctively twined about their lovers, till both were lost in the bower. And what then? Asked Moe, who, notwithstanding the fingers in his ears, somehow contrived to listen. What then? Vouchsafing no reply, Yumi went on. At a certain age, while yet the maidens were very young, their vines bore blossoms. Ah, fatal symptoms, for soon as they burst, the maidens died in their arbors, and were buried in the valleys, and their vines spread forth, and the flowers bloomed, but the maidens themselves were no more. And now disdaining the earth, the vines shot upward, climbing to the topmost boughs of the trees, and flowering in the sunshine forever and aye. Yumi here paused for a space, but presently continued. The little eyes of the people of Tupia were very strange to behold, full of stars that shone from within, like the Pleiades, deep-bosomed and blue, and like the stars they were intolerant of sunlight, and slumbering through the day the people of Tupia only went abroad by night. But it was chiefly when the moon was at full that they were mostly in spirits. When the little mannikins would dive down into the sea and rove about in the coral groves, making love to the mermaids, or racing round, make a mad, merry night of it with the sea urchins, plucking the reverend mullets by the beard, serenading the turtles in their cells, worrying the sea nettles, or tormenting with their antics the touchy torpedoes. Sometimes they went prying about with the starfish. They have an eye at the end of each ray, and often with coral files in their hands, stole upon slumbering swordfish, slyly blunting their weapons. In short, these stout little mannikins were passionately fond of the sea, and swore by wave and billow that sooner or later they would embark thereon in nautilus shells and spend the rest of their roving days thousands of inches from Tupia. Too true, they were shameless little rakes. Off they would return, their sweethearts, sporting musky girdles of sea kelp, tasseled with green little pouches of grass, brimful of seed pearls, and jingling their coin in the ear of the damsels, throwing out innuendos about the beautiful and bountiful mermaids, how wealthy and amorous they were, and how they delighted in the company of the brave gallants of Tupia. Ah, at such heartless bravadoes they mourned, those poor little nymphs. Deep into their arbors they went, and their little hearts burst like rosebuds, and filled the whole air with an odorous grief. But when their lovers were gentle and true, no happier maidens haunted the lilies than they. But some mystical process, they wrought minute balls of light, touchy, mercurial globules, very hard to handle, and with those at pitch and toss they played in their groves. Or mischievously inclined, they toiled all night at braiding the moonbeams together and entangling the plaited end to a bough, so that at nights the poor planet had much ado to set. Here Yumi once more was mute. Pause ye to invent as ye go on, said old Mohi, elevating his chin till his beard was horizontal. Yumi resumed. Little or nothing more, my masters, is extant of the legend. Only it must be mentioned that these little people were very tasteful in their personal adornings, the mannikins wearing girdles of fragrant leaves and necklaces of aromatic seeds, and the little damsels, not content with their vines and their verdure, sporting pearls in their ears, bracelets of wee little porpoise teeth, and oftentimes dancing with their mates in the moonlit glades, coquettishly fanned themselves with the transparent wings of the flying fish. Now, I appeal to you, royal media, to you, noble Taji, to you, Babbalanja, said the chronicler with an impressive gesture. Whether this seems a credible history Yumi has invented. But perhaps as he entertained, old Mohi, said Babbalanja. He has not spoken the truth, persisted the chronicler. Mohi, said Babbalanja, truth is in things and not in words. Truth is voiceless, so at least saith old Bardiana. And I, Babbalanja, assert that what are vulgarly called fictions are as much realities as the gross mattock of Dididi, the digger of trenches. For things visible are but conceits of the eye. Things imaginative, conceits of the fancy. If duped by one, we were equally duped by the other. Clear as this water, said Yumi. Opaque as this paddle, said Mohi. But come now, thou oracle, if all things are deceptive, tell us what is truth. The old interrogatory. Did they not ask when it was the world began? But ask it no more, as old Bardiana hath it. That question is more final than any answer. Chapter 94. Of that jolly old lord, Borabola, and that jolly island of his, Mondoldo, and of the fish ponds and the hereafters of fish. Drawing near Mondolda, our next place of destination, we were greeted by 6 fine canoes, gaily tricked out with streamers, and all alive with the gestures of their occupants. King Borabola and the court were hastening to welcome our approach. Media unbeknown to all having notified him at the banquet of the 25 kings of our intention to visit his dominions. Soon, side by side, these canoes floated with ours, each barge of Odo courteously flanked by those of Mondoldo. Not long were we in identifying Boribola, the portly, pleasant old monarch, seated cross-legged upon a dais, projecting over the bow the largest canoe of the 6, close grappling to the side of the sea elephant. Was he not a goodly round sight to behold, round all over, round of eye and of head, and like the jolly round earth, roundest and biggest about the equator? A girdle of red was his equinoctial line, giving a compactness to his plumpness. This old Boribola permitted naught to come between his head and the sun, not even grey hairs. Bald as a gourd, right down on his brazen skull the rays of the luminary converged. He was all hilarity, full of allusions to the feast of Willamilla, where he had done royal execution. Rare old Boribola, thou wert made for dining out, thy ample mouth an inlet for good cheer, and a sally port for good humour. Bustling about on his dais, he now gave orders for the occupants of our canoe to be summarily emptied into his own, saying that in that manner only did he allow guests to touch the beach of Mondoldo. So with no little trouble, for the waves were grown somewhat riotous, we proceeded to comply, bethinking ourselves all the while how annoying is sometimes an overstrained act of hospitality. We were now but little less than a mile from the shore, but what of that? There was plenty of time, thought Boribola, for a hasty lunch, and the getting of a subsequent appetite ere we effected a landing. So viands were produced, to which the guests were invited to pay heedful attention, or take the consequences, and famished till the long voyage in prospect was ended. Soon the water shoaled, approaching land is like nearing truth in metaphysics, and ere we yet touched the beach, Boribola declared that we were already landed. Which paradoxical assertion implied that the hospitality of Mondoldo was such that in all directions it radiated far out upon the lagoon, embracing a great circle, so that no canoe could sail by the island without its occupants being so long its guests. In most hospitable vicinity to the water was a fine large structure enclosed by a stockade, both rather dilapidated, as if the cost of entertaining its guests prevented outlays for repairing the place. But it was one of Boribola's maxims that generally your tumble-down old homesteads yield the most entertainment, their very dilapidation betokening their having seen good service and hospitality, whereas spruce-looking, finical portals have a fizz full of meaning, for niggards are oftentimes neat. Now, after what has been said, why so silly as to fancy that because Boribola's mansion was enclosed by a stockade, that the same was intended as a defense against guests? By no means, and the palisade was a mighty breach, not an entranceway wide enough to admit 6 Daniel Lamberts abreast. "Look," cried Boribola, as landing we stepped toward the palace. "Look, Media, look all. These gates, you see here, lashed back with osiers, have been so lashed during my lifetime, and just where they stand shall they rot. Aye, they shall perish wide open." "But why have them at all?" inquired Media. "Ah, there you have old Boribola," cried the other. "No," said Babbalanja, "a fence whose gate is never kept open seems unnecessary, I grant. Nevertheless, it gives a notable hint, otherwise not so aptly conveyed. For is not the open gate the sign of the open heart?" "Right, right," cried Boribola. "So enter both, cousin Media." And with one hand smiting his chest, with the other he waved us on. But if the stockade seemed all open gate, the structure within seemed only a roof, for nothing but a slender pillar here and there supported it. "This is my mode of building," said Boribola. "I will have no outside to my palaces. Walls are superfluous, and to a high-minded guest, the entering a narrow doorway is like passing under a yoke. Every time he goes in or goes out, it reminds him that he is being entertained at the cost of another, so storm in all around." Within was one wide field bed, where reclining we looked up to endless rows of brown calabashes and trenchers suspended along the rafters, promissory of ample cheer as regiments of old hams in a baronial refectory. They were replenished with both meat and drink, the trenchers readily accessible by means of cords, but the gourds containing a rack suspended neck downward were within easy reach where they swung. Seeing all these indications of hard roistering, like a cautious young bridegroom at his own marriage merrymaking, Taji stood on his guard. And when Boribola urged him to empty a gourd or two by way of making room in him for the incidental repast about to be served, Taji civilly declined, not wishing to cumber the floor before the cloth was laid. Jarl, however, yielding to importunity, and unmindful of the unities of time and place, went freely about from gourd to gourd concocting in him a punch, at which Samoa expressed much surprise that he should be so unobservant as not to know that in Mardi, guests might be pressed to demean themselves, without its being expected that so they would do. A true tosspot himself, he bode his time. The second lunch over, Boribola placed both hands to the ground, and giving the sigh of the fat man after 3 vigorous efforts, succeeded in gaining his pins, which pins of his were but small for his body, insomuch that they hugely staggered about under the fine old load they carried. The specific object in his thus striving after an erect posture was to put himself in motion and conduct us to his fish ponds, famous throughout the archipelago as the hobby of the King of Mondoldo. Furthermore, as the great repast of the day yet to take place was to be a grand piscatory one, our host was all anxiety that we should have a glimpse of our fish while yet alive and hearty. We were alarmed at perceiving that certain servitors were preparing to accompany us with trenchers of edibles. It begat the notion that our trip to the fish ponds was to prove a long journey, but they were not 300 yards distant, though Borobola, being a veteran traveler, never stirred from his abode without a battalion of butlers. The ponds were 4 in number, close bordering the water, embracing about an acre each, and situated in a low fen, draining several valleys. The excavated soil was thrown up in dikes, made tight by being beaten all over, while in a soft state with the heavy flat ends of palm stalks. Living side by 3 connecting trenches, these ponds could be made to communicate at pleasure, while 2 additional canals afforded means of letting in upon them the salt waters of the lagoon on one hand, or those of an inland stream on the other. And by a 3rd canal with 4 branches, together or separately, they could be partially drained. Thus, the waters could be mixed to suit any gills, and the young fish taken from the sea passed through a stated process of freshening, so that by the time they graduated, the salt was well out of them, like the brains out of some diplomaed collagens. Freshwater fish are only to be obtained in Mondoldo by the artificial process above mentioned, as the streams and brooks abound not in trout or the Waltonian prey. Taken all floundering from the sea, Borobola's fish passing through their regular training for the table and daily tended by their keepers, in course of time became quite tame and communicative. To prove which, calling his head ranger, the king bade him administer the customary supply of edibles. Accordingly, mouthfuls were thrown into the ponds, whereupon the fish darted in a shoal toward the margin, some leaping out of the water in their eagerness. Crouching on the bank, the ranger now called several by name, patting their scales, carrying on some heathenish nursery talk, like St. Anthony in ancient Coptic, instilling virtuous principles into his finny flock on the seashore. But alas for the hair-shirted old Dominie's backsliding disciples. For all of nature's animated kingdoms, fish are the most unchristian, inhospitable, heartless, and cold-blooded of creatures. At least, so they seem to strangers. Though, at bottom, somehow, they must be all right. And truly it is not to be wondered at that the very Reverend Anthony strove after the conversion of fish, for whoso shall Christianize, and by doing so, humanize the sharks, will do a greater good by the saving of human life in all time to come, than though he made catechumens at the head-hunting Dyaks of Borneo, or the blood-bibbing Badas of Sumatra. And are these Dyaks and Badas one whit better than tiger sharks? Nay, are they so good? Were a Bada your intimate friend, you would often mistake an orangutan for him, and have orangutans immortal souls. True, the Badas believe in a hereafter, but of what sort? Full of bluebeards and bloody bones. So also the sharks who hold the paradise is one vast Pacific plowed by navies of mortals whom an endless gale forever drops into their maws. Not wholly a surmise, for does it not appear a little unreasonable to imagine that there is any creature, fish, flesh, or fowl, so little in love with life as not to cherish hopes of a future state? Why does man believe in it? One reason, reckoned cogent, is that he desires it. Who shall say then that the Leviathan this day harpooned on the coast of Japan does not go straight to his ancestor, who rolled all Jonah as a sweet morsel under his tongue? Though herein some sailors are slow believers, or at best hold themselves in a state of philosophical suspense, say they, that catastrophe took place in the Mediterranean, and only the whales frequenting the Mediterranean are a sort of having not a swallow large enough to pass a man entire. For those Mediterranean whales feed upon small things, as horses upon oats, but hence the sailors draw a rash inference. Are not the Straits of Gibraltar wide enough to admit a sperm whale, even though none have sailed through since Nineveh and the gourd in its suburbs dried up? As for the possible hereafter of the whales, a creature 80 feet long without stockings and 30 feet round the waist before dinner is not inconsiderately to be consigned to annihilation. Chapter 95. That jolly old Lord Borobola laughs on both sides of his face. A very good palace this, cause for you and me, said waddling old Borobola to Media. As returned from our excursion, he slowly lowered himself down to his mat, sighing like a grampus. By this he again made known the vastness of his hospitality, which led him for the nonce to parcel out his kingdom with his guests. But apart from these extravagant expressions of good feeling, Borobola was the prince of good fellows. His great ton of a person was indispensable to the housing of his bullock heart, under which any lean wight would have sunk. But alas, unlike Media and Taji, Borobola, though a crowned king, was accounted no demigod. his obesity excluding him from that honor. Indeed, in some quarters of Mardi, certain pagans maintain that no fat man can ever be immortal. A dogma, truly, which should be thrown to the dogs, for fat men are the salt and savor of the earth, full of good humor, high spirits, fun, and all manner of jollity. Their breath clears the atmosphere, their exhalations air the world. Of men they are good measures, brimmed, heaped, pressed down, piled up, and running over. They are as ships from Tenerife, swimming deep, full of old wine, and 20 steps down to their holds. Soft and susceptible, all round they are, easy of entreaty. Wherefore, for all their rotundity, they are too often circumnavigated by hatchet-faced knaves. A fat uncle with a fat paunch and a fat purse is a joy and a delight to all nephews. To philosophers, a subject of endless speculation as to how many droves of oxen and Lake Eries of wine might have run through his great mill during the full term of his mortal career. Fat men not immortal. This very instant old Lambert is rubbing his jolly abdomen in paradise. Now, to the fact of his not being rated a demigod was perhaps ascribable the circumstance that Borobola comported himself with less dignity than was the wont of their Mardian majesties. And truth to say, to have seen him regaling himself as one of his favorite cuttlefish, its long shaky arms and feelers instinctively twining round his head as he ate, few intelligent observers would have opined that the individual before them was the sovereign lord of Mondoldo. But what of the banquet of fish? Shall we tell how the old king ungirdled himself there too? How as the feast waxed towards its close, with one sad exception, he still remained sunny-sided all round, his disk of a face joyous as the south side of Madeira, in the hilarious season of grapes? Shall we tell how we all grew glad and frank, and how the din of the dinner was heard far into the night? We will. When Media ate slowly, Borobola told him to task, bidding him to dispatch his viands more speedily. Whereupon said Media, "But Borobola, my round fellow, that would abridge the pleasure." "Not at all, my dear demigod. Do like me, eat fast and eat long." In the middle of the feast, a huge skin of wine was brought in, the portly peltry of a goat, its horns embattling its effigy head, its mouth the nozzle, and its long beard flowed to its jet-black hooves. With many ceremonious salams, the attendants bore it along, placing it on one end of the convivial mats, full in front of Borobola, where, seated upon its haunches, it made one of the party. Brimming a ram's horn, the mellowest of bugles, Borobola bowed to his silent guest and thus spoke. "In this wine which yet smells of the grape, I pledge you my reverend old toper, my lord Capricornus. You alone have enough, and here's full skins to the rest." "How jolly he is," whispered Media to Babylanja. "Aye, his lungs laugh loud, but is laughing rejoicing?" "Help, help," cried Borobola. Lay me down, good gods, what a twinge!" The goblet fell from his hand, the purple flew from his wine to his face, and Borobola fell back into the arms of his servitors. That gout, he groaned. Lord, Lord, no more cursed wine will I drink." Then at 10 paces distant, a clumsy attendant let fall a trenchard. "Take it off my foot, you knave." Afar off another entered gallanting a calabash. "Look out for my toe, you hound." During all this, the attendants tenderly nursed him, and in good time, with its 1,000 fangs, the gout fiend departed for a while. Reprieve, the old king brightened up, by degrees becoming jolly as ever. "Come, let us be merry again," he cried. "What shall we eat, and what shall we drink? That infernal gout is gone. Come, what will your worships have?" So at it once more we went, but of our feast little more remains to be related than this, that out of it grew a wondrous kindness between Borobola and Jarl. Strange to tell, from the first of our fat hosts had regarded my Viking with a most friendly eye. Still stranger to add, this feeling was returned, but though they thus fancied each other, they were very unalike, Borobola and Jarl. Nevertheless, thus it is ever. And as the convex fits not into the convex, but into the concave, do men fit into their opposites. And so fitted Borobola's arched paunch into Jarl's, hollowed out to receive it. But how now? Borobola was jolly and loud, Jarl demure and silent. Borobola a king, Jarl only a Viking. How came they together? Very plain, to repeat, because they were heterogeneous, and hence the affinity. But as the affinity between those chemical opposites, chlorine and hydrogen, is promoted by caloric, so the affinity between Borobola and Jarl is promoted by the warmth of the wine that they drank at this feast. For of all blessed fluids, the juice of the grape is the greatest foe to cohesion. True, it tightens the girdle, but then it loosens the tongue and opens the heart. In sum, Borobola loved Jarl, and Jarl, pleased with this sociable monarch, for all his garrulity, esteemed him the most sensible old gentleman and king he has yet seen in Mardi. For this reason, perhaps, all his talkativeness favored that silence in listeners, which was my Viking's delight in himself. Repeatedly during the banquet, our host besought Taji to allow his henchman to remain on the island after the rest of our party should depart, and he faithfully promised to surrender Jarl whenever he should return to claim him. But though I harbored no distrust of Borabola's friendly intentions, I could not so readily consent to his request. For with Jarl for my only one companion, had I not both famished and feasted? Was he not my only link to things past? Things past, Yila, for all its mirth, and though we hunted wide, we found thee not in Mundaldo. Chapter 96, Samoa a Surgeon. The second day of our stay in Mundaldo was signalized by a noteworthy exhibition of the surgical skill of Samoa, who had often boasted that though well versed in the science of breaking men's heads, he was equally an adept in mending their crookery. Overnight, Borabola had directed his corps of sea divers to repair early on the morrow to a noted section of the great Mardian reef for the purpose of procuring for our regalement some of the fine hawk's bill turtle, whose secret retreats were among the cells and galleries of that submerged wall of coral, from whose foamy coping no plummet drop ever yet touched bottom. These turtles were the only thing to be obtained by diving far down under the surface, and then swimming along horizontally and peering into the coral honeycomb, snatching at a flipper when seen as at a pinion in a range of billing dovecotes. As the king's divers were thus employed, one of them, Karhonu, by name, perceived the devil shark, so called, swimming wistfully toward him from out of his summer grotto in the reef. No way petrified by the sight and pursuing the usual method adopted by these divers in such emergencies, Karhanu, splashing the water instantly, swam toward the stranger. But the shark, undaunted, advanced, a thing so unusual and fearful that, in an agony of fright, the diver shot up for the surface. Heedless, he looked up not as he went, and within a few inches of the open air, dashed his head against a projection of the reef. He would have sank into the live tomb beneath were it not that three of his companions, standing on the brink, perceived his peril and dragged him to safety. Seeing the poor fellow was insensible, they endeavored ineffectually to revive him, and at last, placing him in their canoe, made all haste for the shore. Here a crowd soon gathered, and the diver was borne to a habitation, close adjoining Borabola's, whence, hearing of the disaster, we sallied out to render assistance. Upon entering the hut, the benevolent old king commanded it to be cleared, and then proceeded to examine the sufferer. The skull proved to be very badly fractured, in one place splintered. "Let me mend it," said Samoa with ardor. And being told of his experience in such matters, Borabola surrendered the patient. With a gourd of water and a tap of cloth, the one-armed Eupoluan carefully washed the wound, and then calling for a sharp splinter of bamboo and a thin, semi-transparent cup of coconut shell, he went about the operation, nothing less than the tomati, head mending, in other words, the trepan. The patient still continuing insensible, the fragments were disengaged by help of a bamboo scalpel, when a piece of the drinking cup previously dipped in the milk of the coconut was nicely fitted into the vacancy. The skin is nicely adjusted over it, and the operation was complete. And now, while all present were crying out in admiration of Samoa's artistic skill, and Samoa himself stood complacently regarding his workmanship, Babbalanja suggested that it might be well to ascertain whether the patient survived, when, upon sounding his heart, the diver was found to be dead. The bystanders loudly lamented, but declared the surgeon a man of marvelous science. Returning to Borabola's, much conversation ensued concerning the sad scene we had just witnessed, which presently branched into a learned discussion about matters of surgery at large. At length, Samoa regaled the company with a story for the truth of which no one but him can vouch, for no one but him was by at the time. Though there is testimony to show that it involves nothing at variance with the customs of certain barbarous tribes. Read on. Chapter 97, Faith and Knowledge. A thing incredible is about to be related, but a thing may be incredible and still be true, but sometimes it is incredible because it is true. And many infidels but disbelieve the least credible things, and many bigots reject the most obvious. But let us hold fast to all we have and stop all leaks in our faith, lest an opening but of a hand's breadth should sink our 74s. The wide Atlantic can rush in at one porthole, and if we surrender a plank, we surrender the fleet. Panoplied in all the armor of St. Paul, Marion, hauberk, and greaves, let us fight the Turks inch by inch and yield them naught but our corpse. But let us not turn round upon friends, confounding them with foes, for dissenters only assent to more than we. Though Milton was a heretic to the creed of Athanasius, his faith exceeded that of Athanasius himself, and the faith of Athanasius of that of Thomas, the disciple, who with his own eyes beheld the mark of the nails, whence it comes that though we be all Christians now, the best of us had perhaps been otherwise in the days of Thomas. The higher the intelligence, the more faith and the less credulity. Gabriel rejects more than we, but outbelieves us all. The greatest marvels are first truths, the first truths the last unto which we attain. Things nearest are farther off, though your ear be next door to your brain, it is forever removed from your sight. Man has a more comprehensive view of the moon than the man in the moon himself. We know the moon is round, he only infers it. It is because we ourselves are in ourselves that we know ourselves not. And it is only of our easy fate that we are not infidels throughout, and only our lack of faith that we believe what we do. In some universal truths, all mankind are disbelievers. Do you believe that you lived 3,000 years ago? That you were at the talking of Tyre, were overwhelmed in Gomorrah? No, but for me, I was at the subsiding of the deluge, and helped swab the ground and build the first house. With the Israelites, I fainted in the wilderness, was in court when Solomon outdid all the judges before him. I, it was, who suppressed the lost work of Manetho on the Egyptian theology, as containing mysteries not to be revealed to posterity, and things at war with the canonical scriptures. I, who originated the conspiracy against the purple murderer, Domitian. I, who in the Senate moved that great and good Aurelian be emperor. I instigated the abdication of Diocletian and Charles V. I touched Isabella's heart, and she hearkened to Columbus. I am he that from the king's minions hid the charter in the old oak at Hartford. I harbored Jaffa and Wally. I am the leader of the Mohawk masks, who in the old Commonwealth's harbor overboard through the East India Company's Souchong. I am the veiled Persian prophet. I, the man in the iron mask. I, Junius. Chapter 98, Tale of a Traveler. It was Samoa who told the incredible tale, and he told it as a traveler. But stay at home, say travelers lie. Yet a voyage to Ethiopia would cure them of that, for few skeptics are travelers. Few are travelers, liars, though the proverbs respecting them lies. It is false, as some say, that Bruce was cousin german to Baron Munchausen, but true as Bruce said that the Abyssinians cut live steaks from their cattle. It was, in good part, his villainous transcribers who made monstrosities of Mandeville's travels, and though all liars go to Gehenna, yet assuming that Mandeville died before Dante, still though Dante took the census of hell, we find not Sir John under the likeness of the roasted neat's tongue, and that infernalist of infernos, the Inferno. But let not the truth be postponed. To the stand, Samoa, and through your interpreter speak. Once upon a time, during his endless sea rovings, the Apolloan was called upon to cobble the head of a friend, grievously hurt in a desperate fight of slings. Upon examination, the part of the brain proving as much injured as the cranium itself, a young pig was obtained, and preliminaries being over, part of its live brain was placed in the cavity. The trepan accomplished with coconut shell, and the scalp drawn over and secured. This man died not, but lived, but from being a warrior of great sense and spirit, he became a perverse-minded and piggish fellow, showing many of the characteristics of his swinish grafting. He survived the operation more than a year, at the end of that period, however, going mad and dying in his delirium. Stoutly backed by the narrator, this anecdote was credited by some present, but Babbalanja held out to the last. Yet if the story be true, said he, and since it is well settled that our brains are somehow the organs of sense, then I see not why human reason cannot be put into a pig by letting into its cranium the contents of a man's. I have long thought that men, pigs, and plants are but curious physiological experiments, and that science would at last enable philosophers to produce new species of beings by somehow mixing and concocting the essential ingredients of various creatures, and so forming new combinations. My friend Atahalpa, the astrologer and alchemist, has long had a jar in which he has been endeavoring to hatch a fairy, the ingredients being compounded according to a receipt of his own. But little they heeded Babbalanja, it was the traveler's tale that most arrested attention. Tough the thews and tough the sails of Samoa. Chapter 99, Marni Ora Ora Marni. During the afternoon of the day of the diver's decease, preparations were making for paying the last rites to his remains, and carrying them by torchlight to their sepulchre, the sea, for as in Odo, so was the custom here. Meanwhile, all over the isle to and fro went heralds, dismally arrayed, beating shark-skin drums, and at intervals crying, "A man is dead, let no fires be kindled. Have mercy, O Oro, let no canoes put to sea till the burial. This night, O Oro, let no food be cooked." And ever and anon passed and repassed these, others in brave attire, with castanets of pearl shells, making gay music, and these sang, "Be merry, O men of Mondoldo, a maiden this night is to wed. Be merry, O damsels of Mardi, flowers, flowers for the bridal bed." Informed that the preliminary rites were about to be rendered, we repaired to the arbor whither the body had been removed. Arrayed in white, it was laid out on a mat, its arms mutely crossed, between its lips an asphodel. At the feet a withered hawthorn bough. The relatives were wailing and cutting themselves with shells so that blood flowed and spotted their vesture. Upon remonstrating with the most abandoned of these mourners, the wife of the diver, she exclaimed, "Yes, great is the pain, but greater my affliction." Another, the deaf sire of the dead, went staggering about and groping, saying that he was now quite blind, for some months previous he had lost one eye in the death of his eldest son, and now the other was gone. "I am childless," he cried, "henceforth call me Roi Mori, that is, twice blind." While the relatives were thus violently lamenting, the rest of the company occasionally scratched themselves with their shells, but very slightly, and mostly on the soles of their feet, from long exposure quite callous. This was interrupted, however, when the real mourners averted their eyes, though at no time was there any deviation in the length of their faces. But on all sides lamentations afresh broke forth, upon the appearance of a person who had been called in to assist in solemnizing the obsequious, and also to console the afflicted. In rotundity he was another Barabola. He puffed and panted. As he approached the corpse, a sobbing silence ensued, when holding the hand of the dead between his, the stranger thus spoke. "Mourn not, O friends of Karhanu, that this your brother lives not. His wounded head pains him no more. He would not feel it, did a javelin pierce him. Yeah, Karhanu is exempt from all the ills and evils of this miserable Mardi." Hereupon the twice blind, who being deaf heard not what was said, tore his grey hair and cried, "Alas, alas, my boy, thou wert the merriest of men in Mardi, and now thy pranks are over." But the other proceeded, "Mourn not, I say, O friends of Karhanu. The dead whom ye deplore is happier than the living. Is not his spirit in the aerial isles?" "True, true," responded the raving wife, mingling her blood with her tears. "My own poor hapless Karhanu is thrice happy in paradise," and anew she wailed and lacerated her cheeks. "Rave not, I say," but she only raved the more. And now the good stranger departed, saying he must hie to the wedding, waiting his presence in an arbor adjoining. Understanding that the removal of the body would not take place till midnight, we thought to behold the mode of marrying in Mondoldo. Drawing near the place, we were greeted by merry voices and much singing, which greatly increased when the good stranger was perceived. Gaily arrayed in fine robes with plumes on their heads, the bride and groom stood in the middle of a joyous throng, in readiness for the nuptial bond to be tied. Standing before them, the stranger was given a cord, so bedecked with flowers as to disguise its stout fibers, and taking the bride's hands, he bound them together with a ritual chant, about her neck in festoons disposing the flowery ends of the cord. Then, turning to the groom, he was given another, also beflowered, but attached thereto was a great stone, very much carved and stained. Indeed, so every way disguised that a person not knowing what it was, and lifting it, would be greatly amazed at its weight. This cord being attached to the waist of the groom, he leaned over toward the bride by reason of the burden of the drop. All present now united in a chant and danced about the happy pair, who meanwhile looked ill at ease, the one being so bound by the hands and the other solely weighed down by his stone. A pause ensuing, the good stranger, turning them back to back, thus spoke, "By thy flowery gyves, O bride, I make thee a wife, and by thy burdensome stone, O groom, I make thee a husband. Live and be happy both, for the wise and good Oro hath placed us in Mardi to be glad. Doth not all nature rejoice in her green groves and her flowers, and woo and wed not the fowls of the air, trilling their bliss in their bowers? Live then and be happy, O bride and groom, for Oro is offended with the unhappy, since he meant them to be gay." And the ceremony ended with a joyful feast. But not all nuptials in Mardi were like these. Others were wedded with different rites, without the stone and flowery gyves. These were they who plighted their troth with tears, not smiles, and made responses in the heart. Returning from the house to the merry of the house of the mournful, we lingered till midnight to witness the issuing forth of the body. By torchlight, numerous canoes with paddlers standing by were drawn upon by the beach to accommodate those who purposed following the poor diver to his home. The remains embarked, some confusion ensued concerning the occupancy of the rest of the shallops. At last the procession glided off, our party included, 2 by 2, forming a long line of torches trailing round the isle, the canoes all headed towards the opening in the reef. For a time a decorous silence was preserved, but presently some whispering was heard, perhaps melancholy discoursing touching the close of the diver's career. But we were shocked to discover that poor Karhanu was not much in their thoughts. They were conversing about the next breadfruit harvest and the recent arrival of King Media and party at Mondoldo. From far in advance, however, were heard the lamentations of the true mourners, the relatives of the diver. Passing the reef and sailing a little distance therefrom, the canoes were disposed in a circle, the one bearing the corpse in the center. Certain ceremonies over, the body was committed to the waves, the white foam lighting up the last long plunge of the diver, to see sights more strange than ever he saw in the brooding cells of the turtle reef. And now, while in the still midnight, all present were gazing down into the ocean, watching the white wake of the corpse, ever and anon illuminated by sparkles, an unknown voice was heard, and all started and vacantly stared as this wild song was sung. We drop our dead in the sea, the bottomless, bottomless sea. Each bubble a hollow sigh as it sinks forever and aye. We drop our dead in the sea, the dead reek not of aught. We drop our dead in the sea. The sea ne'er gives it a thought. Sink, sink, O corpse, still sink, far down in the bottomless sea. From the unknown forms do prowl, down, down in the bottomless sea. 'Tis night above and night all round, and night will be it with thee, as thou sinkest and sinkest for aye, deeper down in the bottomless sea. The mysterious voice died away, no sign of the corpse was now seen, and muted with amaze, the company long listed to the low moan of the billows and the sad sough of the breeze. At last, without speaking, the obsequious were concluded by sliding into the ocean a carved tablet of palmetto, to mark the place of the burial. But a wave crest received it, and fast it floated away. Returning to the isle, long silence prevailed, but at length, as if a scene in which they had just taken part, afresh reminded them of the mournful event which had called them together. The company again recurred to it, some present sadly and incidentally alluding to Borabola's banquet of turtle, thereby postponed. Chapter 100. The Pursuer Himself is Pursued. Next morning, when much to the chagrin of Borabola we were preparing to quit his isle, came tidings to the palace of a wonderful event, occurring in one of the Motus, or little islets of the great reef, which Motu was included in the dominion of the king. The men who brought these tidings were highly excited, and no sooner did they make known what they knew than all Mondoldo was in a tumult of marveling. Their story was this: going at daybreak to the Motu to fish, they perceived a strange proa beached on its seaward shore, and presently were hailed by voices, and saw among the palm trees 3 spectre-like men who were not of Marty. The first amazement of the fishermen over, in reply to their eager questions, the stranger related that they were the survivors of a company of men, natives of some unknown island to the northeast, whence they had embarked for another country, distant 3 days' sail to the southward of theirs. But falling in with a terrible adventure in which their sire had been slain, they altered their course to pursue the fugitive who murdered him, one and all vowing never more to see home until their father's fate was avenged. The murderer's proa outsailing theirs soon ran out of sight, yet after him they blandly steered, day by day, night by night, steering by the blood-red star in Budas. Soon a violent gale overtook them, driving them to and fro, leaving them they knew not where. But still struggling against strange currents, at times counteracting their sailing, they drifted on their way, nigh to famishing for water, and no shore in sight. In long calms in vain they held up their dry gourds to heaven, and cried, "Send us a breeze, sweet gods!" The calm still brooded, and ere it was gone, but all 3 grasped, and dead from thirst were plunged into the sea. The breeze which followed the calm soon brought them in sight of a low, uninhabited isle, where tarrying many days they laid in good store of coconuts and water, and again embarked. The next land they saw was Mardi, and they landed on the Motu, still intent on revenge. This recital filled Taji with horror. Who could these avengers be but the sons of him I had slain? I had thought them far hence and myself forgotten, and now, like adders, they started up in my path as I hunted for Yila. But I dissembled my thoughts. Without waiting to hear more, Borabola, all curiosity to behold the strangers, instantly dispatched to Motu, one of his fleetest canoes, with orders to return with the voyagers. Ere long they came in sight, and perceiving that the strange prose in tow of the king, Samoa cried out, "Lo, Taji, the canoe that was going to Thither!" Too true, the same double-keeled craft, now sorely broken, the fatal dais in wild disarray, the canoe of Alima. And with it came the spearmen 3, who when the Kemwa was fleeing from their bow had poised their javelins, but so wan their aspect now, their faces looked like skulls. Then came over me the wild dream of Yila, and for a space like a madman I raved. I seemed as if the mysterious damsel must still be there, a rescue yet to be achieved. In my delirium I rushed upon the skeletons as they landed. Hide not the maiden, but interposing, Media led me aside when my transports abated. Now instantly the strangers knew who I was, and brandishing their javelins they rushed upon me as I had on them with a yell. But deeming us all mad, the crowd held us apart, when, writhing in arms that constrained them, the pale spectres foamed out their curses again and again. "O murderer, white curses upon thee! Bleached be thy soul with our hate! Living, our brethren cursed thee, and dying, dry-lipped, they cursed thee again! They died not through famishing for water, but for revenge upon thee, thy blood their thirst would have slaked. I lay fainting against the hard-throbbing heart of Samoa while they showered their yells through the air. Once more in my thoughts, the green corpse of the priest drifted by. Among the people of Mondoldo, a violent commotion now raged. They were amazed at Taji's recognition by the strangers and at the deadly ferocity they betrayed. Rallying upon this and perceiving that by divulging all they knew, these sons of Alima might stir up the islanders against me, I resolved to anticipate their story, and turning to Borobola said, "In these strangers, O king, you behold the survivors of a band we encountered on our voyage. From them I rescued a maiden called Yila, whom they were carrying captive. Little more of their history do I know." "Their maledictions?" exclaimed Borobola. "Are they not delirious with suffering?" I cried. "They know not what they say." So moved by all this, he commanded them to be guarded and conducted along with his palisade, and having supplied them with cheer, entered into earnest discourse. Yet all the while the pale strangers on me fixed their eyes, deep, dry, crater-like hollows, lurid with flames, reflected from the fear-frozen glacier, my soul. But though their hatred appalled, spite of that spell, again the sweet dream of Yila stole over me, with all the mysterious things by her narrated, left but unexplained. And now before me were those who might reveal the lost maiden's whole history previous to the fatal affray. Thus impelled, I besought them to disclose what they knew. "But where now is your Yila?" they cried. "Is the murderer wedded and merry? Bring forth the maiden." Yet though they tore out my heart's core, I told them not of my loss. Then, anxious to learn the history of Yila, all present commanded them to divulge it, and breathlessly I heard what follows. Of Yila we only know this, that many moons ago a mighty canoe full of beings, white, like this murderer Taji, touched at our island of Ama. Received with wonder, they were worshipped as gods, were feasted all over the lands. Their chief was a tower to behold, and with him was a being, whose cheeks were of the color of the red coral, her eye tender as the blue of the sky. Every day our people brought her offerings of fruit and flowers, which last she would not retain herself, but hung them round the neck of her child, Yila. Then only an infant in her mother's arms, a bud nestling close to a flower full blown. All went well between our people and the gods till at last they slew 3 of our countrymen, charged with stealing from their great canoe. Our warriors retired to the hills, brooding over revenge. 3 days went by when by night descending to the plain in silence they embarked, gained the great vessel, and slaughtered every soul but Yila. The bud was torn from the flower, and by our father Alima was carried in the valley of Ardare. There set apart was the sacred offering for Apo, our deity. Many moons passed, and there arose a tumult hostile to our sire's longer holding custody of Yila. When foreseeing that the holy glen would ere long be burst open, he embarked the maiden in yonder canoe to accelerate her sacred flee at the great shrine of Apo in Teredi. The rest thou knowest, murderer. Yila, Yila, now hunted again, that sound through my soul. Oh, Yila, too late have I learned what thou art. Apprised of the disappearance of their former captive, the meager strangers exulted, declaring that Apo had taken her to himself. For me, ere long, my blood would quaff from my skull. But though I shrunk from their horrible threats, I dissembled anew, and turning again, swore that they raved. Aye, they retorted, we rave and raven for you, and your white heart we will have. Perceiving the violence of their rage and persuaded from what I said that much suffering at sea must have maddened them, Borobola thought fit to confine them for the present, so that they could not molest me. Chapter 101. The Iris. That evening in the groves came to me 3 gliding forms, Hasha's heralds, the iris mixed with nettles, said Yumi a cruel message. With the right hand the second siren presented glossy green wax myrtle berries, those that burn like tapers, the third a lily of the valley crushed in its own broad leaf. This done, they earnestly eyed Yumi, who, after much pondering, said, I speak for Hasha, who by these berries says, I will enlighten you. Oh, give me then that light, say, where is Yila? And I rushed upon the heralds, but eluding me, they looked reproachfully at Yumi and seemed offended. Then I am wrong, said Yumi, it is thus, Taji, you have been enlightened, but the lily you seek is crushed. Then fell my heart, and the phantoms nodded, flinging upon me bilberries like rose petals, which bruised against my skin, left stains. Waving oleanders, they retreated. Harm, treachery, beware, cried Yumi. Then they glided through the wood, one showering dead leaves along the path I trod, the others gaily waving bunches of spring crocuses, yellow, white, and purple, and thus they vanished. Said Yumi, sad your path, but merry Hasha's. Then merry may she be, whoe'er she is, and though woe be mine, I turn not from that to Hasha, nor ever will I woo her, though she woo me till I die, though Yila will never bless my eyes. Chapter 102. The Depart from Mondoldo. Night passed, and next morning we made preparations for leaving Mondoldo that day. But fearing anew lest our departure the men of Amma might stir up against me the people of the isle, I determined to yield the earnest solicitations of Borabola and leave Yaro behind for a remembrance of Taji, if necessary to vindicate his name. Apprised hereof, my follower was loth to acquiesce. His guiltless spirit feared not the strangers, less selfish considerations prevailed. He was willing to remain on the island for a time, but not without me. Yet setting forth my reasons and reassuring him that our tour would not be long in completing, when we would not fail to return previous to sailing for Odo, he at last but reluctantly assented. At Mondoldo we also parted with Samoa, whether it was that he feared the avengers whom he may have thought would follow on my track, or whether the islands of Marty answered not in attractiveness to the picture of his fancy had painted, or whether the restraint put upon him by the domineering presence of King Media was too irksome withal, or whether indeed he relished not those disquisitions with which Babbalanja regaled us. However it may have been, certain it was that Samoa was impatient of the voyage. He besought permission to return to Odo, there to await my return, and a canoe of Mondoldo about to proceed in that direction, permission was granted, and departing for the other side of the island, from thence he embarked. Long after, dark tidings came that at early dawn he had been found dead in the canoe, 3 arrows in his side. Yumi was at a loss to account for the departure of Samoa, who while ashore had expressed much desire to roam. Media, however, declared that he must be returning to some inamorata. But Babbalanja averred that the Apolloan was not the first man who turned back after beginning a voyage like our own. To this, after musing, Yumi assented. Indeed, I had noticed that already the warbler had abated those sanguine assurances of success, with which he had departed from Odo. The futility of our search thus far seemed ominous to him of the end. On the eve of embarking, we were accompanied to the beach by Borabola, who, with his own hand suspended from the shark's mouth of Media's canoe, 3 red ripe bunches of plantains, a farewell gift to his guests. Though he spoke not a word, Yaro was long in taking leave. His eye seemed to say, "I will see you no more." At length we pushed from the strand, Borabola waving his adieus with a green leaf of banana, our comrade ruefully eyeing the receding canoes, and the multitude loudly invoking for us a prosperous voyage. But to my horror, there suddenly dashed through the crowd the 3 spectres, sons of Alima, escaped from their prison. With clenched hands they stood in the water and cursed me anew, and with that curse in our sails we swept off. Chapter 103, As They Sail. As the canoes now glided across the lagoon, I gave myself up to reverie, and revolving over all that the men of Amma had rehearsed of the history of Yila, I one by one unriddled the mysteries before so baffling. Now all was made plain, no secret remaining but the subsequent event of her disappearance. Yes, Hasha, enlightened I had been, but where was Yila? Then I recalled that last interview with Hasha's messengers, so full of enigmas, and wondered whether Yumi had interpreted aright. Unseen and unsolicited, still pursuing me with almonds, with taunts, and with wooings, mysterious Hasha appalled me. Vaguely I began to fear her, and the thought that perhaps again and again her heralds would haunt me, filled with the nameless dread which I almost shrank from acknowledging. Inwardly I prayed that never more they might appear. While full of these thoughts, Media interrupted them by saying that the minstrel was about to begin one of his chants, a thing of his own composing, and therefore, as he himself said, all critics must be lenient, for Yumi at times, not always, was a timid youth distrustful of his own sweet genius for poesy. The words were about a curious hereafter, believed in by some people in Mardi, a sort of nocturnal paradise where the sun and its heat are excluded, one long lunar day with twinkling stars to keep company. The song. Far off in the sea is Marlena, a land of shades and streams, a land of many delights, dark and bold thy shores, Marlena, but green and timorous thy soft knolls. Crouching behind the woodlands, all shady thy hills, all gleaming thy springs, like eyes in the earth looking at you. How charming thy haunts, Marlena! Oh, the waters that flow through Onamu! Oh, the leaves that rustle through Ponu! Oh, the roses that blossom in Tarma! Come and see the valley of Vina. How sweet the isles from Hind, till eyes afternoon of the full moon, and ever the reason of fruit, and ever the hour of flowers, and never the time of rain and gales. All in and about Marlena, soft sigh the boughs of the stilly air, soft lap the beach, the billows there, and the woods, or by the streams, you needs must nod in the land of dreams. Yumi, said old Mohi with a yawn, you composed that song then, did you? I did, said Yumi, placing his turban a little to one side. Then, minstrel, you shall sing me to sleep every night, especially with that song of Marlena. It is soporific as the airs of Norabama. Mean you, old man, that my lines setting forth the luxurious repose to be enjoyed hereafter are composed with such skill that the description begets the reality? Or would you ironically suggest that the song is a sleepy thing itself? An important discrimination, said Media. Which mean you, Mohi? Now, are you not a silly boy, said Babbalanja, when from the ambiguity of his speech you could so easily have derived something flattering, thus to seek the extract unpleasantness from it? Be wise, Yumi, and hereafter, whenever a remark like that seems equivocal, be sure to wrest commendation from it, though you torture it to the quick. And most sure am I that I would ever do so, but often I so incline to a distrust of my powers that I am far more keenly alive to censure than to praise, and always deem it the more sincere of the two, and no praise so much elates me as censure depresses. Chapter 104, wherein Babbalanja broaches a diabolical theory, and in his own person proves it. A truce, cried Media. Here comes a gallant before the wind. Look, Taji. Turning, we described a sharp prowed canoe dashing on under the pressure of an immense triangular sail whose outer edges were streaming with long crimson pennons. Flying before it were several small craft belonging to the poorer sort of islanders. Out of his way there, ye laggards, cried Media, or that mad prince Tribonera will ride over ye with a rush. Who is Tribonera, said Babbalanja, that he thus bravely diverts himself running down innocent paddlers? A harum-scarum young chief, replied Media, heir to 3 islands. He likes nothing better than the sport you see him now at. He must be possessed by a devil, said Moe. Said Babbalanja, then he is only like all of us. What say you, cried Media. I say, as old Bardiana in the 999th book of his immortal pondering saith, that all men... As I live, my lord, he has swamped 3 canoes, cried Moe, pointing off the beam. But just then, a fiery finback whale, having broken into the paddock of the lagoon, threw up a high fountain of foam almost under Tribanora's nose, who, quickly turning about his canoe, cur-like slunk off, his steering paddle between his legs. Comments over. Babbalanja, you were going to quote, said Media. Proceed. Thank you, my lord. Says old Bardiana, all men are possessed by devils, but as these devils are sent into men and kept in them for an additional punishment, not garrisoning a fortress but limboed in a bridge well. So it may be more than just to say that the devils themselves are possessed by men, not men by them. Faith, cried Media, though sometimes abhor your old Bardiana is a trump. I have long been of that mind, my lord, but let me go on. Says Bardiana, devils are divers, strong devils and weak devils, knowing devils and silly devils, mad devils and mild devils. Devils, merely devils, devils themselves bedeviled, devils, doubly bedeviled. And in the devil's name, what sort of a devil is yours? Cried Moe. Of him anon. Interrupt me not, old man. Thus then, my lord, as devils are divers, divers are the devils and men. Whence the wild difference we see. But after all, the main difference is this, that one man's devil is only more of a devil than another's, and be bedeviled as much as you will, yet may you perform the most bedeviled of actions with impunity, so long as you only bedevil yourself. For it is only when your deviltry injures another that the other devils conspire to confine yours for a mad one. That is to say, if you be easily handled. For there are many bedeviled bedlamites in Mardi, doing an infinity of mischief, who are too brawny in the arms to be tied. A very devilish doctrine that, cried Moe. I don't believe it. My lord, said Babbalanja, here's collateral proof. The sage lawgiver Yamjama, who flourished long before Bardiana, roundly asserts that all men who knowingly do evil are bedeviled. For good is happiness, happiness the object of living, and evil is not good. If the sage Yamjama said that, said old Mohi, the sage Yamjama might have bettered the saying, it's not quite so plain as it might be. Yamjama disdained to be plain. He scorned to be fully comprehended by mortals. Like all oracles, he dealt in dark sayings. But old Bardiana was of another sort. He spoke right out, going straight to the point like a javelin, especially when he laid it down for a universal maxim, that minus exceptions all men are bedeviled. Of course then, said Media, you include yourself among the number. Most assuredly, and so did old Bardiana, who somewhere says that being thoroughly bedeviled himself, he was so much the better qualified to discourse upon the deviltries of his neighbors. But in another place he seems to contradict himself by asserting that he is not so sensible of his own deviltry as of other people's. Hold, cried Media, who have we here? And he pointed ahead of our prow to 3 men in the water, urging themselves along, each with a paddle. We made haste to overtake them. Who are you, said Media, where from and where bound? From Variora, they answered, and bound to Mondaldo. And did that devil Tribonera swamp your canoe? Asked Media, offering to help them into ours. We had no such useless encumbrance to lose, they replied, resting on their backs and panting with their exertions. If we had had a canoe, we would have had to paddle it along with us, whereas, as we have only our bodies to paddle. You are a parcel of loons, exclaimed Media, but go on your ways if you are satisfied with your locomotion. Well and good. Now, it is an extreme case, I grant, said Babbalanja, but those poor devils there helped to establish old Bardiana's position. They belong to that species of our bedeviled race called simpletons, but their devils, harming none but themselves, are permitted to be at large with the fish. Whereas Tribanora's devil, who daily runs down canoes, drowning their occupants, belongs to the species of out-and-out devils. But being high in station and strongly backed by kith and kin, Tribanora cannot be mastered and put in a straitjacket. For myself, I think my devil is somewhere between these two extremes. At any rate, he belongs to that class of devils who harm not other devils. I am not so sure about that, retorted Media. Methinks this doctrine of yours, about all mankind being bedeviled, will work a deal of mischief, seeing that by implication it absolves you mortals from moral accountability. Furthermore, as your doctrine is exceedingly evil, by Yamjaba's theory it follows that you must be proportionably bedeviled. And since it harms other, your devil is of the number of those who is best to limbo, and since he is one of those that can be limboed he shall be in you. And so saying, he humorously commanded his attendants to lay hands upon the bedeviled philosopher and place a bandage upon his mouth, that he might no more disseminate his devilish doctrine. Against this, Babbalanja demurred, protesting that he was no orangutan to be so rudely handled. Better and better, said Media, you but illustrate Bardiana's theory that men are not sensible of their being bedeviled. Thus tantalized, Babbalanja displayed few signs of philosophy. Whereupon, said Media, assuredly, his devil is foaming, behold his mouth. And he commanded him to be bound hand and foot. At length, seeing all resistance ineffectual, Babbalanja submitted, but not without many objurgations. Presently, however, they released him, when Media inquired how he relished the application of his theory, and whether he was still of old Bardiana's mind. To which, haughtily adjusting his robe, Babbalanja replied, The strong arm, my lord, is no argument, though it overcomes all logic. Thus ends Volume 1.